Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After the 6 people were allowed to leave, the enchantment surrounding the villa faded away, and the lingering smoke gradually dispersed. Kate Lyle studied the information Kate Weiss had compiled, her expression thoughtful for a long while. This shadowy organization clearly had something big in motion. Yet from the documents alone, she could not determine its true objective. All that was visible were scattered actions, recruiting talented individuals in secret, carrying out covert assassinations, and operating entirely in the dark. At present, it felt less like a political force and more like a professional killer organization. Still, matters involving magical organizations were never so simple. The British magical community and its American counterpart functioned under entirely different systems. On the surface, they maintained cordial relations and frequent exchanges, but beneath that veneer, competition had never truly ceased. If a British wizard entered American territory, they would receive special attention. Officially, this was framed as cooperation and protection. In reality, it was strict surveillance. Kate Lyle had once stayed in the United States for a short period. Even then, she had seen firsthand how tightly foreign wizards were monitored. Domestic wizards could act freely within certain limits, but a foreign wizard making even a small mistake would immediately be labeled dangerous and problematic. Weiss, keep monitoring this information closely, Kate Lyle said as she gathered the documents and left the study. Yes, Master, Kate Weiss replied, bowing slightly. Moments later, Kate Lyle stepped into the fireplace, tossed in flue powder, and returned to the small bungalow near Hogwarts. After emerging, she made herself a cup of coffee to clear her mind before heading outside. The sky was still grey, but the morning sun had already risen, bathing the towers and halls of Hogwarts in a soft golden glow. A new day had begun. Professor Kate, I've written a new story about elemental magic over the past few days. Could you take a look at it for me? And I'm thinking of naming it Elemental Magic and its creator. At the professor's dining table, Lockhart approached eagerly, holding a notebook with unmistakable excitement. Mrs. Hooch, seated beside Kate Lyle, leaned closer as well, curious to see what Lockhart had written. Though few were optimistic about Lockhart's combat abilities, even his critics had to admit that his talent for writing was undeniable. Kate Lyle accepted the notebook with a polite smile. Professor Lockhart, if you're not in a hurry, I can read it during lunch. Of course, Lockhart said with a laugh. Please tell me if you find any issues, and if you happen to have any interesting stories, feel free to share them with me. He was practically glowing. Ever since observing elemental magic classes and the students' battles, Lockhart's imagination had been running wild. He was already envisioning an entire series of biographies centered on elemental magic. Despite his frequent blunders in traditional magic classes, Lockhart remained enthusiastic, juggling teaching, writing, and responding to fan letters without missing a beat. Hearing Lockhart's laughter, Harry glanced down toward the student tables with a tired expression. Lately, Lockhart had been especially troublesome. He constantly pestered Harry about his experiences, asked endless questions about elemental magic, and even dragged him along to help write replies to fan letters or fold envelopes for mailing. Why is he thicker-skinned than Professor Quirrell ever was? Harry muttered. Ronald chuckled. He's just jealous of you. In a way, he's your fan too. Not like Colin, Ronald continued. Lockhart wants to borrow your fame, boost his presence, and brag about his own greatness. Harry shrugged helplessly. Maybe, that's exactly it, Hermione said, glancing sharply at Lockhart's back. Harry and Ronald exchanged a look and smiled. The more time they spent around Lockhart, the clearer it became. His actual magical ability was barely enough to teach second-year material, and by third-year standards, his spells were downright embarrassing. Hermione's resentment was understandable. In one defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart had either miscast a spell or caused chaos, and was defeated in a single exchange. It was the same in every house. By the end, more than half of the second-year students could easily overpower him. Any illusions surrounding Lockhart had come crashing down from the clouds, and yet, oddly enough, everyone still read his books. Harry, Ronald suddenly said, the Quidditch season's starting again. I heard the other houses have already begun training. What about you? Why goalkeeper? Harry asked, confused. Hermione wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Focus, it's Snape's potions class this morning. If we're late, we're finished. Harry nodded. Wood said training starts early tomorrow morning. Ronald's eyes lit up. Second year already. I wonder when I'll get to join the team and play for Gryffindor. After a brief pause, he added, actually, that sounds possible. Harry smiled. Ronald, I think you'd make a good goalkeeper. Snapping back to reality, Harry quickly finished his breakfast, grabbed his books, and hurried off. You really could do it, Neville said suddenly, chewing on a sausage. I always thought you'd be good. Andy nodded. You're an earth magician. Strong defense suits you. You might lack speed, but as a goalkeeper, that's not a problem. Ronald froze for a moment, then smiled sheepishly. Snape's potions class remained as oppressive as ever. His eyes never left Gryffindor's table. One wrong movement, one slightly incorrect step, and he would pounce without mercy. Fortunately, after more than a year of studying potion theory under Kate Lyle, Harry and the others were no longer the clueless first-years they once were. They had memorized potion formulas thoroughly and could brew most standard potions with ease. So even under Snape's cold stare, nothing went wrong. Their steady performance also had an unexpected effect. After class, many students began approaching Harry and his friends, asking for help whenever they ran into problems they could not solve on their own. But compared to tutoring classmates, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were far more interested in following Kate Lyle for advanced potion studies and elemental magic training. As a result, the task of helping classmates was gradually handed over to Neville. Neville's habit of forgetting things had already been corrected by Kate Lyle. As for his parents, Kate Lyle chose not to intervene directly. Instead, she gave Neville a detailed potion formula and instructed him to personally gather the herbs and complete the brewing process himself. Neville's parents had once been Aurors. During the war against Voldemort, they were captured while pursuing remnants of his forces. After Voldemort's fall, desperate Death Eaters tortured them with the Cruciatus Curse, attempting to force information about Voldemort's whereabouts. The torture destroyed their minds. They were eventually sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, unable to recognize even their own son. Neville visited them whenever he could. Harry and the others knew this well. That was why, during potion lessons, they worked especially hard to support Neville, and even helped him in secret when it came to gathering rare herbs. In the afternoon, Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall felt relatively relaxed. For Harry and the others, steady progress was more than enough. At dinner, Wood found Harry and leaned close. After dinner, come to the team office, we need to go over tactics. Harry nodded. Got it. Wood moved on to speak with Fred and George as well. Last year, Gryffindor had endured Ravenclaw's relentless offense and built a solid advantage, only to lose to Slytherin in the final match by 30 points. That loss still weighed heavily on Wood. This year was different. It was his final year on the team, and he was determined to crush Slytherin and end his Quidditch career with a decisive victory. Good luck, Ron said, looking at Harry with clear envy. Thanks, Harry replied confidently. This time I'll beat Slytherin the same way I beat Malfoy in the arena. We're counting on you. Neville, Andy, Hermione, and Ron all nodded eagerly, thumbs raised. After dinner, Harry headed straight to the Gryffindor Quidditch office. Everyone was already there. Harry, finally. Fred and George immediately pulled him in, slinging arms over his shoulders. Fred even reached out and gave his head a playful pat. Harry felt awkward but couldn't help smiling at their enthusiasm. Besides the twins, the room held Captain Oliver Wood, Alicia Spinnet, Katie Bell, and Angelina Johnson. They all greeted Harry warmly. Wood quickly spread out a large tactical diagram across the table. It was filled with colorful arrows, forks, and intersecting lines. The reason I called everyone here, Wood said seriously, is to go over our tactics. Training starts tomorrow morning. This is a new plan I designed over the summer. Trust me, it's going to work, and it will help us win the Quidditch Cup. Everyone leaned in as Wood raised his wand. The arrows on the diagram began moving like living creatures. Wood had prepared 5 tactical formations. He explained each one carefully, then had the team rehearse scenarios allowed to lock everything into memory. 2 hours later, Wood finally straightened. That's it for tonight. Go rest. Training begins tomorrow morning. The team nodded and dispersed. Back in the dormitory, Ron tossed his book aside when he saw Harry return. So, what kind of tactics did Wood come up with? Enough to destroy Slytherin. He worked really hard, Harry replied. The tactics are solid. If we execute them properly, we'll win. That's great, Andy said with a grin. This year, Gryffindor has to take the championship and completely humiliate Slytherin. Cheers soon echoed through the dormitory. Elsewhere, Hagrid had already found Kate Lyle. After a brief exchange, the two hurried into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's massive frame crashed through the undergrowth, while Kate Lyle floated effortlessly above the ground, following him deeper into the forest. At the entrance to a narrow valley, they finally met the one they had come to see, Felger, a young centaur of considerable status within his tribe. As Kate Lyle approached, Felger placed his right fist over his chest and bowed slightly. "Professor Kate Lyle," he said respectfully, "I've been waiting. The matter is urgent. Please come with me." "Hagrid, you can head back," Kate Lyle said calmly. "If anything happens, I'll contact you." Hagrid nodded with a smile. "I trust you. There's nothing you can't handle." He understood what this meant. For centaurs to seek help from humans was no small matter. "Should I inform Albus?" Hagrid asked. Kate Lyle considered for a moment. "Yes. Tell him, but let him know there's no need to worry." Felger turned and began leading the way into the valley, and Kate Lyle followed without hesitation. The sky was slightly bright, and the weather outside was still warm, which made Harry, who got up early, feel the warmth of the sun shining through the window. After a quick tidying up and washing up, Harry put on his Gryffindor Quidditch team clothes and left quickly. Ronald and the others left with Harry. Although not a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, as roommates, they agreed to give encouragement and support when Harry was training. In the waiting room next to the Quidditch pitch, when Harry arrived, Fred, George and others had just arrived. "Good morning, Harry," George smiled, looking at Harry. "Good morning," Harry responded with a smile. "About last night's tactical explanation, haven't you forgotten?" Wood asked, holding his broomstick and looking at the crowd. "No problem. How can there be problems? We are full of expectations." Fred and George laughed excitedly when they heard this. Others have no problems, and Wood smiled with satisfaction. "It's great. In order to win the Quidditch Championship this year, we must be positive and work hard. Now, let's go out on the field and put into practice what we did last night." Listening to Wood's words, Fred and others were full of enthusiasm and interest, and they crowded towards the Quidditch field. When Harry and the others entered the venue, Ronald, Hermione and the others were already waiting in the auditorium. "Harry, look here and have a laugh." Colin was next to Ronald, holding a camera, full of curiosity about the Quidditch field, and kept taking pictures. After seeing Harry, who was watching the appearance, he pointed the camera at Harry with great excitement and shouted. There were clicks and clicks as Harry turned his head. Harry looked at the excited Colin, a little helpless. "This guy is too that." Seeing Harry like that, Ronald laughed out loud. "Harry, is that your fan? I think he is very excited." Seeing the excited Colin, Fred stepped forward and put his arms around Harry's shoulders, then stretched out his scissors hands in Colin's direction, smiling said, "Hey, half fans above, bring us a photo." "No problem." How did Colin miss such an opportunity, and quickly responded. There was a clicking sound and George also ran over, surrounded Harry one by one, full of smiles. "Hey, what are you doing? Come here quickly, we need to hurry up and train." Wood flew out, seeing the three of Fred who were taking pictures helplessly, and hurriedly shouted. "Wood, don't you think this is a good opportunity? We haven't had a photo together yet." Fred yanks Wood off the broomstick and forces Wood to participate. Then the three girls, Alia and Angelina, were also pulled over, and a complete photo of the Gryffindor team was completed. "Okay, we need to hurry up." Although he was arranged to take pictures, Wood was a little happy, but he still showed the captain's momentum and said quickly. Fred and the others laughed when they heard the words, but they still got on the broomstick, kicked their feet on the ground, and flew into the sky one by one, starting to prepare for tactical training. But just as Fred and the others went to the sky and were preparing for training, 7 people wearing Slytherin's unique green uniforms rushed up and blocked them. "Flint, what do you mean?" Wood looked at the Slytherin captain, who was standing tall and looking down at them, and said in a dissatisfied voice, "Today we have reserved the venue. This is our training time. Please leave here." Hearing Wood's words, Marcus Flint said with a ferocious and sly face, "I'm sorry, Wood, this venue belongs to us now. Where did you come from, and where did you go?" When Wood heard this, he immediately became upset, stared at Flint and said in a deep voice, "Are you going to fight?" "Oh, is that so? Then come on, we're not afraid of you." Flint was not angry, but smiled triumphantly. Harry frowned, listening to the conversation between Wood and Flint, but staring at Malfoy, he asked, "When did you join the team? Is it difficult to join the team?" Malfoy smiled contemptuously. "Some things can be easily solved as long as you have money." "You say so, my companions." After hearing Malfoy's words, Flint and the others laughed, and then they all lit up their broomsticks, and pointed to the golden words on the broomsticks, their faces full of pride. Flint even smiled proudly. "Look at what this is." Nimbus 2001, the latest model, just came out last month. This is a very generous gift from Mr. Malfoy to Slytherin. Speaking of this, Flint immediately looked at Harry Potter and said, "It's much faster than your Nimbus 2000 series." By the way, I remember that Fred and George are still sweeping the broomsticks of the 5-star series. Ha ha ha, it's too far-fetched for such an old broomstick to fly in the sky and carry people. I still suggest you use it to sweep the floor. When Fred and George heard the news, they stopped working immediately. If it was before, they would have been discouraged, but now, is the family short of money? Hey, Flint, are you blind? Fred flew to the front and shouted at Flint. See clearly, this is Nimbus 2000, not sweeping 5 stars. Also, the Light Wheel 2001 is not owned by you, we also have it. Flint heard Fred's words, and everyone except Malfoy burst into laughter. Malfoy frowned. He knew about the gold bricks. It not only made his pocket money extremely rich, but also made the Weasley family rich. He really didn't pay attention to a few broomsticks. Flint sneered ruthlessly. Who doesn't know that your Weasley family is poor, and everything is second-hand or even third-hand? Get down. Harry's face was a bit gloomy, and he made a sudden move, and the energy of the wind system suddenly whipped up a gust of wind, directly pressing Flint down from the air. This sudden change surprised everyone. Even Ronald and others in the auditorium also exclaimed. Flint was terrified and fell from a height of several meters. If he didn't die, he would break his bones, but what he imagined didn't happen. When he was 1 meter away from the ground, the wind dragged him, floating in the air without falling. Flint, what you have is only given to you by others. Don't be complacent here. Also, it's best to keep your mouth clean. Harry came in front of Flint and said in a cold tone, Next time, let's see how I deal with you. Flint was terrified and suddenly heard Harry's warning. He didn't know what to say for a while, otherwise, with his original cunning, violent and unscrupulous character, he would have to fight Harry for 300 rounds today. A bolt of lightning fell suddenly, but Harry dodged it. Malfoy stared at Harry with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice, Harry Potter, if you want to fight, I'm more than happy to accompany you. I'm not afraid of you, Draco Malfoy, Harry said in the same deep voice. Harry was trying to save face on the Fred brothers because they were his friends. Secondly, Flint's humiliation was too much. After all, the Weasley family used to have a hard time, and they have been gossiping in private. Compared to Harry's maintenance, Malfoy was maintaining Slytherin's dignity. He was able to enter the team and was supported by Flint and others because his father funded the team with 7 Nimbus 2001s and found Snape who gave him a place to enter the team. Of course, there is also Malfoy's urgency and hope. He is no stranger to Quidditch and has even practiced it in private. Now, Harry's sudden attack on Flint was, in Malfoy's view, a slap in the face, because although Flint is the captain, Malfoy already regards Flint as his little brother. There is a saying that beating a dog depends on the owner. If you beat Flint, you are beating him. How can you not make him angry? Wood looked at the two tit for tat and suddenly felt a headache. Although he was very unhappy with Flint, he did not expect the matter to suddenly develop to this extent. But no matter what, private fights must not be allowed to happen. So Wood quickly flew down, stood beside the two of them and said, The school does not allow private fighting and uses magic at will. Don't make mistakes, both of you. If you want to fight, we support you, Harry. Fred and George fell beside Harry, staring at Malfoy, and said in a low voice, What are you doing? Wood looked at Fred and the two and said dissatisfiedly, Do you want to make things big and get kicked out of the team? Fred and George did not answer Wood, but looked at Malfoy aggressively. Malfoy didn't have the slightest fear of Fred and George's joining. He put on a silly face and directly ignored Fred and George strategically, because in Malfoy's eyes, Harry is the only one who can compete with him. At such a moment, the other members of Slytherin also gathered together, staring at Fred and the others, and getting ready to fight. The girls of Gryffindor didn't sit idle to watch the show. They gathered here, especially Angelina said, Although private fights are not allowed, we won't be afraid of you. Wood heard what Angelina said and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. At this time, as the captain, he couldn't weaken Gryffindor's aura, so he could only stare at Flint and the others. In the auditorium, Ronald and others had already stood up, looking worriedly at the tense people who might fight. Colin was taking pictures. He deeply felt that this was big news and said, If they fight, I think Harry Potter will be very brave. This is definitely a good time to take more valuable photos chance. When Hermione heard Colin's words, she slapped Colin on the head with some anger and shouted, Colin, if they fight, you must not take pictures, otherwise all of them will be punished. Colin was warned by Hermione, and the original impulse was instantly extinguished. He is a Harry fan, how could Harry be punished? What are they doing? Kate Lyle's voice sounded, and Hermione and the others couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. Kate Lyle walked towards Ronald and the others, looked at Harry and the others in the confrontation below, and had a guess in her heart. Are they discussing something? Hermione hastily explained, although they are very familiar with Kate Lyle. And know that Professor Kate Lyle will not deduct points easily and behaved very kindly, but if Harry and the others really fight privately, and it is a private fight between a dozen people, it will be a big event. Professor Kate may not continue to speak so well. Harry, have you discussed it? When will the training start? Didn't we come to see you chatting? Ronald heard Hermione's words and immediately reacted, so he shouted to Harry in the field. Ronald's voice attracted everyone, and they all looked over. When they saw Kate Lyle sitting in the auditorium, the expressions of Harry, Malfoy, and others changed slightly. In front of the professor, if he continued to do it, he would hang himself and seek death. Harry Potter, that's the way it is this time. I don't want to lose face in front of Professor Kate. However, we Slytherins are going to use this arena. Flint. Hearing Malfoy's words from the side, despite being dissatisfied and rebellious, Flint had to calm down at this moment and took out a note, saying, "We have a note specially signed by Professor Snape." Harry and the others looked at the contents of the note, which read, "I, Professor Severus Snape, allow the Slytherin team to train on the Quidditch pitch today to train their new Seekers. I'm the new Seeker, so this field is ours now," Malfoy said lightly. Harry frowned slightly. With Snape's special approval note, they really couldn't compete with snatching today's Quidditch pitch for training. Wood's face was a little gloomy. After all, they gave a tactical explanation yesterday, and today they were even more excited to train hard, but they were blocked by Slytherin, which made them uncomfortable. "Well, it's yours now." Harry also knew that there was no way to fight it, so he said simply. Harry turned around to look at Fred and George and said with a smile, "The field is gone, so let's relax a little bit. Just take advantage of this time. Let's change our equipment so as not to be called poor." Fred and George had smiles on their faces when they heard Harry's words. George even said, "This is a good notice." After hearing George's words, Wood, Angelina and the others were at a loss as to what was going on now. Wood, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, let's go, let's buy a new Nimbus 2001, so that their so-called advantages no longer have advantages. Harry looked at Wood and the others and said with a smile, "So, your Nimbus 2001, I have it. Harry, are you sure?" Wood asked with some uncertainty. "We don't have that much money to buy Nimbus 2001, Harry." Katie said a little unsure. "That's not a problem. I'll take care of your Nimbus 2001. Harry laughed quickly after hearing that, "And as a reward, you will help me win this year's championship." "It's not a problem, we are not short of money," Harry said confidently. The presence of Kate Lyle made Malfoy put in 100% effort in practice. Kate Lyle did not leave, but looked at the Slytherin team that had already started training. This is not only his personal reasons, but also the support from his father. "Ha ha ha, great, we will have Nimbus 2001 too." Katie's eyes lit up. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Harry's hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Really, Harry?" Wood and the others cheered excitedly and left. Malfoy and the others looked a bit ugly, but they also knew that they were watching Harry and the others leave, so they didn't dare to mess around. Seeing that the private fight did not happen, Ronald and the others breathed a sigh of relief, bid farewell to Kate Lyle, and left immediately. "Trust Harry, we are not short of money." Fred and George, standing beside Harry, smiled at Katie and the others. Buying broomsticks from the Nimbus 2001 series, Harry wasn't kidding, and he had enough capital to replace them for all the members. However, it's school time, so they can't leave school either. For this matter, Harry first thought of Kate Lyle, followed by Hagrid. So after lunch, Harry came to see Kate Lyle. "So you want me to help you buy 7 Nimbus 2001 series broomsticks?" Kate Lyle laughed after hearing about Harry's intentions. "Yes, Professor Kate, can you help me?" Harry nodded expectantly. "It's not a problem." Kate Lyle nodded and said with a smile, "But you have to understand that in a Quidditch game, the competition is not only about speed, but also wisdom and skill." Harry naturally understood what Kate Lyle meant, but now it was a matter of face, and he had already boasted a lot, so he really bought the broomstick of the Nimbus 2001 series. Harry said confidently, "Professor Kate, I understand, and I also believe that I can win the Quidditch competition. In this case, then you can take a walk with me, just take this opportunity to relax." Kate Lyle is still relatively lenient towards Harry, so she suggested. When Harry heard this, his eyes lit up, and he said with great anticipation, "Professor Kate, is this true? Taking you away for a while is just a very easy thing. Besides, how many times have I taken you away from school?" Kate Lyle patted Harry's head and said with a smile. Harry had a smile on his face, very happy. Once they were taken out by Kate Lyle, more for training, collecting herbs, identifying more herbs, etc. But they never took them to go shopping in Diagon Alley to buy things. After leading Harry out of the small mansion, Kate Lyle immediately used apparatus to bring Harry to Diagon Alley almost in a short moment. Diagon Alley seemed to be very lively no matter what time of day it was. Harry looked at the bustling crowd and people who were bargaining and said with a smile, "I hope the broomstick shop has the newly launched broomsticks of the Nimbus 2001 series. There should be." Kate Lyle laughed. "Professor Kate, I need to go to Gringotts to get enough galleons before I go to buy them." Harry turned and walked towards Gringotts, said, "Let's go, I'll go with you." Kate Lyle smiled. In Gringotts, Harry and Kate Lyle followed the goblin to the warehouse and took 4,000 galleons. A handful of the latest Nimbus 2001 series costs 400 galleons, which is already very expensive for many families. P.S. I don't know exactly how much and there is no information to check, so let's count according to this. However, for Harry, this was just pocket money. After all, now he still has a big gold brick, which he hides very tightly. Karina's Broomstick Store, a very famous store in Diagon Alley, where you can buy broomsticks from almost every company. At the glass at the entrance of the store, Harry saw the broomstick of the Nimbus 2001 series at a glance, and exclaimed happily, "Professor Kate, look, this is the broomstick of the Nimbus 2001 series. Aren't you going to act yet?" Kate Lyle reminded. Harry nodded happily, rushed into the store, ignored the other people who were watching the Nimbus 2001 series, and said directly to the boss, "I need 9 broomsticks from the Nimbus 2001 series, ma'am." Hearing this, Karina took a careful look at Harry, then looked at Kate Lyle behind her, and immediately smiled at Harry. "Sir, today is not April Fool's Day. Are you sure you want 9 Nimbus 2001, a series of broomsticks?" "I'm pretty sure, ma'am." Harry produced a bag full of galleons. Looking at the gleaming Garin in the bag, Karina instantly showed a sweet smile on her face. She took out her wand and pointed it at Garin in the bag. After a while, she said with a smile, "Congratulations, sir. You successfully bought 9 Nimbus 2001 series broomsticks in my store." While speaking, Karina even waved her hand towards the counter beside her with her magic wand. 9 boxes containing Nimbus 2001 series broomsticks flew to Harry, stacked a little high. "If it's not convenient for you, do you need us to deliver it for you?" Karina looked at Harry Potter and asked with a smile, "Thank you, I can take it away." After thanking Harry, he put all the broomsticks into the bag that had been cast with the no-mark stretching technique. Coming out of the specialty store, Harry and Kate Lyle did not leave immediately, but wandered around in Diagon Alley. The opportunity was rare, so Harry planned to buy some snacks or small gifts with the remaining 400 galleons and give them to his friends. Harry and Kate Lyle didn't return to the school's small bungalow until class was about to start in the afternoon. "Harry, if you believe me, you can give me the broomstick, and I'll help you modify it a little bit." Kate Lyle laughed. "Of course there is no problem, Professor Kate." Although Harry didn't know how Kate Lyle would transform, this did not affect Harry's trust in Kate Lyle at all. Therefore, Harry took out all 9 broomsticks, put them on the table, and hurried to class. Kate Lyle smiled, looked at the latest Nimbus 2001 series of broomsticks, took out a handful of broomsticks, and brought all the broomsticks to the room next to the laboratory. This is where Kate Lyle made alchemy, and now Kate Lyle is going to transform him. "Harry, you're finally back," Ronald said excitedly when he saw Harry coming back. "Where did you go? We thought you were at Professor Kate's place. When we went to find you, neither you nor Professor Kate were at home," Hermione also asked. After hearing this, Harry said in a low voice, "Professor Kate and I went to Diagon Alley, and I bought you a lot of delicious snacks and small gifts." Hermione tugged at Harry's clothes and said, "Did you really buy the Nimbus 2001 broomstick?" Facing the praise and amazement of his classmates, Harry said a little shyly, "It's not short of money, it's a small thing. 9 broomsticks from the Nimbus 2001 series. Merlin's beard, that's how you bought it." Ronald couldn't help exclaiming after hearing Harry's words. And the news spread quickly in the school after class was over. All of a sudden, the whole class knew that Harry had bought 9 Nimbus 2001 series broomsticks and was going to give away 8 of them. Ronald's words also caught the attention of the whole class at the first time, and they came together. "Of course, what I say is absolutely true, and I bought 9 at a time, you all have a share." Harry laughed. When Ronald and Hermione heard this, their eyes lit up, and they were a little excited at the same time. Ding ding ding. The sound of get out of class dismissing sounded. Harry, Ronald and Hermione rushed out of the classroom first and headed into the distance. Behind the 3 of Harry, there were a group of students. They were all looking forward to seeing the broomsticks of the Nimbus 2001 series, so without much time, everyone gathered outside the small bungalow. "Professor Kyle, can I get my broomstick now?" In the small bungalow, Harry looked at Kate Lyle and asked, Of course, I have completed simple modifications to all 9 broomsticks. Kate Lyle pointed to the 9 long boxes beside her and said with a smile. Excited, Harry quickly stepped forward, opened a box, and handed a broomstick of the Nimbus 2001 series to Hermione first, and said with a smile, "Hermione, this is for you." "Thank you, Harry." Hermione took the broomstick of the Nimbus 2001 series, looked it up and down, and said excitedly, "Is this mine?" Ronald had already opened the box first, took out a handful, and said, "Must, Ronald, you are my good friend." Harry dismantled one himself and smiled. "Let me tell you a little secret. After you fly into the sky, you might as well put your magic power into the broomstick. There will be a big surprise." Kate Lyle laughed. When the 3 of Harry heard this, they were a little bit suspicious, but also a little bit looking forward to it, and couldn't wait to rush out of the room with their broomsticks, intending to share their Nimbus 2001 series broomsticks with their classmates. "Harry, I heard that you have already purchased the Nimbus 2001 series of broomsticks for us." Wood rushed over with great excitement and anticipation, and called. Behind Wood, there are Fred, George, Alicia, Katie, and Angelina, all of whom are looking forward to and excited. Now in the school, it is almost rumored that Harry is a local tyrant, and he gave the Gryffindor team a broom of the Nimbus 2001 series for free. Almost all the students were shocked by Harry's arrogance, and they were looking forward to what the latest Nimbus 2001 series of broomsticks looked like and how fast they were. Of course, come quickly. Harry smiled excitedly when he saw Wood and the others coming. After a while, Harry and the others brought Wood to the room, and each received a broom of the Nimbus 2001 series. "Are you ready?" Looking at Wood and the others lined up in a row, Harry asked with an excited smile. "Ready." Ronald yelled excitedly while sitting on the broomstick. Wood and the others also responded excitedly, and behind them there were hundreds of students watching from the sidelines. "Take off." Following Harry's cry, everyone kicked their feet on the ground and raised their broomsticks. In an instant, all 7 of them flew out, leaving behind a trail of backs. "Ah, so fast. It feels really good." Flying in the sky with the howling wind, Ronald cheered excitedly, and soon he was sucked in a breath of cold air which almost choked him. Angelina and the others were even more crazy, sitting on the broomstick of the Nimbus 2001 series, doing various actions above the void, and their long hair was blowing in the wind. Ronald, Hermione, Wood, Fred, George, Alicia, Katie, Angelina, use your magic power to imbue the broomsticks. Harry saw the crowd gathered, so he thought of Kate Lyle's words, that is to say. When Ronald and Hermione heard this, they immediately reacted, and Wood and the others still had some doubts. And just when Wood and the others were puzzled, Harry, Ronald, and Hermione suddenly accelerated and disappeared into the distance. This speed is faster than their current speed, which shocked Wood and others. "Ah." George took the lead in trying it, and when he didn't pay attention, he flew out and was frightened. "Woo-oh, that's great." Fred's voice disappeared after a long drag. Wood, Angelina, and the others also tried, and disappeared further away with a whoosh in an instant. The students who were watching Harry and the others flying on the ground looked at each other in blank dismay. They could clearly see the flight trajectory of Harry and the others, but now they couldn't grasp it suddenly. It felt like they suddenly appeared in another direction. Harry and the others had already flown to the surface of the lake. 7 of them sat in a row, playing and playing, causing waves of spray, and there was no shortage of cheers. Harry stopped in midair, his face flushed with excitement. During this extremely fast gallop, they didn't feel any coldness, nor did any cold wind make their cheeks hurt. After they poured magic power into the broomsticks, their speed definitely exceeded 180 miles per hour, and there was also a weak barrier that blocked the icy wind, making them almost unaffected. "This feels really great. Is this the Nimbus 2001 series?" "Harry, thank you. This is definitely the most expensive gift I've ever received in my life." Wood stopped beside Harry, blushing, panting. Angelina and the others docked one after another, cheering happily and laughing loudly. With the setting sun, the red clouds on the lake's surface were introduced, and the picture in front of them was very beautiful. "This is no ordinary broom from the Nimbus 2001 series. They are unique." Harry grabbed the broom excitedly and said, "Did you know? This is a broom modified by Professor Kate. That little secret belongs to us alone. Malfoy and the others don't have such treatment." Wood and the others looked at Harry and became even more excited. At this moment, if they still understand anything, it is simply too stupid. "So this matter must not be told to anyone, you know. This year's Quidditch champion, we have decided. No, there are still a few years in the future, and we have to make up our minds." Harry said excitedly again, "Gryffindor champion must win." Wood clenched his fists and shouted extremely excitedly, "Gryffindor champion must win." Gryffindor champion must win. Gryffindor champion must win. When Harry and the others heard this, they all cheered like wood. In the face of such a secret weapon, if they still can't win the championship, it can only be said that they have failed too much. When everyone returned to the school, they were immediately surrounded by students and asked about their feelings. Even Andy, Seamus, and others wanted to try it. Regarding this point, Harry graciously lent them the feeling of sitting on and trying the Nimbus 2001 series. As long as that little secret is not revealed, nothing else matters. Malfoy was in a bad mood. He didn't expect that Harry Potter actually bought the Nimbus 2001 series broomsticks for the Gryffindor team and became a school audience figure because of his humanity. Even more so, Malfoy's incomparable envy and jealousy towards Harry Potter. "Draco, I found you." A voice sounded, and a figure appeared in front of Malfoy. Malfoy looked at Ella Easton, who appeared in front of him, frowned slightly and said, "Is there anything, Ella?" Malfoy was no stranger to Ella in front of him. During these times, she always followed Snape to learn dark element magic, and made Malfoy feel threatened. Of course, the most important thing is that he can often see Ella Easton giving him a weird smile. "Could it be that I can't find you if there's nothing wrong?" Ella Easton smiled strangely when she heard the words. This kind of laughter made Malfoy very uncomfortable, so he snorted coldly. "Just say what you want, I don't have time to talk to you." "I want to challenge you, please accept my challenge." Ella Easton stared at Malfoy and smiled. Malfoy, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around, stared at Ella Easton and said in a deep voice, "You said you want to challenge me. If there is no problem with your ears, I really want to challenge you." Ella Easton didn't have the big reaction of Malfoy, but chuckled instead. "You are very confident in your dark elemental magic." Malfoy stared at Ella Easton and sneered, "But have you forgotten something? A magician who can restrain you. So what?" Ella Easton smiled slightly, turned and left. "I don't think you would refuse my challenge, would you? From a distinguished pureblood family, the noble Draco Malfoy." Malfoy looked at Ella Easton's back and clenched his fists. At this moment, he felt threatened and humiliated. The other party was only a first-year freshman who had been enrolled for more than half a year, and he dared to challenge him at this time. Is this someone who dares to take advantage of him? "Thank you very much for your choice. I will make you regret it, Ella Easton." Malfoy stepped out and walked towards the Elemental Magic Dueling Club, said. Ella Easton heard Malfoy's words, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. At this time, she smiled purely. However, under this purity and gentleness, there was a bit of madness in those eyes. "Ella, you are making a stupid decision that is causing too much attention and unnecessary trouble." When Ella Easton walked around a corner, a girl was leaning against the wall with her head lowered slightly, wearing a black hat and a mask that covered half of her cheeks. It looks a bit mysterious and dark. Ella Easton heard the other party's words and said with a smile, "Lena Bilton, believe my eyes. I can see your heart clearly. If it were you, you would definitely be crazier than me, and you can't wait to see it now, just do it." The girl named Lena Bilton slowly raised her head when she heard Ella Easton's words. Although she couldn't see her specific appearance clearly, her small cherry mouth showed a bit of a weird smile. "It looks a bit black-bellied, crazy and irritable. Be careful to hide your identity. We don't want to be implicated by you." Lena Bilton left a sentence and turned to leave. Ella Easton looked out at the moonlight through the window, with a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. That night, the duel between Ella Easton and Malfoy in the arena of the elements quickly spread. In this battle, Ella Easton directly made her own reputation, and even shocked the students by the power of dark elemental magic. Because in this duel, although Malfoy won, he didn't take much advantage. On the contrary, under the attack of Ella Easton's dark elemental magic, he lost 60 points and was almost cleared out. Of course, Malfoy, who became angry from embarrassment, also made Ella Easton suffer. But even so, Ella Easton did not feel angry or disappointed after the loss. On the contrary, she smiled directly at Malfoy. "I will challenge you again after a while. I'm not only going to challenge you, but also Harry Potter." Ella Easton's words spread quickly. On this day, Harry and Ella Easton Chen gave me the topic of characters. Of course, Malfoy also received more attention as he wished, but the topics they discussed were different. "Harry, did you hear about the duel between Malfoy and Ella Easton?" Seeing Harry coming back from Quidditch training, Ronald said hastily, "The duel between Malfoy and Ella Easton." Harry was a little taken aback when he heard this, and felt extremely curious. They were no strangers to Ella Easton, because during these times, Harry had heard from Ginny about how strong and smart Ella Easton was in the first grade. They have experienced the power of dark elemental magic many times before, and they still remember the first time they experienced it. It was a contest with Snape in the secret room. In that contest, they lost a complete mess. If Professor Kate hadn't appeared in time, they would definitely have suffered painful punishment. Who won? Harry asked expectantly. Malfoy, Ronald responded. Hearing this, Harry said with some regret, "That's really a pity." When Ronald heard it, he said regretfully, "I feel the same way. However, I also have to admit that Ella Easton is definitely a genius. She has mastered 3 traditional magics and 3 elementary dark elemental magics and uses them flexibly. She feels like a ghost to me. It's too difficult." Well, this is really surprising, but we can't be careless. Malfoy was originally full of advantages, but just like that, he was also worn out by 60 points, and another time he was almost eliminated. It seems that Ella Easton, who possesses dark elemental magic, needs to be cautious. After all, dark elemental magic is one of the very rare magics. Harry was a little surprised when he heard that. You know, Malfoy's strength is very strong, and he was almost killed. If Malfoy lost to Ella Easton, it would be big news, and he would definitely be a joke. After all, our points are still very high, and there is no guarantee that Ella Easton will come to challenge us. In Kate Lyle's lab. While recording the data, Kate Lyle stared at the changes in the samples in the test tube, and said, "Severus, that student of yours has become famous in these days, challenging so many people in a row. Malfoy has been training with me for more than a year, and he has experienced the experience of a small world. In terms of combat experience and courage, he is no longer a child. As a result, in terms of not using the ability of magic warriors, I almost lost. Now, it has won many senior students one after another. It has been more than half a month since Malfoy was challenged by Ella Easton. During this half month, Ella Easton was like a fighting madman, appearing in the arena every day, winning more and losing less. The same is true. Let many people know how crazy and powerful this little girl who looks gentle on the outside is." Snape heard Kate Lyle's words and continued with his experiment without answering immediately. After a while, Snape recorded some data before he said, "Ella Easton is a genius. Her understanding of magic is beyond my imagination." Kate Lyle nodded slightly when she heard the words and said, "It's only half a year and you have achieved such results. You are indeed a remarkable genius." After a pause, Kate Lyle said again, "However, this little girl needs to pay special attention to observation." Snape frowned slightly, then leveled it out and continued with his experiment. Since Ella Easton was detected with dark element magic, he spent a lot of time teaching Ella Easton elemental magic. Over the past 6 months, he has not been disappointed. There was such a big commotion this time, and Snape was also somewhat happy in his heart. After all, it also showed that besides potions, Snape also had very good achievements in teaching defense against the dark arts. When the time came to October, the weather became a bit bad and humid, and there was even heavy rain from time to time. The mountains as far as the eye could see were filled with rain and fog, which also gave people a gloomy feeling. Harry was very busy these days, because he not only had to deal with those who challenged them, but also took time out for Quidditch training or potions learning, and even followed Kate Lyle, continuing to learn elements in depth magic. All of these squeezed Harry's spare time. Even so, Harry was tired and happy, because during these times he has gained a lot and is growing rapidly. "Ah, it's raining so hard." Harry touched the rain on his face and said somewhat complainingly. In the passageway of the Quidditch pitch, Harry grabbed his broomstick and quickly entered the passageway, and using fire elemental magic, he summoned the fire elemental elf, who surrounded his body to drive away the cold after being drenched in rain. Like Harry, there are also Wood, Fred and Angelina, who are all fire magicians. Of course, Harry and others also helped others, and when they returned to Gryffindor's lounge, their clothes had been dried and they were warm. It's been raining a lot these days. If we continue to practice like this, our body will be overwhelmed. Let's stop here for the time being. Take this opportunity to let everyone relax a little bit. I will inform you of the specific training time. Wood also knows too much is too late. The body is the capital of the revolution and so on, so a decision was made quickly. Great, Wood, you did a beautiful thing. Fred also felt quite uncomfortable. Hearing this, he was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. The 3 girls, Angelina, Alia and Katie, were even more relieved and smiled. After leaving the lounge, everyone also dispersed. Fred and George didn't know what to do, and when they left, they were somewhat mysterious. "Dead, killed you, blood, need blood." The sound of iron claws tearing across the steel bar suddenly sounded in my mind, and goosebumps also came out, and my whole body shuddered. Before Harry could react to what was going on, he heard a hoarse voice, intermittently resounding in his mind. "Who?" Feeling terrified, Harry couldn't help exclaiming, but found that there was no one around. In the quiet corridor, the lights were a bit dim, and as the breeze blew by, it swayed a little, and the reflected shadows fell on the wall and the ground, looking a bit particularly hideous. Suddenly, there seemed to be the sound of someone blowing out candles in my ears. In an instant, all the lights in the entire corridor were extinguished, and it became extremely dark. This sudden change made Harry alert, took out his wand and said, "Luminescence flashes." Dazzling light along with Harry's output of magic power, half of the corridor also became brighter. Harry wanted to see who was up to it and came to scare him. "Dead, killed you, blood, need blood," that voice sounded again. However, Harry found that he still didn't notice anyone in the corridor. Harry frowned, wondering where these voices came from. "Dead, killed you, blood, need blood." It sounded again and again. Harry panicked, and hurriedly ran to return to the Gryffindor lounge. Boom! Just around the corner, Harry bumped his head against something and bounced off. But soon, Harry was controlled again. "Harry, what are you afraid of?" Kate Lyle, who was in charge of the shift today, looked at the panicked Harry and asked in surprise. Harry landed and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the person in front of him was Kate Lyle. "Professor Kate, I heard some strange sounds, very strange." And just now, the lights in the corridor suddenly went out, and the sound became more intensive. Harry quickly explained that he was too flustered, and had an inexplicable feeling that the voice was aimed at him, and it was full of malice. "Dead, killed you. Blood, need blood." That voice sounded again, and Harry hurriedly said, "Professor Kate, did you hear that? The voice just now." Kate Lyle was taken aback for a moment when she heard the words, and then she understood. "That thing is about to start." Kate Lyle looked at the dark corridor, stretched out her hand, magic power surged, and the lights in the corridor were lit up one after another. "Although it's unbelievable, I didn't hear the voice you said. Despite this, what I can remind you is to make bold guesses and make bold moves. Any conspiracies and tricks are false in the face of absolute strength." Although Kate Lyle knew it in his heart, he really didn't hear it, but he couldn't speak too bluntly. Harry heard Kate Lyle's comfort, nodded heavily, and said seriously, "I will work hard, Professor Kate." After returning to the dormitory, Harry told Ronald about his own affairs. After Ronald heard it, he felt incredible. "Are you sure you're the only one who heard it?" Ronald said with a somewhat exaggerated expression, "Are you sure it wasn't Peeves who was behind the scenes?" Harry shook his head and said, "It can't be Peeves, and at the same time I'm very sure, and I'm the only one who heard it." Seeing Harry's seriousness, Ronald said, "Well, even Professor Kate can't hear the voice. It seems that there is some secret in it." In the evening, after Harry washed, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. "Dead, killed you, blood, need blood. You, door, die." A strange and hoarse voice echoed in his mind. He was the only one in the endless darkness, wandering constantly in the endless darkness. Waking up suddenly, Harry sat up straight, quickly picked up his glasses and looked around. The sun shone in, and it turned out that the sky was already bright. Wiping off his cold sweat, Harry immediately got up to take a shower. "Harry, your face is a little pale. Did you not sleep well last night?" Neville saw that Harry was not in a good state and asked with concern, "Do you need me to accompany you to the hospital?" "Thank you, Neville." Harry shook his head and said with a forced smile, "Maybe it's because he didn't sleep well last night." Neville didn't think too much, nodded, and said, "Pay attention to rest. You are very busy these days, and you have been squeezing your own time, which is a great burden on your body. By the way, if you don't mind, I have a refreshing soup that I prepared a few days ago. It can make people full of energy for a day. Do you need one? It is better than the refreshing potion in Miss Pomfrey's hand. Too much." When Hannah was not in a good mood, I gave her a drink. As a result, she was energetic all day, and she didn't doze off when she was reading. Because the recent weather is a bit cold and rainy, many teachers and students have caught the flu. Therefore, St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic and Magic has been very busy recently. Ginny also had a cold, and she was sick and listless, but Percy forced her to drink some refreshing potions. Although the refreshing potion is effective, it also has some side effects. For example, in the next few hours, there will be smoke from the ears from time to time. Then you will see that a certain student in class, or a student passing by in the corridor, will always have smoke coming out of their ears, like a moving locomotive, ejecting puffs of steam. Harry heard Neville's words, thought for a while, and said, "Give me one." Neville took out the non-traceable stretch bag, and took out a green potion from it, handed it to Harry, and said with a smile, "I hope you have a day full of energy." Harry didn't think much, and drank it in one gulp, saying, "Thank you for your blessing." In the morning, there was Lawstup's herbal medicine class, and in the afternoon, Professor Flitwick's charms class. Throughout the whole day, Harry was full of energy, and didn't intend to doze off at all. The efficacy of the refreshing soup was beyond Harry's imagination. In order to make himself tired and have a good night's sleep tonight, Harry had to go to the library to read a book, while killing time, let himself feel sleepy earlier. Reading a book was all Harry could think of to get himself to sleep quickly. However, when the library had to close and he was the last to leave, he was still in good spirits. I should know its effect. Back then, I prepared the refreshing soup with him. But why is this effect so strong? Neville must have secretly modified the formula. Harry couldn't help complaining as he walked back to the Gryffindor lounge. Just as Harry passed a corridor back to the Gryffindor lounge, a figure came out through the wall and saw Harry. "Hello, Nick." Harry smiled, looking at the ghost of the Gryffindor tower, nearly headless Nick. Nick was very fashionable at this time, with a fashionable feathered hat on his head and a knee-length tunic with a wheelie ruff, which concealed his appearance. The fact that the neck is almost completely cut off. He is like a wisp of smoke, vaguely absent. Harry could also look out at the dark sky and the pouring rain through his body. "Harry, it's great to see you. Now I officially invite you to participate in my 500th anniversary." Nick looked at Harry with a smile and handed over a somewhat transparent invitation letter like wafting smoke and said. Harry looked at the invitation, his cheeks twitching slightly. Not to mention that the invitation letter was transparent, he couldn't open it at all, so what the hell is this 500-year death anniversary? A birthday party in a ghost world. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you couldn't open it, but it's okay. My 500th birthday is just before Halloween." Nick saw Harry's expression and quickly realized it, so he laughed. "Harry, do you know? For the 500th anniversary of my death, I applied to Dumbledore for a very spacious basement classroom and hosted friends from all over the country there. By the way, I also invited Professor Kate. He expressed that he would be very happy to participate in my 500th death anniversary and promised to send me a big surprise. I am looking forward to it. I think you will be very happy to participate in my 500th death anniversary, don't you think so, Harry?" Seeing the excited and expectant Nick, Harry wanted to say, "I don't want to attend such a party," because Harry could imagine that it would definitely be a gloomy and cold party where all kinds of ghosts and ghosts would sacrifice their lives. Instead of participating in such a party, he would rather attend a party in the auditorium that is warm, rich in food and lively. However, Professor Kate also participated, which was somewhat beyond Harry's expectation. At the same time, Harry was also full of expectations for the surprise. Kate Lyle said, "Yes, Nick, I will definitely come to your party on time," Harry said with a smile. "Then can you tell Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger for me? I was trying to find them, but unfortunately they seem to have disappeared and I didn't find them," Nick said expectantly again. "No problem," Harry nodded again. Nick happily got into the wall and disappeared. Harry also immediately returned to the Gryffindor lounge and tried to find Hermione and told her about the 500th anniversary of Nick's death. Harry couldn't find Hermione, and her roommate said she hadn't seen her since dinner. This made Harry a little nervous. Did something happen to Hermione? Harry didn't dare to imagine and hurried back to his dormitory to look for Ronald. It turned out that Ronald was not in the dormitory either, and Neville and the others said that they did not see Ronald tonight. Where did Hermione and Ronald go? Harry frowned and decided to go out and look for it, and just as Harry came to the common room, Ronald and Hermione came back looking very happy. "Where have you been?" Harry was a little worried about the safety of Ronald and Hermione. After all, he felt the danger approaching, especially, he also remembered Dobby's warning. Therefore, he was a little afraid that some people would attack Ronald and Hermione, thus threatening him. "We are helping out at St. Mungo's Magical Hospital. Our refreshing soup and Zucalan medicinal soup have helped many students and staff who have a cold. You know, Madame Pomfrey mentioned us to Professor Dumbledore, and then Professor Dumbledore specially awarded us 50 Gryffindor points." Ronald looked at Harry and said excitedly. Harry didn't expect that Ronald and the others went to help St. Mungo's Hospital for Magic and Magic, which also made Harry breathe a sigh of relief. So Harry told the story of Nick's 500th anniversary of his death, the birthday party. Hermione said with great interest after hearing the news, "This is really strange. I'm sure that few people have attended such a party. He must be very interesting." Especially, Professor Kate also participated. Now I am full of expectations for what kind of surprise Professor Kate will give Nick. Although Ronald didn't like to go, seeing Hermione's high spirits, he decided to attend the party together. In the following time, in anticipation, although the weather is still bad, the joy of life is still full of laughter. Reading, chatting, doing homework, and gathering in the Gryffindor common room by the way, watching the twin brothers Fred and George doing small experiments, which aroused everyone's interest and brought laughter. Halloween Eve. With the help of Professor Flitwick, Hagrid and other staff, the Halloween banquet was beautifully decorated and full of atmosphere. Hagrid was extremely happy when he saw the huge pumpkins he had planted carved into lanterns and showed them off to everyone. In addition to various exquisite decorations, there are also various delicacies in the banquet auditorium, and the tangy aroma permeates the entire auditorium and floats out of the corridor. In addition to these, there will be more programs in the banquet auditorium to add to the fun in the evening. This made Harry, Ronald and Hermione suddenly reluctant to attend Nick's 500th death anniversary party. "What are you doing here?" Kate Lyle looked at the three of Harry standing at the corner of the corridor and asked curiously. The three of Harry looked at the Kate Lyle who appeared, and the idea of hesitation immediately became the backbone. "Professor Kate, you accepted Nick's invitation, didn't you?" Harry asked. Kate Lyle laughed and said, "Yes, the Ghost's 500th anniversary party. Don't you think it's very interesting?" Hermione smiled when she heard Kate's words and said, "I think so too. The only thing that makes us hesitate is whether there is something suitable for us to eat." It was not without reason that Hermione said so. After all, there may not be many living people who appear on the stage, and the rest are dead ghosts. Can living people eat the things that ghosts eat? Kate Lyle thought for a while and said with a smile, "It should be. Although Nick looks a little funny, he should be concerned about the existence of us living people. Let's go look at this. Nick invited you too." Naturally, the three of Harry had no problem, and immediately followed Kate Lyle and walked towards the underground classroom. Walking in the dark passage, looking at the candles on the wall, it took a long time to light one. Harry raised his hand and used the fire elemental magic to light all the candles in the corridor, but soon it was extinguished by Kate Lyle. Although such a light can illuminate our way, it is even more important to Nick. He is the protagonist tonight. This kind of atmosphere can better set off Nick's identity. Harry, who was about to explain, understood Kate Lyle's words. "Nick, this guy, some people will enjoy it." "What kind of waltz is this?" Hermione heard the soothing music playing in her ears and then said with interest, "I don't know, but it's really comfortable." Kate Lyle has never heard of it, but this does not affect their enjoyment of this kind of music, the comfort it brings, and it can also make people feel happy. Walking around the corner, Nick, who greeted guests at the door, was covered with a black velvet curtain. When he saw the four of Kate and Lyle coming, he flew over excitedly and shouted, "Professor Kate, it's really great that you can come." "All right, I was just afraid that you didn't have time to come and participate. Nick, you are my friend. How could I not come on your 500th anniversary, and this is the first time I have attended such a dinner party. I am very much looking forward to it." Kate Lyle laughed. Hearing Kate Lyle's words, Nick laughed happily, and it took a while to greet the three of Harry. "Harry, oh, let me see Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. You are very welcome to come. I am very happy." Nick took off his hat with feathers and bowed to the four of Kate. As Nick entered the big classroom that was set up as a party, Harry and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. It was crowded with hundreds of milky, translucent figures, most of them waltzing and hugging each other on the packed dance floor. In a corner, there is a skull band that looks a little scary, but also has a sense of joy, and they are playing to their heart's content. However, one thing that the three of Harry couldn't quite accept was that it looked beautiful, and the thousands of blue flames floating on the roof did not bring warmth, but instead made them feel a little cold. There are many ghosts here, which Harry and the others have never seen, but there are also some ghosts that Harry knows. For example, Bloody Baron in Slytherin, Fat Friar in Hufflepuff, Lady Grey in Ravenclaw, as well as Peeves, Moaning Myrtle and Cuthbert Binns, to name a few. Departed gentlemen and ladies, let us give a warm welcome to this evening's distinguished guests. He is known far and wide, the creator of elemental magic, Professor Kate Lyle. Nick flew to the middle of the stage excitedly and shouted loudly. As Nick's voice sounded, all the ghosts were stunned for a moment and then became extremely excited. They have already heard about Kate Lyle's fame. In particular, Kate Lyle even created special elemental magic, which is said to be very powerful. The next moment, these ghosts all gathered towards Kate Lyle. At this moment, the expressions of the three of Harry changed. Hundreds of ghosts gathered here and gave people a cold feeling, trembling subconsciously. Kate Lyle looked at these ghosts and released a peaceful, holy light from her body, shining on these ghosts. The picture of being purified in the imagination did not appear, but instead made these ghosts feel sublimated and extremely comfortable. Not only that, but there were also some black filth on them, which was purified under this holy light, and with Nick the same is true. Just 10 seconds later, these ghosts are no longer simply translucent. If they are not touched, they look as if they have entities, very real, and their spirits are also very good. Thank you for your enthusiasm, but tonight is the 500th anniversary of Nick's death, and I am not the protagonist. However, Nick's invitation made me feel extremely looking forward to it, and by Nick's invitation, I hope I can help you just now. Nick, this is a gift and surprise from me, I hope you like it. The holy light on Kate Lyle disappeared, looked at Nick, and smiled. Kate Lyle's voice awakened Nick, and Nick, who felt the actual changes in his body, was extremely excited and moved. Nick came to Kate Lyle, hooked his hand happily on Kate Lyle's shoulder, laughed and said, "Professor Kate, it's really great that you gave this surprise." As he said that, Nick looked at the ghosts and said with a smile, "Gentlemen and ladies, let's have a carnival." Following Nick's order, the hundreds of ghosts who had benefited were extremely excited and reveled, because they look no longer the translucent ghost emitting light, which is more interesting, and they like it more. The three of Harry could see clearly. At least these guys were no longer in a translucent state, and they even thought for a while that the guy standing in front of them Carnival was really a living person. "Professor Kate, Harry, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, this way please, we have something for you." Myrtle, Peeves, and Fat Friar came and cried happily. In order to take care of the identities of Professor Kate and others, Nick really prepared food that only living people could eat with Peeves, Myrtle, Fat Friar, and other school ghosts in a corner, and there were also good food around. The arrangement, a small fire was built to roast the meat and brought warmth. Such a small corner has a different kind of warmth, and it forms two different differences from the noisy party, but even so, Harry and the others were not left out in the cold. On the contrary, ghosts kept coming forward to greet them and make friends. Hermione was very courageous, and chatted with many ghosts in a short while. These ghosts have a long history, and they have seen a lot before they were alive, and they wandered around after death, and they have seen more. Many stories interested Hermione very much. This guy Ronald, and these drinking ghosts, started bragging a lot, or listening to other people bragging. Harry wasn't surprised either, but he didn't brag much and more, he showed his strength to the ghosts. Kate Lyle is undoubtedly the most watched among the ghosts. Even Sir Patrick, who came later riding 12 ghost horses, looked very well behaved like a younger brother in front of Kate Lyle, not at all rough and bold as usual. This made Nick on the side extremely proud. Nick is very sure that if Professor Kate is not in charge, Patrick's arrival will definitely ridicule him for not completely cutting off his head, and so on. The dinner was about the same, and the four of Kate Lyle also bid farewell to the party scene, while Nick continued to greet other ghosts whose nature was still extremely high. I didn't expect to participate in the ghosts' 500th death anniversary dinner for the first time, and it would be so interesting. They're just too funny. Walking in the corridor, Ronald said excitedly, "Yes, they are very interesting, but also very knowledgeable." Hermione agreed. They talked about a lot of interesting places. "I think we can organize a trip together during the holidays." Harry recalled the places mentioned by the ghosts and said with some yearning, apart from traveling to Small World, he has never traveled abroad. "This year's holiday, if you have time, you can form a group to go for fun." Kate Lyle heard the words and said with a smile. When the three of Harry heard this, they were full of anticipation. Tear you, kill you." Suddenly, a somewhat familiar and strange voice sounded in Harry's mind. He was so cold and angry. "Harry, what's the matter with you?" Hermione asked worriedly, seeing Harry, who suddenly stopped, didn't move and looked a little pale. Ronald seemed to have thought of something and asked from the side, "Harry, you didn't hear that voice, did you?" Kate Lyle looked at Harry thoughtfully. In her impression, when Harry heard this voice, it seemed that it happened when Harry left the party for the 500th anniversary of Nick's death on the eve of Halloween. "Yes, I heard it, did you hear it?" Harry looked at Ronald, Hermione, and Professor Kate expectantly. What he was looking forward to so much now was that they heard it too, not his personal problems. "I'm starving. I haven't tasted blood for a long time." That voice sounded again, and Harry said anxiously, "He's talking again, did you hear that?" Hermione and Ronald were silent, not knowing how to comfort Harry. Harry had no choice but to look at Kate Lyle, and just as he was about to speak, the voice sounded again. "It's time to kill. Who should start?" "Dead, dead." The sound became weaker and farther away. Harry had the feeling that the speaker was moving. Harry looked into the distance and felt that he had to go over there and stop the person who spoke. "He's over here." Harry started to run, so fast that he even used the wind magic gale curse directly. Obviously, Harry was extremely anxious. Professor Kate. Hermione and Ronald looked at Kate Lyle at this time, and they acted as the backbone. "Go and see, maybe what Harry said is true." Kate Lyle came to the two of them, put her hands beside them, and said. The next moment, Hermione and Ronald realized that they were moving rapidly, and the things around them were moving backwards rapidly. When they caught up with Harry, who stopped on the second floor, seemed to smell something and ran up quickly. Kate Lyle looked at Harry's back and followed him with an extremely calm expression. Harry, did you find something? Ronald looked at Harry standing around the corner and asked anxiously. Hermione was also worried about Harry, but she was the first to look for what Harry was looking for in the corridor. Suddenly, Hermione gasped, pointed to a corner of the corridor, and called, "Look there." There was a puddle of pus on the torch holder, liquid was dripping, and there was a smell of blood. Hermione and Ronald's expressions changed again, but they calmed down soon. No matter what, they have also experienced life and death in the small world, and they have seen more life and death. How can they be frightened by the sudden events in front of them? It's Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Ronald stepped forward, and when he saw that the thing hanging on the torch stand was a cat, he immediately realized it. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor, as well as the happy laughter after the tea and dinner, and some students came to the third floor, saw Kate Lyle standing at the stairs, and said hello. But they soon found that Kate Lyle didn't have much smile on her face and didn't respond to them. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and the air is an enemy. This made them feel puzzled. The Kate Lyle they usually saw kept smiling. She was a handsome nobleman who was as comfortable as a spring breeze. Draco Malfoy walked out from the crowd, glanced at Kate Lyle, then at Harry and the three of them. Then a few lines of blood on the wall caught his attention, and he read it out. A group of students were also attracted by the writing on the wall and became curious. They continued to move forward puzzled, but they found the three Harrys in front of them. In particular, they also saw Mrs. Norris hanging on the torch holder. The three of Harry also suddenly became nervous, especially Harry, who had already flew up and was about to take down Mrs. Norris. He was even more hesitant, but soon Harry made a decision to take Mrs. Norris away down. Alert! For a while, the scene suddenly became quiet. You're next, Mudblood. Everyone knows what the words on the wall mean. However, why Mrs. Norris was killed and why there was blood on the wall made them full of curiosity and doubts. With Professor Kate here, no one dared to doubt that this was what Kate Lyle ordered Harry to do, or that this was what Harry did. The more so, the scene became more and more quiet and terrifying. Draco Malfoy's eyes flickered on the writing on the wall and on Harry. Feeling told him that this would be a good opportunity. However, in this way, Professor Kate will be implicated, and some of his ideas will become ridiculous. Pursing his lips, Draco Malfoy remained silent. What happened here? Why don't you leave? Do you want to stay here overnight? Filch's voice came from the crowd, and it sounded disgruntled and irritable. Filch made his way through the crowd to see what was going on. Soon, Filch found Mrs. Norris. At this moment, Filch felt extremely fear and despair, even anger. My cat, what's the matter with Lady Norris? Filch rushed forward and snatched Mrs. Norris, who was still bleeding from Harry's hand, especially when he saw the hideous wound on Mrs. Norris' body. Filch was even more angry. Immediately, Filch looked at Harry and screamed, "You guys, did you kill my Mrs. Norris? You naughty, annoying little brats, I want you to pay the price." Kate Lyle stepped forward, put her hand on Filch's shoulder and said, "Argus. Your Mrs. Norris is not dead yet. Also, Mrs. Norris was not killed by Harry. He discovered this place and took down Mrs. Norris. In the original book, Harry at this moment is helpless, because he was suspected and there were many people who doubted him." When Filch heard Kate Lyle's words, he immediately reacted, looked at Professor Kate expectantly, and begged, "Professor Kate, can you save Mrs. Norris?" Kate Lyle showed a gentle smile on her face and said with confidence, "Of course." At the same time, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Snape, Lockhart and other professors also rushed over after hearing the news. "Oh, poor Mrs. Norris, that's really true." Professor McGonagall looked at Mrs. Norris's injury and couldn't help but whispered sympathetically. Dumbledore and Snape simply looked at Mrs. Norris, but more eyes fell on the blood writing on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and the air is an enemy. Alert, you're next, Mudbloods. Snape looked at the writing on the wall and began to read in a low voice, with doubts and contemplation revealed between his brows. Like Snape and Dumbledore, Professor Kate, save my Mrs. Norris. Filch's voice sounded again, making Dumbledore and the others pay attention to Mrs. Harry Norris. Kate Lyle nodded and said, "It has been petrified. First I need to unlock the magic on him." Disabling the petrification magic is very simple, and Kate Lyle easily dispelled it without even borrowing a wand. In the eyes of everyone, he took out another golden potion, and under the eyes of everyone, dripped it on Mrs. Luo Lissy's wound. There was a faint golden light emitting from the wound. and Mrs. Norris' wound was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 5 breaths, Mrs. Norris' wounds healed, and her limbs began to move. The next moment, Mrs. Ulysses seemed to recall her desperate experience, not only wanted to escape from Filch, but also let out a shrill cry. A group of students saw that Mrs. Norris, who was supposed to die, was resurrected by Kate Lyle. For a moment, they cheered. As much as they hated Filch and Mrs. Norris, they didn't want to see Mrs. Norris' tragedy either. It's a nice ending. Don't be afraid, Mrs. Norris, it's me, it's me. Filch was extremely excited and happy, with a happy smile on his ugly face. He shot one after another and grabbed Mrs. Norris, who was about to run away. In the end, Mrs. Norris also reacted, and Filch became quiet in her arms. However, looking at those small eyes looking around, it is obvious that even if it is quiet, it is still full of vigilance. What a miraculous potion. It can actually bring Mrs. Norris back to life, Lockhart said obsessively, looking at the unused golden potion in Kate Lyle's hand. Dumbledore also set his eyes on the golden potion and said, "This potion is indeed miraculous, and it is much better than the Mandrake Resurrection Potion. I can even imagine that it must have other more magical uses." Having said that, Dumbledore looked at the students and said, "Okay, children, now you have to forget about the things here and go back, wash up and sleep well, and get ready to welcome the beautiful sun tomorrow." The prefects of each grade make a good appearance and bring back the students from their respective colleges. So, everyone left under the leadership of their respective prefects. The 3 of Harry didn't leave, because they didn't know whether they should leave at this time. "Harry, Ronald, Hermione, you go back first." Kate Lyle looked at the 3 of Harry, who were a little dazed, and said, Seeing this, Dumbledore and the others did not stop them. "Let's find a place to sit down." Kate Lyle immediately looked at Dumbledore and the others and smiled. "Go to my place, this is the closest to my office." Lockhart was looking forward to the next conversation, so he took the initiative. "Okay, let's go to your place," Dumbledore said without thinking. A group of people came to Lockhart's office, and everyone's eyes fell on Kate Lyle. They also wanted to know what happened just now. Kate Lyle did not hide anything and told what happened tonight. "The 500th death anniversary party, is this true? Such a thing happened next to me, but I don't know anything about it. It's such amazing material that I missed it." After hearing what Kate Lyle said, Lockhart quickly reacted and said excitedly, "Your focus is actually here." Kate Lyle smiled, took a meaningful look at Snape and said, "He's much stronger than we thought. This matter needs to be taken seriously. Voldemort didn't really die." Looking at the quiet crowd, Lockhart knew his problem and he was too embarrassed to speak. After pondering for a moment, Dumbledore spoke, "We must take responsibility and pay close attention to the safety of the students. Professor Kate, Harry still needs your help to take care of him for a while. This child seems to trust you very much." Snape met Kate Lyle's gaze, and after a moment he retracted, lowering his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Listening to Lockhart's words, Snape, Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall all looked at Lockhart, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, especially Filch, who wanted to strangle Lockhart to death. Although Dumbledore said to let everyone forget about the murder of Mrs. Norris and the blood left on the wall, many students still discussed this matter in the next few days. They knew that this incident had nothing to do with Harry and the others, but the conspiracy behind this incident filled the students with curiosity and anticipation. Therefore, there are many students who speculate on this matter. And just a few days later, when everyone's discussion gradually weakened, some strange things happened one after another in the school. When a student got up to go to the toilet in the middle of the night, he was hanged in the toilet for some unknown reason. Fortunately, someone found it in time, and his life was not in danger. If this is the case, it may be said to be an accident. However, in different colleges, 1 or 2 things happen every day, so the result is different. For example, blood was splashed in a certain dormitory, and the word dead was left behind. For example, devil tree vines suddenly appeared in the school and attacked students or professors. For example, when the first-year students were learning the lesson of flying broomsticks, they all suddenly lost control, and many students were injured because of this. For another example, the students who were eating got food poisoning. The successive incidents plunged the students of Hogwarts into panic. In order to investigate the truth behind these incidents, Dumbledore, Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Teslap, etc., will conduct regular patrols every night, and even spare time during the day to investigate the corresponding incidents. The ghosts throughout Hogwarts were also questioned by Dumbledore. "Kate, I heard from Professor McGonagall that you have a crystal ball that can see everyone in Hogwarts School." Dumbledore found Kate Lyle and asked. Kate Lyle laughed and said, "No." Dumbledore groaned slightly, not knowing what to think. Kate Lyle didn't bother Dumbledore either, and prepared a cup of coffee for him and herself. A lot of things have happened during these times. We need to calm everyone's mood as soon as possible and let them concentrate on their studies. Dumbledore was silent for a moment and then said, facing Dumbledore's gaze, Kate Lyle smiled and said, "What is this? Albus, they look scared, but they are just a small group of people. In fact, they are more courageous than we imagined. So you have to trust their courage and ability, they will solve it." "Who are they?" Dumbledore asked, puzzled. "Of course it's a lovely student." Kate Lyle smiled while drinking coffee, savoring the sweetness in it. Dumbledore was silent. Even though it was only the past year, Dumbledore had to admit that the current students were really bold and brave, which was not seen in the previous students. And all these changes come from the Elemental Magic Dueling Club. Fate bracelets, obstacles in the competition venue, etc. have liberated these students' natures, making their shots more bold, and as the competition continues, they have become more and more smart. This is a rapid growth. "Are you Ginny's brother Ronald? Something happened to your sister." After lunch break, Harry went to class together with Ronald and Neville, when suddenly a girl rushed over and shouted, "What? Where is she now?" When Ronald heard this, he shouted extremely nervously. Harry and Neville also became nervous when they heard the words. This was not only the brother's sister, but also their friend. "On the way to the hospital, we were going to go to class, but Ginny suddenly passed out," the girl responded. Ronald suddenly started to run very fast. Harry and Neville hurried to catch up. St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic and Magic. When the three of Ronald arrived, Ginny was still lying on the bed, pale and unconscious. "Madame Pomfrey, how is my sister?" Ronald asked anxiously. When Ronald finished speaking, Percy, Fred and George rushed over after receiving the news. They are just such a little sister, so for the younger sister, they will still try their best to take care of her feelings, especially in school. The younger sister has left the protection of their parents, and they, as older brothers, need to shoulder this responsibility even more. The same is true, looking at Ginny, who is unconscious at this time. They are also extremely anxious. "What's the situation now?" Fred asked extremely nervously. Madame Pomfrey herself checked Ginny's situation, looked at Ronald and the others and said, "Gentlemen of the Weasley family, Ginny just fainted from fright. I think she must have experienced some horrible things before this. In the end, I will let her drink the medicinal soup, and after she wakes up, you must try to comfort her, but you must remember that you must be gentle, otherwise it will scare her even more." After Madame Pomfrey finished speaking, she turned and left. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills are still very good, so Ronald and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Who is threatening Ginny? I will teach him a lesson." Fred clenched his fists and said angrily, "He must pay the price." George said angrily. Harry listened to their angry low growls and frowned, and he had a bad feeling. These days he hasn't been able to sleep well, because he hears that weird sound from time to time. During these times, all kinds of weird and bizarre things happened in the school. There were footsteps in the distance, and Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore finally rushed over after receiving the news. As for Kate Lyle, she directly apparated to the door and walked over. Dumbledore glanced at the approaching Kate Lyle, nodded, and said, "Kate." Kate Lyle nodded towards the other party, and then came to Ginny's side, and in the eyes of everyone, stretched out her hand. Harry, Fred and the others looked at the sudden appearance of the skeleton hand and took a step back in fright. "This is the information that can be checked so far." Kate Lyle nodded, put away the crystal ball and said, "Perhaps there are other reasons." The holy light shrouded Ginny, which made the comatose Ginny look much more relaxed. This light was thrown into the crystal ball by Kate Lyle. The crystal ball radiated light, and a picture appeared in front of everyone. However, in this state, we can only wait for her to wake up first. Kate Lyle looked at Ginny, searching for something quickly in her mind, and said in a deep voice. And when Kate Lyle closed her hand, she also saw a ray of light coming out of Ginny's forehead. "Is that why Ginny was so frightened?" Professor McGonagall asked hesitantly. In the pitch-black picture, a big hand with bones suddenly appeared and grabbed them at an extremely fast speed, and when they reacted, the big hand disappeared again. Ginny was struck and passed out by something that Kate Lyle didn't remember. Some things are deviating from the development of the original story and have changed. Is there someone else playing tricks behind this? Today's Hogwarts is not that simple. The existence of elemental magic, as well as the active Death Eaters, even if some students have taken the potion and lifted the control of the Imperious Curse, but this is only a part of them. So among so many students who have become loyal Death Eaters. Becoming a Death Eater doesn't necessarily need to be marked. These children are still too young, and they can easily become the object of attention. The people behind the Death Eaters will never do such a stupid thing. Since then, things seem to be back to the original point. To solve these problems, it is necessary to find out the Death Eaters among the students. Kate Lyle, who returned to the small bungalow, leaned on the sofa, squinted her eyes, and fell into a short thought. After half an hour, Kate Lyle entered the alchemy laboratory room. By the lake next to Hogwarts College, a dozen people gathered at this time. These people are recognized and familiar to Harry, including Harry's roommates, Luna Jennifer, Cedric, Hans Forbes, Edward Wilson, Hermione, Hannah Abbott, Fred, George Waite. Ginny's situation made Harry worry, especially during these times. There were many similar situations among other students. These senses of crisis made Harry have to fight back. Our school is too big. Depending on what the professors say, they can't always pay attention to the safety of all students. I think we must take action. Harry's eyes sparkled with wisdom and sharpness, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" Hermione asked. Harry glanced at Hermione, and then recounted some of the voices he heard these days. Although you may find it unbelievable, it is the truth. Every time I hear some voices, it also means that someone has been killed, or is on the way to be killed. But I also found some problems. That is, when I didn't hear the sound, someone still had an accident. So I guess there are still some forces in this school that we don't know, taking this opportunity to create panic and attack us. Having said that, Harry said in a deep voice again, "Maybe their goal is this school, or it may be me." After hearing Harry finish speaking, everyone at the scene remained silent. Ronald and Hermione knew about Harry's situation, but the others didn't. In fact, they also found it incredible. "I believe you, Harry Potter. Maybe there are some people around us who are being controlled by others, or maybe they are. For example, they are members of the Death Eaters," Luna Jennifer said after a moment of silence. Cedric glanced at Luna Jennifer with a smile on his face and said, "It seems that there are people who think the same as me. A month ago, those who were called away by the dean all returned in a trance for a period of time. And according to the information I have investigated, they must have been controlled by Death Eaters during the holidays, such as the Imperious Curse. The professor called them over to help them undo the Imperious Curse." Luna Jennifer glanced back at Cedric with a smile on her face, and Cedric smiled back. Fred and George clapped their hands together, and then Fred laughed and said, "Phew, I don't have to suppress it at last." It turned out that we weren't the only ones who thought of it. George nodded again and said, "Yes, we have thought about this matter for a long time, but we dare not say it." Harry actually knew it in his heart, because Kate Lyle had told him about it. Since everyone is clear in their hearts, I won't say much else. In the coming time, please be sure to pay attention to students who have special abnormalities. Luna Jennifer, Cedric and others nodded seriously, expressing their agreement. The crowd dispersed, and for a short period of time, Harry and the others paid close attention to the people around them. Ginny woke up, and the memory of what happened at that time was not much different from the memory pulled out by Kate Lyle. The only thing worth noting was that Ginny felt as if her soul had been severely pumped out. Kate Lyle checked Ginny's physical condition again, and after confirming that there were no other problems, Harry and the others relaxed. "Ella, your actions have been focused on." Lena Bilton looked at Ella Ilton and said flatly, "Be quiet for me recently. Our mission is to lurk in the school. Before receiving any orders, we are to learn elemental magic and graduate from this school." Ella Elton glanced at Lena Bilton with a smile on the corner of her mouth and said, "Of course I know that someone is following me, and I also know who they are. Ella, so you are here, let's go to potions class together." Ginny walked over from not far away and called to Ella Elton. Ella Ilton glanced at Lena Bilton and said with a smile, "Goodbye, my good friend is here. Ginny, let's go." Seeing Ginny approaching, Ella Elton took a step forward, stopped Ginny's arm, and said with a pure and lovely smile on his face, "This afternoon's potion class, I hope it will not be too troublesome, otherwise we will be scolded again." Ginny laughed and said, "With Ella's intelligence, there won't be any problems." Lena Bilton looked at Ella Ilton, who was walking away, thought for a moment, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "Elder sister." Lion Bilton took the hand hooked around his neck away, and said helplessly, "Sister, how many times have I said it, don't put your hand on my shoulder." Lena Bilton looked at her younger brother standing aside with a smile on her face, then stretched out her hand carelessly. Hooked Lion's neck, and said with a smile, "My good brother, I heard that you joined the crew team. Brother, you've been on a roll lately. You've beaten many teams, you've played really well. If Dad knew, he'd drink 2 more bottles of whiskey tonight." A voice sounded, and Lion Bilton stood beside Lena Bilton, calling in a low voice, "Lion, I'm your older sister, how can you refuse my love for you?" Lena Bilton put her hand on Lion Bilton's shoulder again and laughed. "Anyway, at the back, they still have to separate." After all, one of them was in Slytherin and the other in Hufflepuff. Lion Bilton felt a little helpless, so he could only let her walk forward with his shoulders on his shoulders. Snapped. A voice sounded, and Lion Bilton was slapped on the back by Lena Bilton, and he staggered 2 steps forward. Library. Hermione walked through the bookshelves one by one and took down the books she needed one after another. Like Hermione, there are Luna Lovegood, Cedric, and others. They were all looking for something to do with Hogwarts lore. Because of the blood on the wall, the words "secret room" were written. This makes Hermione et al. Feel that it will be a breakthrough point to solve the problem. Therefore, in addition to paying attention to the people around them, they began to look for information about the secret room. Phew, my eyes are blurred. Ronald slumped on the chair, put down his book, and complained, "This is the day I read the most books in my history." Fred said wearily, lying on the chair like Ronald, "Gu, the next time something like this happens, don't look for me. Otherwise, I'll be in a hurry with whoever calls me." George said impatiently, "Quiet, this is not the place to hear your loud complaints." Hermione whispered to the 3 of Ronald, with some annoyance. Hermione was in a bad mood because they hadn't made any real progress. Information about the secret room seems to have been intentionally blocked. Any information they could find about the Chamber of Secrets was just a few words. "You are all gathered here, you really study hard, and you have read so many books." Kate Lyle walked into the library with a book in her hand, and then praised Harry and the others as well as the books on the table. "Professor Kate." Seeing this, Harry and the others quickly stood up and shouted. For Kate Lyle, they dare not underestimate her, and they have great respect, so naturally they dare not be perfunctory. Kate Lyle nodded and said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite, just sit down." "You read your books, I'm just here to return the book." Kate Lyle smiled slightly. Harry heard this, thought for a while, and said, "Professor Kate, do you know about the school's secret room?" After Harry asked, everyone turned their eyes to Kate Lyle with great anticipation. When Kate Lyle heard this, she also knew what they wanted to do, so she said, "Maybe it's better to ask Cuthbert Binns about this matter. He is more familiar with the history of the school." "That means, Professor Kate, you also know about the Chamber of Secrets." Hermione's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "I do know." Kate Lyle nodded and said, "Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you about it." Upon hearing this, Harry and the others sat up straight and listened carefully. In Hogwarts, there is an ancient legend. The 4 founders of Hogwarts had very different opinions on recruiting students. Slytherin believes that only the purest blood wizards are eligible to enter his academy, so Slytherin built a secret room in a place in Hogwarts. Legend has it that only the heirs of Slytherin can open the secret room. In addition, the legend also mentions that there is a monster in the secret room. That is, the basilisk we saw later. When the secret room is opened, the monster will be released to wipe out the non-pure blood wizards in the school. As a matter of fact, all previous Hogwarts principals and staff have tried to find out where this secret room is, but the news is that no one has found it. They didn't know where the secret room was, it was too hidden. Even if some means were used, it could not be resolved. Okay, that's all I know about the Chamber of Secrets. If you want to know more, go to Cuthbert Binns. I hope he is willing to give you answers. Kate Lyle looked at the crowd and said before leaving. After Harry and the others finished listening, they all fell into a brief silence. Hermione, Ronald, let's go find Cuthbert Binns. Harry immediately got up and left. Ronald and Hermione followed quickly, as did Fred and George. They didn't want to continue reading here for a moment. However, when they found Cuthbert Binns and explained their purpose, they were directly driven away by Cuthbert Binns, and Harry and others were not allowed to continue asking. Because Cuthbert Binns, Harry and others are spending their limited time on useless and meaningless things. Harry and others, who did not get more detailed information, could only temporarily give up. After training for a long time, this year's Quidditch competition finally started. Harry had to be fully focused on winning the Quidditch match. "Are you ready?" The waiting room of the Gryffindor team was here. After Wood briefly talked about the tactics, he looked at Harry and the others and said with great anticipation, "Ready." Everyone is full of confidence, not only from their training these days, but also from the strength of their broomsticks. Set off, Wood walked ahead confidently and left the office. Moments later, when they entered the arena, the Quidditch field erupted in wild cheers. It was not just Gryffindor's students who supported Wood and others, but also Ravenclaw's and Hufflepuff's students, who all desperately wanted Ratlin to be defeated. And the Slytherin students, who would not just watch at this time, made mocking hisses and boos. Flint looked at Wood and sneered, "Wood, even if you have broomsticks of the Nimbus 2001 series, you are still doomed." After hearing this, Wood smiled confidently. "Flint, don't talk so full because you will lose very badly." Flint sneered disdainfully and stopped talking to Wood. If Wood and the others hadn't replaced the broomsticks of the Nimbus 2001 series, maybe he would still be willing to continue to taunt. But now, it's up to each other because they all have the same equipment. Mrs. Hooch motioned for the two to shake hands. At this moment, Wood and Flint showed the charm of men, holding each other's hand tightly and glaring at each other, full of fighting spirit. Today, you are bound to lose. Wood shook off Flint's hand and said in a deep voice. Harry and Malfoy looked at each other. Neither of them was the captain, so at this moment, they could only look at each other from a distance, full of fighting spirit. Listen to my whistle. Mrs. Hooch grabbed the whistle and called 3, 2, 1. Before Flint could react, the quaffle passed through the ring. The whistle sounded, and the 14 members on the field all flew up at this moment. Angelina grabbed the quaffle one step ahead of Slytherin at an extremely fast speed, and escaped the interception of Slytherin's 2 chasers, and passed the ball to Katie, who herself was in the air, incomparably flexibly crossing and dodging. He found an excellent opportunity. Angelina didn't turn her head back. As if she sensed the force coming from behind in an instant, she turned her head and threw it out with some force. At this moment, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw's students all cheered. The team's contest is also a contest between the two of them. Brothers Fred and George held sticks, slapped the incoming bludgers, and protected their partners. At the same time, the bludger, quaffle, and snitch all flew into the air at this instant. B*********, D, what are you doing? Intercept them, are you pigs? You can't even stop a woman. Flint was in a hurry, looking at the Seeker on his side. Even if he used tricks, he couldn't stop Angelina and the others. As the goalkeeper, he had to fly some distance in an attempt to block Angelina and the others' attack. But the truth is, as soon as he stays away from the ring, he, as a defender, leaves the goal open. The cooperation of Infrid and the others was too stable, and their speed was even faster than they imagined. Until now, Slytherin had not scored a single point, but Gryffindor had scored 60 points. That said, Gryffindor has scored 6 goals. In the audience, Snape, Dumbledore, and others were a little shocked and surprised at this moment. As for the broomsticks of the Nimbus 2001 series, although they didn't buy them, they knew something about them. However, now that the two parties are clearly using the same broomsticks, why is there such a huge difference in speed? The game was going on, and although they were curious, they didn't dare to interrupt it at this time. Professor Kate, have you noticed that there is something wrong with Harry's broom? Dumbledore asked Kate Lyle. There are some problems, their speed is faster. Kate Lyle nodded and said, didn't you go to Diagon Alley with him to buy these broomsticks? Dumbledore asked again. Yes, he paid 32,000 galleons to buy it specially. Kate Lyle laughed. I know that. Dumbledore laughed and said, this kid is really willing to spend money. He's not short of money, it's enough for him to spend his whole life. Kate Lyle laughed. Merlin's beard, what's the matter? There was an exclamation from the audience, and everyone's eyes were also attracted. For some reason, the two bludgers suddenly lost control and chased after Harry Potter. Kate Lyle looked at the scene in front of her with a smile on her face. The appearance of this scene was expected, but how will the current Harry solve it? Kate Lyle didn't make a shot, and Dumbledore didn't intend to make a shot either, and the game continued. Harry lowered his head, dodged an attacking bludger, picked up his broomstick, and flew straight into the sky. Behind him, 2 bludgers followed immediately. Fred and George followed closely behind. Their existence is to knock up the bludgers, prevent them from causing damage to their teammates, and when necessary, escort their teammates to successfully throw the quaffle into the opponent's ring. Wind. Harry glanced back at the bludger behind him and said in a deep voice. In an instant, a wall of wind appeared around Harry, and the wind swept across. Harry suddenly stretched out a hand. In an instant, Harry's hand, as if grabbing a racket, slapped down a bludger. With a bang, the bludger was knocked into the air in an instant and flew towards the ground. There was another sound, and another bludger was knocked into the air. However, the bludger was headed towards the Slytherin chaser. Nice job, Harry. Seeing Harry's beautiful counterattack, Fred and George happily slapped each other's hands and shouted happily. A smile appeared on Harry's face. His gaze swept down to see how Angelina and the others were doing, and then he saw a flash of light. Harry's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the snitch. Without thinking too much, Harry swooped down. When Harry found the snitch, Malfoy also found the snitch. At this moment, both of them were attacking with all their might. Harry, watch your back. Seeing the 2 bludgers that were knocked into the air, they flew towards Harry again and shouted hastily. Harry frowned upon hearing Wood's reminder. Poor Harry Potter, just play with the bludger obediently. Malfoy also saw the approaching bludger, and after taunting Harry Potter happily, he suddenly accelerated, pulling away nearly 2 meters from Harry. Harry took a deep breath, pouring magic power into his broomstick. Boom! In an instant, Harry Potter's speed suddenly increased, and he disappeared from everyone's sight. Harry, who has never made a move, no longer hides it. Malfoy only felt a gust of wind whistling past him, and when he took a closer look, Harry had already appeared more than 10 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh. Two voices rang in his ears, bringing a gust of icy wind, and Malfoy lowered his head subconsciously. The bludgers flew past both of his ears, so close that Malfoy felt as if his head was about to be cut off for a split second. At this moment, Malfoy's eyes were extremely gloomy. Wind blade curse. A flying bludger exploded with a bang after Harry swung it down with a knife in his hand. There was another blasting sound, and another bludger also exploded. Harry's quick response made the students in the auditorium exclaim. From their point of view, Harry was acting too strong. What surprised the students even more was that Harry raised his left hand at this moment, and in his hand was holding a golden snitch. Merlin's beard. Harry, you are really great. You not only smashed 2 bludgers to relieve your own crisis, but also caught the golden snitch. Fred rushed over, hugged Harry, and shouted excitedly. Catching the golden snitch also meant that the game was over. Not least, they played Slytherin pretty hard. Slytherin didn't score a single point in this match. At this time, Flint shouted and cursed angrily, turned and left very unwillingly. Malfoy was even more unwilling. Even a 10 would be nice, but they were a 0. This was something Slytherin had never achieved. Although some things happened in the middle, and he was full of curiosity about the broomsticks of Harry and others, but at this time, Professor McGonagall was full of smiles and extremely happy. Severus, you know, this is the best match Gryffindor has won in years. A golden snitch, 150 points, plus 8 goals, Merlin's beard, that's 230 points. However, you Slytherins didn't score a single point. This is an unprecedented achievement for you Slytherins. Snape stood up with a dark face, ignoring Professor McGonagall at all. Such an achievement has never been seen since its inception. It is an achievement that the 4 major colleges have never achieved since Hogwarts was held. Harry became a hero, and he was thrown into the air, enjoying the cheers of the crowd. In the Gryffindor common room, the Lions of Gryffindor were absolutely thrilled to be able to humiliate Slytherin like this. The lively celebration party was held here, and members of the Gryffindor team received blessings, gifts, and praise. The next day, on the way to prepare for the charm class, Hermione, who had been thinking all night last night, came to Harry's side and said in a low voice as she walked, "Harry, do you know how dangerous you were yesterday? If you don't destroy those 2 bludgers, they will continue to attack you. That's killing people. Someone is going to kill you." Harry nodded and said, "I know, but I didn't find out who did it yesterday." Ronald and Neville came over, and Ronald also said, "We didn't find out either. When you were attacked, we guessed that someone at the scene must have shot you. However, we searched carefully and found no suspicious person. That person hides very mysteriously." Harry nodded again and said, "When searching, don't be so obvious. Since those people are targeting me, they will definitely continue to attack me. We still have a chance." Hearing this, Hermione and the others nodded heavily. Professor Flitwick's charms class was still interesting, which eased the worries in Harry's and others' hearts a lot. After class, Harry, who was going to have lunch, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, so he said goodbye to Ronald and Hermione and went to the bathroom alone. It's just that when Harry just entered the bathroom, a figure suddenly appeared in Harry's field of vision, which startled Harry. "Dobby, why are you here?" Harry said with a headache after looking at the short figure. Although this house elf Dobby wholeheartedly wanted to do his best, Harry felt a little helpless with its appearance and some means. "Mr. Potter, I'm just worried about you. I couldn't sleep because I heard a lot about what was going on at school, and it was part of their plan. They are still thinking about how to kill you. I can't just ignore it." Dobby seemed a little panicked, a little anxious. "I thought that preventing you from getting on the train would prevent you from entering Hogwarts and prevent trouble from befalling you. But I underestimated you. You can still fly. Your magic is beyond my imagination. I also want you to get hurt a little bit, and then leave Hogwarts and return to the Muggle world. However, you destroyed the bludger easily." The more Dobby spoke, the more excited he became, the more his body trembled, and those big eyes became more pitiful and expectant. This made Harry, who had some doubts in his heart, understand that the instigator behind all the incidents was Dobby, and he didn't know how to say it for a while. Its purpose is only to protect him. It's just that some methods are not used very well. "Well, Dobby, you really gave me a big surprise. If I didn't know your intentions, I would definitely kill you." Still, Harry was a little annoyed. Dobby took 2 steps back in fright at Harry's angry words and looked listless, curled up in a corner looking very helpless. But soon, Dobby, with a huge nervous response, shook his body excitedly, stomped his feet, swayed his ugly head, and even slapped his brain with his hands nervously, or hit his head against the wall, saying talking nonsense. Damn it, Dobby is damned. I obviously want to protect Mr. Potter, but Mr. Potter has too many means. Dobby is so stupid that instead of helping Mr. Potter, he got Mr. Potter into trouble. Seeing the self-harming Dobby, Harry was also a little speechless. Although ugly, Dobby's eyes looked really pitiful. Harry, whose heart softened for a moment, scratched his hair and then ordered, "Dobby, be quiet, if you don't want me to grab you and throw you out." Sure enough, as Harry's voice fell, Dobby ended the self-mutilation, turned around, looked at Harry Potter, picked up his dirty clothes and checked the snot on his body. This scene made Harry a little disgusted. "Mr. Potter, although I have done some unkind things to you. However, when I was observing you secretly, I found that during these times, someone was secretly planning to attack you. Yes, this is a conspiracy planned by man. The Chamber of Secrets, you must not participate in it. This is a conspiracy against you." Dobby suddenly heard something and said extremely excitedly. When Harry heard this, his eyes narrowed instantly, looked at Dobby and said in a deep voice, "Dobby, do you know about the Chamber of Secrets?" I know, someone opened it before, but they died," Dobby said nervously. "Do you know how to open it?" Harry asked excitedly and expectantly. "I don't know." Dobby took a few steps away from Harry, leaning against the wall before stopping and said, "That's a very dangerous thing, Mr. Potter. I think you should leave here. The opening of the secret room means that someone is going to purify the school. They think that only pureblood wizard families are worthy of learning magic, and everyone else must be purified." Harry looked at the tense Dobby, who never answered his question, and seemed a little annoyed, so he said in a deep voice, "Dobby, the only way to save yourself is to defeat the enemy, and I will not back down. Now you must tell me who can open the secret room. What dangers are there in the secret room? No, Dobby is very sad, Mr. Potter. You have to get out of here." Dobby looked at Harry, who was approaching, and hurriedly moved away from Harry, shouting a little nervously, "I can't say it, it can't be mentioned. Yes, it's too late, I have to go back." Before Harry continued to approach, Dobby disappeared in an instant. Harry looked at Dobby, who disappeared, and was a little stunned. "Dobby, you are so annoying." Harry was very angry, but there was nothing he could do now. Dobby was gone, and he couldn't find it at all. After going to the toilet and returning to the dining room, Hermione looked at Harry, who looked a little strange, and asked, "Harry, what's wrong with you? Did you have a stomachache?" When Ronald and the others heard this, they also looked at Harry. Harry refused. Ronald and Hermione were interested in the potion in Neville's hand, and asked about it. "It's okay, it's just that my stomach feels a little uncomfortable, and it will be fine in a while." Harry smiled a little far-fetched. The Chamber of Secrets really existed, but the existence of the Chamber of Secrets still made Harry feel a sense of crisis. The existence of the wall is obviously to purify Hogwarts School and remove all students who are not pureblood wizards. Harry was eating the sausage quietly, thinking about Dobby's words in his mind. Harry thought about it but didn't say anything about Dobby. Seeing the 3 potions of red, yellow and blue in Neville's hand, Harry's cheeks twitched slightly and he quickly said, "Thank you, Neville, I'm fine." He was half-blood, Hermione was pure Muggle-born, and so were the other friends. "Here are some potions, do you want to try them? It will have a miraculous effect." Neville was interested, and directly took out 3 potions of different colours and said. In the next few days, Hogwarts College fell into panic again. Every day 1 or 2 people were petrified, from different houses, and Gryffindor House had the most. Such a result makes everyone feel dangerous. Even Dumbledore frowned tightly at this time, and restricted the actions organized by Harry and others. Except for classes and breaks, you are not allowed to stay outside at other times, and you cannot act alone or walk outside. Even the Elemental Magic Dueling Club was forced to suspend during these times. The development of the matter is somewhat beyond our imagination. Ronald said while sitting on the bed with a somewhat silent expression, "I know that the enemy is too dangerous and hidden too deeply." "We don't even know who the enemy is," Harry said soothingly to Ronald. "But it's not for nothing, at least we found some people, and they looked a little mysterious." Fred and George each produced a list, from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw College respectively. Afterwards, Neville also took out a list and said, "I asked a friend from Slytherin Academy to keep an eye on this. This is our Gryffindors." Hermione also took out a list and said. 4 lists were placed on the table, and everyone gathered around and looked at the names on the list. These lists include Carriona, Ella Elton, Lena Bilton, and many more. "Carriona, why is she on the list?" Ronald looked at the list on Slytherin's side and asked in confusion. For Carriona, Harry and the others are considered familiar, and they went to the small world with them and fought together. In their view, those who can get the opportunity to go to the small world with them are relatively trustworthy people. I don't know, I haven't read the names in it yet. Neville also looked at the list in some surprise and said, Neville, is the person you got rid of trustworthy? Hermione asked. Sure. Neville hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Harry and the others were slightly silent when they heard the words, and although they couldn't believe it, they still had to remain skeptical. Now that we have this list, let's remain skeptical. Also, for other people, we still have to be careful. After thinking for a moment, Harry made a decision and said, after Hermione, Fred and the others nodded, they left separately. They have a lot to do and it's at stake for their safety. If they can find out the murderer behind the scenes, it will be of great benefit to them, such as fame and adding points to Gryffindor, etc. Ginny, where have you been? I've been looking for you. Your classmates say you went out, but they don't know where you went. When Ginny was heading to the library to read and study by herself, Ella Elton trotted over, hugged Ginny's arm, and said coquettishly. Ginny looked at Ella Elton, who appeared with an unnatural expression. On the list Neville got, Ella Elton was a dangerous person who couldn't be trusted. However, during the half a year of being together, Ella Elton felt too kind and gentle to Ginny, and there was nothing wrong with her at all. Or maybe it was just Ella Elton's performance in front of her, and another performance in Slytherin's private life. I was in my brother's dormitory. They held a small party in the dormitory, and I was invited to attend. Ginny thought for a while and said. Ella Elton was taken aback for a moment when he heard the words, and then said with anticipation, Great, it's really exciting. I also want to have such a big brother who takes care of me like this. Speaking of which, Ella Elton held Ginny's hand and said seriously and expectantly, Ginny, next time there is such an event, you can also bring me, okay? Ginny wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she said, Okay, Ella, if there is a chance, I will take you to participate. Great, Ginny. Ella Elton smiled happily and took Ginny's hand and walked towards the library. On the other side, Harry, who was reading in the dormitory, couldn't concentrate on reading and seemed a little irritable. After a moment of silence in the dormitory, he talked to Ronald and Neville before leaving. You're confused now, Harry. Kate Lyle put a cup of coffee on the table and asked Harry, who was sitting on the sofa. Harry nodded and said, Yes, I believe what Dobby said, this is a human plan, and their goal is me. After struggling in his heart, Harry finally decided to ask Kate Lyle to clarify his confusion. Kate Lyle thought for a while and said, There are other students in this school, they come from different forces, and one of them is the Death Eater. Their purpose is not only for you, but also elemental magic. Harry heard Kate Lyle's words, his face was shocked, and he said, Professor Kate, did you know it a long time ago? It's not an accident, Harry. Kate Lyle said without thinking, Your existence is a threat to Voldemort, but to Voldemort, if he wants to be resurrected, he must have you, so it's one of his goals. As for elemental magic, it's just one of the ways that the Death Eaters and other organizations want to become stronger. About elemental magic, you also know that its destructive power is more powerful and detailed than traditional magic. It can even be said that in your cognition, it is impossible for muggles who don't know magic to become wizards, but the fact is that you only need to open a path for them, and they can be guided by external objects to make them become elemental wizards. Magician, elemental magic, it's powerful and the entry requirements are lower, and where in the world can I learn elemental magic? Only Hogwarts. Harry was incomparably shocked at this moment. Professor Kate, do you think Ella Urton and Leanne Bilton belong to a certain force? Harry hesitated for a moment, then recalled some of the people mentioned in the list, and asked, The spread of elemental magic requires the mixing and cooperation of various forces, and what drives them is the forces and interests. We don't need to influence them too much. Kate Lyle glanced at Harry and said with a smile, Harry, you are a smart person. You can always think of things that others have not thought of. He didn't think about these issues before, but now under the guidance of Kate Lyle, he suddenly felt that this was the truth. In fact, in this school, there are many students representing various forces, families, and organizations, such as the Malfoy family you are familiar with. The Forbes family behind Sir Forbes, which represents one of the interests of the United States, and behind Carriona is the Anna family in Holland, and so on. I just want to tell you that the way to solve the problem is to become strong enough. And then keep a low profile so that those who spy on you think they can kill you, and take the initiative to stand up and expose themselves, and then you are giving them a heavy blow. Maybe they are, or maybe they aren't, but whether they are or not, as long as they don't cause harm to the school or the students, we won't do anything to them. In other words, there are people from various forces and organizations lurking in schools nowadays. Sorry, I got off topic a bit, Christmas is coming. Because a lot of things happened in school these days, many students chose to leave school and go home. Professor McGonagall asked the heads of Gryffindor to help with the statistics. Harry didn't want to go back to the Dursleys, so he chose to stay. Brother, I understand your thoughts, so I will stay with you in school this year. Ronald stepped forward in 3 steps instead of 2, grabbed Harry, who was walking ahead with his head down, and laughed. And me, I don't plan to go back this year either. Hermione walked over with a book in her arms, also smiling. Harry glanced at Ronald and Hermione, and the disappointment in his heart quickly dissipated. Thank you, Hermione, Ronald. Harry's thanks were extremely sincere, without the slightest adulteration. I just got the news that Malfoy, Caribou and Goyle have also chosen to stay. This is really strange. Ronald heard something immediately and said in a low voice, "Those who left will cause us so much trouble when they come back." Hermione muttered aside. "Why?" Ronald asked, a little puzzled. "Because among them there may be our enemies, and going back on vacation is a good opportunity for them to connect with each other, but we don't know anything about it." Harry explained. "Then what should we do?" Ronald was taken aback for a moment, and then said a little at a loss, "There's no other way, it's just a trick." Harry thought for a while and said, "Of course, the premise is that we are strong enough. Their target is you, Harry." Ronald and Hermione exchanged glances, looked at Harry, and said in a deep voice, "Of course I know, but I'm strong now." Harry said confidently, "All right." As time slipped by, Harry worked hard to improve his strength, so whenever he had time, he found Kate Lyle for training. Malfoy was also trying to improve himself, which was a pain for Hagrid. Hagrid dislikes Malfoy's father, Lucius Malfoy, because of some things, but for Draco Malfoy, even though he doesn't like it either, he is still complaining, as Malfoy's sparring partner. Of course, in sparring, Hagrid's shots are not light at all. He looks cumbersome, but his magic power is so strong. Draco Malfoy can have some advantages at the beginning, but in the later stage, Draco Malfoy can also take Draco. Cormalfoy hammered on the ground, which was why Hagrid was really willing to be Malfoy's sparring partner. If you can't find trouble with Lucius Malfoy, then collect interest from his son. Fred and George made a lot of gadgets and made a lot of noise in the school, and Gryffindor was deducted 30 points. However, because Fred and George made noises from time to time, the tense atmosphere was somewhat relieved, and Fred and George were also taken away by Kate Lyle. "You two like to study very much, so before you graduate, follow me to learn alchemy. This is about some methods and taboos of alchemy. You guys look at it first. The homework I give you is at least 1 work every week. Now, this laboratory belongs to you." Next to her small bungalow, Kate Lyle directly used earth element magic to set up a small laboratory on the spot as a base for Fred and George brothers. This made the two of them very happy. Immerse yourself in it. During these times, the matter about the secret room is still often talked about by the students, because the influence brought by the secret room has never been eliminated. Fortunately, not many students were threatened or put in danger. But even so, what happened at Hogwarts was still passed on to the board of directors, and they attached great importance to the internal security of Hogwarts. In addition, the Ministry of Magic has also been informed that Dumbledore has been warned. Regarding the matter of giving the students a holiday, Professor Snape did not agree to let the students go until the matter was completely resolved, because after these students left, there was no guarantee that they would not be targeted by Death Eaters again. Unfortunately, such a suggestion was not adopted. This is not something that Dumbledore can decide. It involves many forces and interests. The semester is over and many students are leaving. The entire castle was covered by thick snow, and this year's Tonction was much quieter than last year and looked a little dull. After the twin brothers Fred and George had their own independent small laboratory, they didn't want to go home anymore, and they even chose to stay with Ginny and Percy. Percy made an excuse for himself, saying that as a prefect, it was his duty to lighten the work of the professors during these uncertain times, but this was ridiculed by Ronald, Fred, and George. This made Percy furious, and he shouted, "I'm your brother, and I won't leave you in danger." Obviously, from Percy's point of view, school is still dangerous, and the younger siblings choose to stay. As an older brother, he can't go home alone. Percy's words made Fred, George, Ronald, and Ginny a little bit astonished, and they were not used to it. Their impression of Percy was humorless, rigid, and full of wildness. Care like this would hardly come out of his mouth. Even so, Fred and the others smiled and apologized. Just in a slightly different way, Fred and George hooked up Percy and forced Percy to play snowball fights with them outside. It was a good way to entertain and bond, or so Harry thought. Christmas Day. There was a lot of wind and snow on this day. The road and the woods were covered with heavy snow. The strong wind crushed the big trees, and the people who walked were likely to be blown away at any time. Under such a biting cold wind, Malfoy walked on the snowy path with a beautiful gift in his hand, came to the small bungalow, and rang the bell. Kate Lyle heard the voice, opened the door, looked at Draco Malfoy outside, and said with a smile, "Draco, come in." Malfoy walked in, handed a present to Kate Lyle, and said with a smile, "Merry Christmas, Professor Kate." When he woke up in the morning, Malfoy received Christmas presents, one from his mother, two from Goyle and Crabbe, and one from Dumbledore. What made Malfoy even more happy was from Kate Lyle one's gift. The gift was simple and ordinary, but it gave Malfoy a different feeling. All this stems from the respect and awe of Kate Lyle, as well as the teachings from his father. "Thank you." Kate Lyle did not refuse and brought Malfoy into the room and said with a smile, "Do you need a cup of coffee?" "Okay, Professor Kate." Malfoy sat on the sofa, not restrained, and smiled. "You came early today, Draco." Kate Lyle prepared coffee for Malfoy. Malfoy was a little distracted. He seemed to be hesitating, but he didn't hear Kate Lyle's words. Kate Lyle looked back at Malfoy with some doubts, seeing him distracted, so she said, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" "If you have any doubts, just tell me, maybe I can help you." Malfoy was a little silent when he heard that. It wasn't until Kate Lyle handed him the coffee that Malfoy came back to his senses and said, "Professor Kate, I want to tell you something. This matter is a bit troublesome. I also heard my father talking about it accidentally when he was chatting. I'm very confused." Draco Malfoy's words surprised Kate Lyle a little. What Lucius Malfoy said surprised Draco Malfoy. "Tell me," Kate Lyle motioned. Draco Malfoy took a deep breath, summoned up his courage, and said in a deep voice, "The school incident may have something to do with my father, more precisely, it has something to do with the forces behind my father." Kate Lyle's eyes rolled slightly when she heard Draco Malfoy's words. Behind these things in the school, it is naturally related to Lucius Malfoy, which he is also very sure of. But Draco Malfoy betrayed Lucius Malfoy like this. Is it really okay? "Draco, do you know what you're talking about?" Kate Lyle looked at Draco Malfoy seriously and said in a deep voice. Draco Malfoy was a little silent when he heard Kate Lyle's words. During this quiet time, Draco Malfoy was struggling incomparably. He knew that Kate Lyle was very powerful. Perhaps in this world, no one could resist the Kate case. If the school incident continued to be investigated, he wondered if this matter would affect his father and the family behind him. If it was found out that his father was behind the scenes, and Professor Kate took action in the face of the school's censure, how would he choose? In front of the powerful Kate Lyle, his father and even his family could not resist at all. The same is true. This is something that Draco Malfoy is extremely entangled with. He didn't want his father and family to face the powerful Kate Lyle, nor did he want to give up Kate Lyle. Draco Malfoy is very sure that if he has been by Kate Lyle's side, he can learn a lot of powerful magic and become more powerful. What happened at school has something to do with my Death Eaters. There are Death Eater spies at the school. My father had connections with the Death Eaters. I don't want him to stand on the opposite side of the school and Professor Kate because of this incident. After some struggle, Draco Malfoy finally made his choice. Seeing Draco Malfoy, who was a little emotional, Kate Lyle fell silent. After venting, Draco Malfoy sat on the sofa, staring at Kate Lyle, extremely nervous and expectant. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Kate Lyle burst out laughing, which confused Draco Malfoy. What does this sudden laughter mean? "Draco, I'm very happy you are slowly changing." Kate Lyle looked at Draco Malfoy happily and smiled. "Do you know, because of your family and your parents' relationship, your character is a bit conceited and jealous. Such a character will make you pay the price in your growth. From above the clouds, the pain of falling to hell, I don't want you to try, because it will make a strong-willed person collapse. You can have such a change now. Let me see your growth and change. This is what I look forward to." Draco Malfoy was a little stunned when he heard Kate Lyle's words. Soon, Draco Malfoy fell into reflection. Possessed and jealous, it seems there is. If it's for Harry Potter, this should be it. Looking back on the changes and growth in the past 2 years, I have really changed myself. Kate Lyle patted Draco Malfoy on the shoulder and said, "I've always known about the school and your father. It's dangerous. So I've been thinking about whether to send some guy find out and send your father to Azkaban, or let him leave this world forever without letting you know. Now, it's up to you to change, Draco. You are the genius with the most elemental magic talent, besides Harry Potter in my Hogwarts. I don't want any of the students I admit to be given the aura of Death Eaters on their heads. If I really need to come forward, then you should be able to imagine that Azkaban will live in a nobleman named Malfoy." Draco Malfoy's face was a little pale. Kate Lyle gave him a lot of information, and it also made Draco tremble uncontrollably. From the very beginning, have some of the father's actions been monitored? Once the evidence is conclusive, being sent to Azkaban is still light, and being killed directly is the most heartbreaking. There have been too many things happening in school these days. Students from all over the world represent their respective forces, and what kind of power is contained in them. As the young master of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy is very clear about how those forces will put pressure on the school after this holiday. Find out the murderer behind the scenes and protect your children. After returning from vacation, the school must give an answer. Professor Kate, I see, I know what to do. After Draco Malfoy finished speaking, he immediately got up and left. When I came, I was a little nervous and looking forward to it, but when I left, I was extremely anxious. So much so that Harry and others who also came to congratulate Kate Lyle were a little surprised when they saw Malfoy, who was eager to leave. He was the first to send blessings to Professor Kate. Ronald looked at Malfoy, who was going away, and said with some envy. Harry frowned slightly as he watched Malfoy's rapidly leaving back, always feeling that Malfoy had something to do. He just came here alone, but we have so many people, we are much more lively than him. Fred smiled indifferently. He has no grievances against Malfoy, nor can he be jealous or angry, so he would make jokes about Malfoy from time to time. Clang, clang. Hermione rang the doorbell and Kate Lyle came out of the room. Merry Christmas, Professor Kate. Looking at Kate Lyle, who came out, Harry and the others raised the small gift in their hands and waved to Kate Lyle as if they had rehearsed. Merry Christmas. Come in, it's warm in here. Kate Lyle stepped aside with a smile and let Harry and the others walk in. Harry, Ronald, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, George, Percy and other 7 people put the gift for Kate Lyle on the table, and then they started to prepare coffee or drinks for themselves. Snapped. The door was suddenly opened and hit the wall, and a huge figure walked in. Haha, Harry, Weasley brats, you're all here. That's really great. I was thinking that if you come, we'll have a private banquet of our own in my small room. Hagrid smiled happily when he heard that. It's a special delicacy, very suitable for eating in winter. Well, I should be able to get a lot of interesting and delicious things. Tonight, let's eat the magical hot pot in the Eastern Kingdom. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't control the power well. Hagrid, Merry Christmas, we're going to visit you this afternoon. Harry waved happily when he saw Hagrid. When Ronald, Hermione and the others heard this, they were suddenly looking forward to it. Hagrid walked in with the snowflakes on his back, shook the snowflakes on his body, and said happily, Hagrid, your place is too small, why not hold it at my place? There is still enough time, we can still arrange it. Hot pot is a special delicacy, and it made Harry, Ronald and others who tried it for the first time extremely excited and carnival. All the delicacies prepared were devoured to the brim, which made Harry and the others so addicted to eating that they didn't really want to have dinner at night. After dinner, Harry and the others also brought a lot of entertainment programs. For example, they can play crackling explosion cards recklessly without worrying about affecting others. For example, we had a snowball fight outside the bungalow, and even they could use magic to duel unscrupulously without worrying about being punished. At the back, you can enjoy singing performances by Ginny and Hermione. The singing voices are beautiful. What's more, they played curling or ice skating directly on the lake in the following time. Compared to Harry and others having fun, Draco Malfoy looked melancholy. At this time in the woods on the edge of the school, Malfoy was quietly waiting for someone to arrive. Snowflakes fell on Malfoy's body. In the cold wind, Malfoy was shivering a little. My son, why did you choose to meet here? Since you chose to meet here, why don't you put on one more dress? Lucius Malfoy used apparition to come to the grove and landed beside Draco Malfoy. Looking at his son shivering from the cold, he took out a coat and put it on him. Malfoy looked at his father who was putting on his clothes, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Thanks, I'm warm now. Draco Malfoy responded. Tell me, why did you call me here in such a hurry? I'm a little busy now, and it's not easy to find time to come over. Lucius Malfoy took the crutch and tapped the ground lightly, leaving a few holes in the snow, appearing to be in a hurry. When Draco Malfoy heard the words, his body shook, and his expression became serious. Dad, are you using the Imperious Curse on the students in our school to control them? Malfoy stared at Lucius Malfoy and said in a deep voice. Lucius Malfoy frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with Draco Malfoy's tone of voice to himself, and said, Are you talking to me? Draco Malfoy lowered his head subconsciously when he heard the words. He was afraid to refute in front of his father. This has always been coercion. However, thinking of Kate Lyle's words, Draco Malfoy still tried to raise his head, looked at Lucius Malfoy and said, Dad, you are still in contact with the Death Eaters, aren't you? Are you guys planning what happened in the school? Lucius Malfoy didn't answer Draco Malfoy's question immediately, but stared at him closely, and after a long silence he said, "Is there something you want to tell me, my son?" After all, it is his own son, and Lucius also attaches great importance to returning his son, and has also seen the growth and changes of Draco Malfoy. "Dad, you have to answer my question first." Draco Malfoy bit his lip and said seriously. After a brief silence, Lucius Malfoy said, "Yes, this is a plan targeting Hogwarts and Harry Potter." Draco Malfoy's face changed again, pale as if he had suffered a serious illness, which made Lucius Malfoy's heart twitch when he saw it, with a bad feeling. Malfoy felt uncomfortable, looked at his father and said eagerly, "Cancel your so-called plan. No, you can't participate in it, and sever contact with the Death Eaters. Harry Potter is mine, and his opponent can only be me. I don't want to see you die, can you understand?" "Dad," Lucius Malfoy fell into silence after hearing what his son said. Under such silence and howling cold wind, Draco Malfoy's heart could not be calm for a long time. What about the others? He didn't want to ask. However, regarding his family, Draco Malfoy is still very serious and caring. Lucius Malfoy took a step forward, and Draco Malfoy took a step back in fear. Lucius Malfoy wanted to touch Malfoy's head. Seeing this situation, he had to stop and said, "My son, do you know something?" Draco Malfoy was silent for a moment, and said in a low voice, "I went to visit Professor Kate this morning. I know from Professor Kate that he knew that what happened in school was related to you a long time ago, and he was going to take action against you and the people behind you. You can't fight against Professor Kate. He is very powerful. You can't fight against it together. I don't want you to stand against Professor Kate, and I don't want anything to happen to you." Lucius Malfoy was extremely shocked when he heard his son's words. "You sure, my son? I mean, are you sure they actually have evidence?" Lucius' body trembled a little. Whether it was Kate Lyle, Dumbledore, or other school directors, once he let them know that what happened in the school had something to do with him, he would definitely be sent to Azkaban. After all, what happened in school during these times is already excessive enough. "I don't know." Draco Malfoy shook his head and said in a deep voice, "But I believe in Professor Kate Lyle." Lucius Malfoy didn't know what to say for a while, and was very flustered inside. "Father, you must sever ties with the Death Eaters and break free from this incident." Draco Malfoy shouted again. "I see." Lucius Malfoy was silent for a while, then turned and left. When Draco Malfoy heard Lucius Malfoy's words and his back, a smile appeared on his face. Draco Malfoy smiled so happily that he couldn't say anything later. Lucius Malfoy was a little happy when he heard his son's laughter, but at the same time he was conflicted. The burden that the Malfoy family needs to bear is far from being as simple as it appears on the surface. It's not that he can leave if he says to leave. Half of the current wealth of the Malfoy family comes from Voldemort, the Demon King in the dark. The veterans of the Death Eaters' army even regarded the wealth of the Malfoy family as the public wealth of the Death Eaters. To protect these wealth and protect this family, he needs to do a lot of things. These things are also what he has to do. Silly son, you don't even know how powerful the Death Eaters are hiding behind this organization. Otherwise, the Death Eaters organization would have been cleaned up long ago, so how can we bear them jumping around outside? Lucius Malfoy sighed inwardly and disappeared into the woods in an instant, leaving Draco Malfoy alone. Draco Malfoy didn't think too much. He thought that his father would escape from this incident and the Death Eaters, so when he left, his footsteps seemed much more cheerful. In a corner beside the grove, Snape watched the back of Draco Malfoy leaving, and there was a bit of indifference in his eyes. The Christmas holiday is a bit long. During this time, Hermione, Harry and others, apart from studying, are practicing, or going to Diagon Alley with Kate Lyle, or playing in the streets of London. Such a happy life made Harry and others very happy. After all, everyone is not short of money. Accompanied by Kate Lurher and Hagrid, they experience life in the Muggle world a little bit presumptuously. Neither Harry nor the Weasley brothers had ever had such a good time, but such a time is destined to have an end. The students began to return to school one after another, and came to the school together, as well as greetings from the parents behind each student. They are all full of worries about whether their children can be safe. Even the Daily Prophet also reported on the incident at the school, which aroused widespread concern. Those reporters came to the school with their parents, looking for an explanation. Dumbledore accepted the interview and made a promise that he would give everyone an answer in the shortest possible time. Everyone wanted to continue asking, but they were invited to leave Hogwarts. Hogwarts has entered a state of lockdown, except for students and classroom staff. Everyone else has to enter Hogwarts. On the side of the Ministry of Magic, Fudge Connolly greeted and expressed dissatisfaction, and even said that if a similar incident happened again in the school, Dementors would be sent to garrison Hogwarts. Dumbledore rejected Fudge Connolly's offer and refused to let him come. Dumbledore and Fudge Connolly were good friends. Fudge Connolly would ask Dumbledore questions from time to time. Dumbledore gave back very generously and made many constructive suggestions. However, because of the matter of elemental magic, the two had a bit of trouble. Dumbledore has been under a lot of pressure on the matter of elemental magic, and over the past year, the news about elemental magic has spread, and it has aroused the curiosity and expectation of many people. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic has nothing to do, so that Kate Lyle can continue to teach elemental magic. The same is true, the relationship between Dumbledore and Fudge Connolly has eased. Time is a little tight, and I don't know how many students will be controlled this time. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore teased the old Fawkes, who seemed about to set himself on fire at any moment, and said, on the coffee table next to the sofa, Kate Lyle and Snape were playing magic chess. Both of them heard what Dumbledore said, but they didn't speak immediately. Dumbledore turned around, looked at Kate Lyle, who was concentrating on playing chess, and said, Kate, can your scouting crystal ball deeply investigate those children who have been cast with the Imperious Curse? Anyone who is swept by its light, no matter who has been cast with the Imperious Curse, or who has used the Transfiguration Curse, or who has drunk the compound potion, will immediately show their original shape or be marked. Kate Lyle head without raising it, he said, you have to believe in its effect. Then let's rule it out from here first. Dumbledore said after thinking for a moment, Severus, let some naughty little schemers settle down, we're going to strictly control them. Dumbledore then looked at Severus Snape and said, Snape sat very upright and seemed to do everything in such an orderly manner, walking like this and sitting like this. Okay. Severus responded, continuing to play magic chess with Kate Lyle, as if he would not leave easily without a winner. Dumbledore didn't urge anything, but sat on the sidelines, watching the two play chess, and said a few words from time to time. Are these reporters crazy? They are spreading the word, vilifying our school, and thinking that our school is not the safest place, and the lives of students here are in danger at any time. Ronald threw the newspaper on the chair and said very angrily and dissatisfied, this will scare some fragile souls. At this time in the dining room, many students were reading newspapers and talking about it. The joy of the holiday was slowly melting away, and the fear was slowly trying to occupy their hearts. Harry picked up the newspaper and glanced at it, then pointed to the door of the restaurant and said lightly, don't worry too much, we just need to protect ourselves, Professor Kate will take care of the rest. We can disbelieve others, but Professor Kate, we can't disbelieve. At the entrance of the restaurant, the magic crystal ball that should have been put away by Kate Lyle was hung on the entrance again, and all people entering the restaurant were scanned. Ronald glanced at the door, chuckled, and stopped talking. At the table where Slytherin was sitting, Draco Malfoy looked at the door of the restaurant from time to time, or stared at a student passing by, looking a little nervous. In addition to the students, Draco Malfoy's eyes would also look at Kate Lyle, Dumbledore, and others on the professor's chair from time to time. I always think of what Kate Lyle said in my mind. Draco Malfoy didn't believe it was just talk. Dumbledore's gaze from among the incoming students turned to Draco Malfoy and met his gaze. At this moment, Draco Malfoy's face was a little pale, and the hands under the table were tightly clenched together, and his feet trembled slightly. Is this found? Is this a warning, or is it? Draco Malfoy was not in a good mood. He didn't know what happened to the students after the blue light swept over them, let alone whether they were controlled by Death Eaters. Or the professors have discovered something, but he still doesn't know anything. Harry and Ronald quickly looked at Draco Malfoy, both a little surprised. Ronald's words made both Hermione and Harry startled, and both took a deep breath. Hearing this, Harry said thoughtfully, Hermione is right, what is he afraid of? Look over there, his face is ugly, he doesn't look like Malfoy. Hermione saw the change in Draco Malfoy's expression, so she whispered. Harry and Ronald turned their heads, and Hermione whispered, he seems preoccupied, seems to be worried about something. A few pairs of eyes met, and Draco Malfoy instantly regained his vitality, and regained a bit of arrogance and self-confidence, responding to the three of Harry. Looking at each other, it always feels like this is probably the case. Could it be that Malfoy is the so-called heir to the Chamber of Secrets? Ronald suddenly said with some imagination, shouldn't something terrible happen today? Draco Malfoy also seemed to feel the eyes of Harry and others, and looked at Harry, heir to the Chamber of Secrets. In the past, the people who were attacked basically came from the three colleges of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, but Slytherin was safe and sound. This comparison, to say that there is nothing wrong with Slytherin, seems a bit exaggerated. More than 90% of the students entering Slytherin are excellent candidates for conspirators, careerists, and dark wizards. They are despicable, they are arrogant, they call themselves pure blood, they despise muggles and non-pure blood wizards very much, and they can use any means to achieve their goals. The remaining words were clearly aimed at muggles and non-pure blood wizards. There must be something wrong with him. Hermione, Ronald, and Harry all agreed that something was wrong with Malfoy. Draco Malfoy didn't know that he had aroused the suspicion of the three of Harry. In the past few days, he was always distracted and even panicked. During the past few days, he saw with his own eyes some classmates and seniors being called away by Snape, and when they came back, they were a little confused. Although the next day their condition was fine, and they all said that they were so tired just after going through Professor Snape's test. However, Draco Malfoy didn't believe it because he knew what it meant. The Death Eaters took advantage of the holidays to try to control the students again. Obviously, their plan failed again. In addition, Draco Malfoy also found that Ella Elton and other first-year freshmen were called to the office by Professor Snape and educated. Draco Malfoy has always been skeptical about Ella Elton and others. These people look like war lunatics. But Draco Malfoy had no evidence otherwise. He would seriously suspect that they were Death Eaters. Where are you going? Hermione looked at Ronald and Harry, who were about to leave furtively, and called out hastily. Harry thought for a while and said, "We want to follow Malfoy and see what he's doing secretly." In the past few days, no students were attacked, and no classroom or dormitory was messed up. This made Harry and Ronald, who were expecting something, feel a little uneasy. So Harry and Ronald decided to cast themselves a disillusionment charm and go see what Malfoy was up to. "I'm going too," Hermione said expectantly upon hearing that. "Then let's go together." Harry nodded. The three of Harry left the Gryffindor common room and found an empty corner. Harry cast a disillusionment charm on the three of them and immediately acted. The three of Harry waited outside the common room where the Slytherins were. However, what made the three of Harry anxious was that they didn't wait for Malfoy to show up all morning. Hermione lifted her invisibility and said in a low voice, "Maybe Malfoy went out early and wasn't in the Slytherin common room. I suggest going to the castle." Harry and Ronald lifted the invisibility effect, and they both nodded in agreement. The three left quickly and began to wander around the teaching building. The three of them were walking, and suddenly heard Filch's roar, very hysterical. Harry stopped in his tracks, glanced at each other, and quickly slowed down, arriving at the corner. I saw Filch mopping the floor with a mop, and there was a lot of water on the ground. Merlin's beard, how could she do this? This is the first time it has caused me trouble. I dragged it all night. I can't wait for a magic to solve all these problems now. No, this is intolerable. I'm going to Dumbledore. While mopping, Filch growled and finally couldn't bear it any longer. He threw the mop aside, turned and left, and disappeared into the corridor after a while. The three of Harry came out and came to the corridor. Looking at the water spreading throughout the corridor, they felt a little curious, so they walked over looking for the water stains. "It's coming from the Moaning Myrtle bathroom." Ronald pointed to the door next to it with a clapping sign on it and said, "As for Myrtle, after Nick's 500th death anniversary dinner, the three of Harry didn't hate it so much. Instead, they found Myrtle very interesting, and Hermione chatted with Myrtle a lot. Harry pushed open the door, and Myrtle was crying loudly and shrilly. In the bathroom, the toilet was like a fountain, continuously spraying water and extinguishing the candles. There are also many cracks in the mirror of the sink, and many books and scraps of paper are scattered around. This surprised Harry et al. Myrtle has always behaved, although she is very sad and frightening from time to time, but she has never heard of her crying. Recovery. Hermione took out her wand and cast her magic on the damaged toilet bowl, said. After a while, the toilet was repaired. By the way, all the water on the ground was pumped up by magic and poured into the toilet. Harry also magically lit the watered-out candles, making the bathroom much brighter. "Myrtle, what's wrong with you?" Harry came to a toilet, opened the door, looked at Myrtle, who was hiding there crying, and asked. "Harry, someone hit me with a book," Myrtle said pitifully. "Someone hit you with a book," Ronald said incredulously. "Can they hit you?" "Sorry, I just want to ask, did they hurt you? Do you feel any pain?" When Myrtle heard Ronald's words, she cried even more terribly and louder. The three of Ronald subconsciously backed away in fright. The voice was really harsh. Hermione and Harry looked at Ronald even more resentfully. "Are you sure you will comfort the ghost? I don't feel pain, but I feel very sad." "Let's hit Myrtle with a book because she doesn't feel pain, but if you hit her stomach with a book, you get 10 points, and if you hit her head, you get 50 points. Isn't that a very good game? Interesting, ha. "Do you know whose notebook this is?" Harry was a little surprised, but also asked excitedly. It didn't feel like it was funny at all. I was just sitting on the toilet seat and thinking, why did I die? And the book fell off my head. Myrtle's words made the three of Harry look at each other with a feeling that they should grab something. This notebook is somewhat familiar. Hermione walked over, saw this notebook as well, and immediately began to think, I don't know anything. Myrtle almost collapsed, screamed, and left the bathroom, not knowing where she went. We missed our chance. If we had come to the castle to look for them from the beginning, we might have caught them, Ronald said with a little shortness of breath. Myrtle, when did they hit you with the book? Harry asked eagerly. I think so too. Harry came to the sink, and among the many books, he found a notebook with a somewhat tattered black cover. More and more, I started to hide. I was very scared. I was very sad, but I didn't see who it was. They were shrouded in black robes, blocking their faces. Hermione's words made both Ronald and Harry feel astonished and unbelievable, but more than excitement. As long as you know who threw the notebook, you can know what happened in the school these days, and the attack on the students is the real culprit. Hermione thought for a moment, and after a while she suddenly raised her head and looked at Ronald. Seeing Hermione staring at him with a hesitant look, Ronald asked quickly, Hermione, why are you looking at me? Is there a flower on my face? Harry couldn't help but looked at Ronald suspiciously. Hermione looked very suspicious. Could this matter have something to do with Ronald? I remembered whose notebook this is, Hermione said in a low voice. Who? Ronald and Harry asked hastily. Ginny, Hermione said after a moment of hesitation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She wouldn't do such a thing. When Ronald heard this, he immediately refused without any hesitation. Ronald knew Ginny very well. She was his sister, and she was very well behaved. How could she do such a thing? Harry also found it incredible, and he didn't even want to believe it. Harry was very touched by the character of this little girl, Ginny. She was really a gentle and well-behaved child. It's unbelievable, but the fact is, I've seen this notebook at Ginny's before. Actually, you should have seen that Ginny often takes it to study in the library. Although a little unbelievable, Hermione still tried to speak. For a while, both Harry and Ronald fell silent. If I recall carefully, it seems that Ginny often appears in the library with a notebook in her arms. It's just that they really aren't sure if it's this notebook, or rather, they don't want to be sure. Come on, if it's true, just ask Ginny, Hermione suggested. Pushed by Hermione, Ronald and Harry left the bathroom and returned to the Gryffindor common room. After a while, led by Hermione, they came to the girls' dormitory and found Ginny's dormitory. Is Ginny there? Hermione called, knocking on the door. After a while, the door of the room was opened, and it was Ginny's classmate. For Hermione, Ginny's roommate is quite familiar, in addition to Ginny's brother Ronald and the school hero Harry. The three of Hermione were warmly invited in. The girls' dormitory was a bit chic, and Harry and Ronald couldn't help but take a few more glances. Nasa, isn't Ginny in the dormitory? Hermione looked around and asked. She's been out for a while. I guess she's either in the library or out for a walk. Nasha laughed after hearing that. After looking at the time, Nasha immediately said, perhaps she will be back soon. Why? Hermione asked curiously. Because if there are no accidents, she will usually come back at this time. Nasha said as a matter of course. Hermione, Harry and Ronald looked at each other, then fell silent. Could it be that this matter is really related to Ginny? At this time, it was already around 9:30 in the evening. Those who had problems in the past were all before 9:30, and after 9:30, there were generally no problems. The three of Harry didn't wait long before they saw Ginny walking in from the outside. Seeing the three of Harry in the dormitory, Ginny asked curiously, Brother Hermione, Harry, are you here to look for me? Of course I'm worried about you, Ronald said hastily. While talking, Ronald came to Ginny, looked at Ginny and said, Are you okay? What can I do? Ginny asked with some confusion. Ginny, come with us, we want to ask you some questions. Hermione stepped forward and pulled Ginny out of the dormitory, to a corner where no one had walked. Did something happen? Ginny looked at the three of Harry with a puzzled expression and asked, Brother, did something happen at home? Suddenly, Ginny asked anxiously. Ronald quickly held Ginny down and said, No, Mom and Dad are fine, they're safe. Ginny, I want to ask you something, it's very important. Hermione turned to Ginny and said seriously. Ginny looked at the three of Harry with some hesitation, then nodded and said, Ask, I know I will tell you as much as possible. Do you have a battered leather notebook? Hermione asked, staring at Ginny. Hey, did you see it? Where is it? I've been looking for it, but I don't know where I missed it. I've been looking for it for a long time, but unfortunately I haven't found it yet. Ginny was very pleasantly surprised, but also extremely looking forward to it. Listening to Ginny's words, Ronald was a little astonished and quickly asked, Did you lose your notebook? Yes, but I don't know where I lost it. Ginny rubbed her head and said with a puzzled expression, Harry frowned and was about to take out the notebook and ask Ginny if it was hers. But Hermione stopped Harry and said to Ginny, "Ginny, this notebook is something important. Can you tell me where you bought this notebook? I want to buy one too." Both Harry and Ronald glanced at Hermione, wanting to ask something, but were stopped by Hermione's eyes. Although they didn't know what Hermione was doing, the two remained silent. "It was given to me by my good friend Ella Elton." Ginny said happily without hesitation. "We were reading in the library at the time, we chatted happily, and I exchanged notebooks as a testimony from friends." "Okay, thank you, then I can only spare time to visit Diagon Alley," Hermione thanked. Ginny didn't think much about it. They chatted briefly for a while, and Hermione took Harry and Ronald to bid farewell to Ginny. "Hermione, did you find something? Is there anything different about this notebook? Why didn't you tell Ginny about the notebook we found? Is there something wrong with that Ella Elton?" Harry and Ronald asked each question one by one, while Hermione was thinking, didn't answer immediately, and walked a bit fast. Suddenly, Hermione stopped and spoke very fast. "Harry, I think there is something wrong with this notebook. Ginny attaches great importance to this notebook, but she can't remember where she lost her notebook at all. I've also seen Ella Elton appearing in the library with Ginny from time to time. They seem very close, but Ella Elton is on the list and is suspicious. I'm sure there's something wrong with this Ella Elton, and she gave the notebook to Ginny on purpose. Then the question is again, what secrets are hidden in this notebook? Or this notebook has been cast by magic, making people sink into it and cannot extricate themselves. These are cases, not groundless lies." Hermione's words made Harry hesitate. Looking at the notebook in his hand, Harry couldn't figure out what was so special about it. He looked at the content inside. It was all about a diary named Tom Riddle 50 years ago. Most of the things recorded in it were ordinary things, and some of them seemed a little dark. Suddenly, Harry froze a bit. "Are you sure this is the notebook Ella Elton gave Ginny?" Harry said with a somewhat silent expression. Hermione and Ronald nodded in affirmation. Harry frowned, flipped through the notebook, and said puzzledly, "Since it was the notebook given to Ginny by Ella Ilton, why is there a diary named Tom Riddle recorded here, Ella Ilton's diary? Where's the diary? Where's Ginny's diary? For more than half a year, holding her every day, it's impossible for her to write nothing." After hearing Harry's words, Ronald and Hermione both reacted and were extremely shocked at the same time. They quickly grabbed the notebook in Harry's hand and looked through it. After a while, both Ronald and Hermione were dumbfounded. "Yeah, why isn't there a bit of Ella Elton's or Ginny's diary on it?" "Harry, do I think we've made a mistake and this isn't Ginny's notebook at all?" Ronald said hesitantly. "Impossible, it's true, I'm very impressed with this notebook," Hermione retorted immediately, then asked Ginny. Harry said, took the notebook and turned to go to Ginny's dormitory. "No, at least not now." Hermione stopped Harry and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps there is some secret hidden in this notebook. This notebook must be the one Ginny is holding, but she doesn't remember anything. There may be magic involved." Ronald frowned after listening to Hermione's words. This matter concerns his own sister. He must be careful. "Then why don't you go back and study it first?" Ronald looked at Harry hesitantly and said, "I heard from my father that there are some confiscated books in the Ministry of Magic, and some books have been released with magic, with strange abilities. For example, a book called The Wizard's Sonnets, but anyone who has read this book can only speak in 5-line doggerel for the rest of his life. Also, there is an old wizard named Bass who has a book that you can never put down once you read it. No matter where you go, you bury your face in the book, and your hands can never leave this book." Harry was intimidated by Ronald's mysterious statement. After thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, then let's study. We need to ask Professor Kate Lyle for help with this matter. If there is any special magic in this book that we can't solve, or if it puts us in crisis, Professor Kate can stop it in time," Hermione quickly suggested. Harry and Ronald discussed it and agreed immediately. After all, the unknown is always powerful and frightening. No matter how courageous they are, they will not take risks easily unless necessary. Since there is such a powerful existence as Professor Kate Lyle in the school, it is natural to make good use of it. There was a clanging sound, and Kate Lyle opened the door. Harry walked in and quickly said, "Professor Kate, do we need your help?" Kate Lyle was a little curious when she heard this and said, "Looking at you, I'm a little anxious." Harry put the notebook on the table and said, "There is something wrong with this book. I suspect that magic has been cast on it." Kate Lyle looked at the somewhat worn-out notebook with a twinkle in her eyes. Just one glance, Kate Lyle knew that this book was not simple. Looking back on some things, Kate Lyle also knew what Harry was going through. Picking up the notebook, Kate Lyle also looked at it seriously. Regarding Tom Riddle's diary, Kate Lyle is also a little curious. Seeing Kate Lyle looking at it seriously and sinking into it, Hermione, Harry, and Ronald watched Kate Lyle seriously looking at the notebook, silently did not speak, and at the same time worried that Kate Lyle would be immersed in it, bewitched. For about half an hour, Kate Lyle had roughly finished reading the diary in the notebook, and just now she put the notebook down, looked at Harry and the three of them and asked, "What do you think?" After Hermione recounted what happened tonight, she said seriously, "We feel that there is a mysterious magic hidden in this notebook, which made Ginny forget some memories and do dangerous things. Then what are you going to do?" Kate Lyle did not rush to explain, but continued to ask, "I plan to use magic on this notebook to reveal the hidden secrets, but this may be dangerous, so I want Professor Kate to protect us," Hermione said hastily. Hearing this, Keltrell smiled and understood what Hermione wanted to do next, so he said, "Yes." Hermione, Ronald, and Harry heard this and smiled happily. "I guess the invisibility potion is used here." Hermione immediately took out her wand, tapped the notebook 3 times expectantly, and shouted, "Hurry up." After a few seconds of silence, there was no response. Hermione seemed very patient and directly took out a revealing eraser from the non-marking stretch bag and said, "I still have this revealing eraser, which I bought in Diagon Alley." Hermione took the visible eraser and wiped it vigorously, but there was still no result. Seeing this situation, Ronald thought about it and said, "Magic is released on the book. If we want to trigger the magic, maybe we should change our thinking. For example, some books can eat people, suck blood, or are afraid of fire." Both Harry and Hermione looked at Ronald with strange eyes, and looked at Ronald with trepidation in their hearts. "I'm just telling you some things I've heard about the magical book. Of course, this is just for reference." Ronald quickly explained that he didn't want to be an outlier. Hermione said with a serious face, "I think you can give it a try. I have also heard of some magical books." Then, Hermione released the water balloon and was about to put the notebook in it. Harry raised his hand and threw it in, saying, "It's not afraid of water. We picked it up in the pool. Didn't you realize that this book has some water stains on the cover, but the inside is not wet at all?" "Why don't you set fire to it?" Ronald suddenly said expectantly. "Now I just know it's waterproof, so can it be fireproof? I just realized it." Harry said helplessly, "Besides, you haven't realized it either. You can also try dripping your blood on it." Hermione said, staring at Ronald. "Since you know, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Hermione said, suddenly annoyed. Hermione and Ronald really reacted after hearing what Harry said. They really didn't notice this situation. When Ronald heard this, his face changed slightly and he said, "Why use my blood?" The result was as Harry said, "What if it sucks my blood dry like a vampire bat?" At this moment, the notebook was already wrapped in water polo. Hermione quickly removed the water polo after hearing Harry's words. "Burn it with fire, it will not rot. Soak it in water, it will not rot." The Zybi routine of recognizing the Lord by dripping blood is even more of a joke. No matter what method is used, this notebook is invulnerable to fire and water, invulnerable to weapons and guns, and cannot be dyed. This operation made Harry and the others a little irritable and powerless. "Professor Kate, how was this notebook made at all?" Harry gave up and had to look to Kate Lyle for help. Hermione and Ronald just came to their senses at this time. They had been building for so long and wasted so much time. They might as well ask Professor Kate for help. Kate Lyle has been watching Harry and the three of them working hard on Tom Riddle's notebook. Not helpful at all, but interesting to watch. At the same time, I have to sigh, Voldemort is really good at certain achievements. "Harry, take your pen and write on it." Kate Lyle said to Harry, "Just write, 'Hello, Tom Riddle.'" Harry was a little puzzled when he heard this, but he still picked up a pen, found a blank page, and wrote on it. Soon, the three of Harry discovered that the words Harry wrote on it had disappeared, and when the three of Harry continued to be amazed, a line of words appeared in the blank space. "Hello." The three of Harry were extremely shocked, and Harry even shouted, "How is this possible?" Kate Lyle smiled slightly. "There is nothing impossible because it is Tom Riddle, a character who has made the wizarding world fear and fear for decades." The three of Harry were silent for a moment, not knowing what they were thinking. "Merlin's beard, I know who he is now." Hermione suddenly said in shock. "Who is it?" Ronald asked hastily. "Voldemort," Hermione whispered. "Tom Riddle is his name." "To be more precise, his name is Tom Marvolo Riddle," Kate Lyle added. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, both a little shocked. Especially Harry, looking at this notebook, became more focused. "Are you interested in seeing Voldemort's world?" Kate Lyle smiled at the three of Harry. "The world of Voldemort, can we really see it?" Ronald asked, a little unsure. "Of course, but there are only things left in this notebook that you can see." Kate Lyle laughed. "Professor Kate, what we see is not all Voldemort's memory world. Hermione thought for a moment and responded. Yes, Kate Lyle said. How do I go to see that world? Ronald said with some expectation. Voldemort, maybe they would have been very scared once, but now, oh, who is Voldemort? Is he strong? Kate Lyle took out her wand and pointed at the notebook. A black light fell on the notebook. The pages of the notebook were flipping quickly, and finally stayed on the note on June 13th. A magic vortex appeared, and quickly absorbed the magic energy of the dark element, and suddenly enlarged in the next moment, and the four of Harry disappeared into the notebook in an instant. When it appeared again, it was already in another special world. The world of magic in their eyes changed from blurred to clear. Where is this place? Ronald looked around curiously and called, Is this person so familiar? Hermione looked at a very frail and skinny wizard sitting at a desk, with white hair, reading a letter by the light of a candle. Harry looked at the person in front of him, not familiar at all, so he looked at Professor Kate. If I'm not mistaken, his name is Armando Dippet, the previous principal, who was also the principal during Voldemort's time. Kate Lyle looked at the old man in front of him and smiled. In Dumbledore's office, there was a portrait of him, but that portrait was much younger. We talk, but he can't hear, Ronald said subconsciously. This is a memory world, we are just bystanders and will not affect them. Kate Lyle explained. Just when the three of Harry expressed their understanding, a figure walked in. It was a boy around 16 years old, very handsome, with a silver prefect badge on his chest. This is a Slytherin prefect, Ronald said with some dislike. Ronald nodded but didn't say anything, but was curious about what this person was doing. Riddle, you're here. Armando Dippet looked up at the boy who came in and said, Riddle, Ronald exclaimed after hearing this, is he Voldemort? Quiet, Ronald, listen to them. Hermione was a little dissatisfied with Ronald's reaction and quickly snapped. In fact, Hermione was also a little shocked. After all, Voldemort looked really handsome at this time, and he didn't look like a vicious one. Professor Dippet, I heard that you want to see me. Tom Riddle sat opposite Armando Dippet and said a little nervously, Yes, Riddle. Armando Dippet looked at Tom Riddle and said kindly, I'm sorry, although I really want to keep you, but because of some things I can't do so you are willing to go home for vacation. No. Riddle immediately stood up and said, I'd rather stay in the school than go back, there's nothing there. Riddle. Armando Dippet stopped Riddle and said, I know you don't want to go back to the orphanage, but what happened at the school is troublesome, you have to leave. Tom Riddle fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. Listening to the conversation between the two, Ronald guessed, what happened in the school must not be related to the secret room. Harry and Hermione both guessed after hearing the words, but they were not sure. Kate Lyle glanced at Ronald, a little surprised that this little guy guessed this matter so quickly. Riddle lowered his head and put his hands on his knees. He hesitated for a while before raising his head and saying, Professor Dippet, are you referring to the incident of being attacked? When the three of Harry heard this, they cheered up immediately, and it was indeed related to the Chamber of Secrets. According to rumors, when the Chamber of Secrets was opened last time, someone died, and it was a Muggle-born girl. Although I don't want to mention it, it's the truth. Armando Dippet said with some regret, This is a tragedy. You are still young. I don't want you to experience such sadness. Keep you in school, for you very unfriendly. The poor little girl died. You're much safer in an orphanage, at least for now. In addition, the Ministry of Magic is already discussing whether to close the school. If there is no school, you still have to go back to the orphanage. The most important thing is that I have no clue about the murderer who killed the little girl. Listening to Armando Dippet's words, Tom Riddle fell into silence again. Professor Dippet, if that man is caught, will this stop? Armando Dippet's words made Tom Riddle see an opportunity. Under those eyes, there is a ruthless conspiracy hidden, and it is brewing. Dippet stood up, stared at Riddle and said in a deep voice, Riddle, do you know who attacked that little girl? Tom Riddle panicked and quickly explained, No, Professor Dippet, I don't know, I just said, if. Dippet slumped back into his chair disappointed and waved, You can go, Riddle. Riddle stood up and left the room with heavy steps. Let's follow and have a look. Hermione hurriedly followed and called. Harry and Ronald didn't think much, followed Hermione and looked over. Kate Lyle glanced at the room before following her away. Descending from the spiral staircase and walking in the dark corridor, Tom Riddle suddenly stopped in his tracks. Knowing that Riddle would not discover their existence, Hermione boldly came to Tom Riddle to observe his situation. At this moment, Tom Riddle was lost in thought, looking very serious, as if he was making an important decision. After a while, Tom Riddle made a decision and left in a hurry. Hermione, Harry, and Ronald followed closely, wanting to know what Tom Riddle was going to do. It's the young Professor Dumbledore. At the door of a great hall, Tom Riddle met a tall wizard with long flowing auburn hair and a beard, and he greeted Riddle standing on a marble staircase. Looking at this person, the three of Hermione recognized who that person was at a glance. "What are you doing here, Tom? It's very important now, it's so late, don't move around," Dumbledore said when he found Tom Riddle. "I went to see the headmaster, Professor Dumbledore," Tom Riddle explained. "Okay, then go back to sleep." Dumbledore didn't pursue it to the end, but turned away and said, "I've been a little restless recently. This is for your safety, Riddle." Riddle said good night and left quickly. Harry and the others followed Riddle to the basement classroom. At this time, Riddle seemed very cautious, as if he was spying on something, thus hiding in a corner. "Is that man Hagrid?" At this moment, Ronald saw a tall figure walking by and said. Harry and Hermione were slightly taken aback when they heard this, as if it was really Hagrid. At this time, Hagrid was still young and not that tall, but compared to Riddle, he was already much taller. Hagrid entered a door, and the appearance of this door made the three of Harry stunned again. "Is there a door here? Did you see that? There's a door here." Harry couldn't help but said, "I remember there was no door here," Hermione said firmly. "I can assure you." Ronald said as well. Harry took a deep breath, feeling a little shocked, and guessed the Chamber of Secrets. Shocked, Hermione and Ronald ran up quickly, afraid of missing the same. "Come out, come up here, yes, come into the box." Listening to Hagrid's familiar voice, the three of Harry felt their hearts beating faster, as if the truth was right in front of them. And just when the three of Harry thought they were going to see the truth, Riddle suddenly rushed out and blocked the door, saying, "Good evening, Rubeus." Hagrid was taken aback and tried to close the door. "Rubeus, everything should be over." Tom Riddle stared at Hagrid and said, "I am very sorry to have to tell you something. They are discussing a very important matter. If this matter cannot be stopped and a solution is obtained, Hogwarts will be closed." "What did you say?" Hagrid was extremely anxious when he heard Tom Riddle's words, and asked, "How is this possible?" Ignoring Hagrid's words, Tom Riddle said calmly and seriously, "Rubeus, I know you didn't intend to kill people, but a monster is a monster, not a pet. I understand what you think, you just want it to come out and move around, but the result—" "No, it didn't kill, it won't." Hagrid slammed the door shut and growled, "Get out of the way, Rubeus." Tom Riddle took out his wand, pointed it at Hagrid, and said in a deep voice, "The school must give an explanation. It is the murderer. Hand over the murderer to ensure that Hogwarts will not is closed." "Impossible." Hagrid took out his wand, aimed at Tom Riddle, and said in a deep voice, "It won't kill people, and I won't let you hurt it." Binding curse, Tom Riddle shot instantly, and before Hagrid could react, he was restrained and fell to the side. Tom Riddle also yelled at the gate again, "Allahu is open." The door was opened, and a huge figure rushed out instantly. The three of Harry standing at the door screamed in fright. It wasn't until this figure passed by them that they realized that they were just outsiders and would not be harmed. After Ronald screamed, as the spider ran away, Tom Riddle chased after him, and then he came back to his senses and said, "This is a huge spider. Compared with the human-faced spider, it is much smaller. Perhaps I know who this huge spider is." Hermione reacted and said, "Aragog, the terrifying acromander in the Forbidden Forest, turns out to be Hagrid's pet." So Hagrid opened the 50 Years Chamber of Secrets, released Aragog the Acromantula, and killed a girl. Harry frowned and said in disbelief, "That's not Hagrid's style." As Harry's words fell, the surrounding space also changed. In the rotation and blur, the four of Harry returned to the small bungalow. Suddenly leaving the world in the notebook and returning to reality, the three of Harry felt uncomfortable. It took a long time for Harry, Hermione, and Ronald to react. "Professor Kate, do you believe that Hagrid is the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets?" Hagrid was so kind, he couldn't have done something like that. Harry recalled the scene he had just seen, still unwilling to accept such a fact, so he asked Kate Lyle and said. Hermione and Ronald were a little silent. The facts they just saw made it difficult for them to judge the truth. "According to what I just saw, the Chamber of Secrets was opened by Hagrid, and the monster hidden inside is the Acromantula. But if it was false just now, what is the truth? What is the truth? If you ask the right person, it's very simple. Besides Tom Riddle, the current King Voldemort, is he really a kind person?" Kate Lyle looked at the three of Harry and laughed. "Things have developed to this point. In fact, it is almost the same. Over the past few days, guys like Harry have worked very hard, even doing more things than ever before. That's real progress, the kind with a brain. With the progress of Harry and others, the answer is getting closer and closer. Should we go to Hagrid?" Harry understood and asked hastily, "No, I've already notified him to come." Kate Lyle laughed and said, "However, before that, let's listen to Aragog's words." "Acromantula," Hermione said immediately upon hearing this. Yes, Kate Lyle said, drawing a circle in the air with her wand. The three of Harry listened and nodded, looking forward to it. In the Forbidden Forest, Aragog, the acromantula sleeping under tree, was suddenly enveloped by a ray of light. As the light shrouded, Aragog was awakened, and its body rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly it disappeared. When he appeared again, Aragog saw a huge figure appearing in front of him. "Hello, Aragog." Kate Lyle looked at Aragog and smiled. Looking at the person in front of him, Aragog couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then became extremely frightened. His small eyes rolled around, and his claws waved, trying to escape from here. Aragog naturally recognized Kate Lyle, because last year it was repaired by Kate Lyle, and some things were extracted from it to refine magic potions. If it is not unable to resist, it just wants to give Kate Lyle a hard time. This is Aragog. The acromantula in the Forbidden Forest. Harry looked at the arachnid, which was the size of a washbasin, appearing on the table in front of him, and said incredulously. Even though this spider was big enough, it was still too far from the acromander Harry and the others saw in Riddle's notebook. It should be it, but it's too small. Hermione was a little uncertain, so she looked at Kate Lyle and asked, "Professor Kate, according to its growth rate, shouldn't it be very large in 50 years? For example, this hall is so big." "I just made it smaller, otherwise my house would not be able to accommodate its huge body," Kate Lyle explained. The three of Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing Kate Lyle's explanation. "Aragog, I want to know about the opening of the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. Can you tell us the truth?" Harry looked at Aragog and asked hastily. Aragog didn't answer Harry's question immediately, but stood there silently, digesting some information. The strength of Kate Lyle is not something it can resist at all. In addition, Kate Lyle actually summoned it here from the Forbidden Forest, and made its body smaller even in the air. This ability. "Well, no matter what, I can't resist, so I can only obey the arrangement honestly. That happened many years ago." Aragog looked at Kate Lyle with his eyes, and turned around from time to time, which seemed a bit funny, but he still said, "For the sake of Professor Kate Lyle now, perhaps I can tell the truth about that year." Harry, Ronald, and Hermione sat up straight excitedly, and Harry even took out his memory crystal ball, preparing to record this crucial evidence. Aragog didn't know the function of the memory crystal ball, so he just glanced at it and began to talk about the events of the year. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened. A Muggle girl died. She died in a bathroom. If I remember correctly, her name was Myrtle. Hagrid was very sad and worried about it. "Because some people say that I am the murderer of the Muggle girl, that I am the monster who lives in the Chamber of Secrets, and that Hagrid is the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, and he let me out of the Chamber of Secrets. However, many people don't know that I am not from the castle. I basically lived in that cupboard back then, and never saw other parts of the castle, because we spiders like dark and silent places." Aragog was hatched in a Hogwarts cupboard, given to Rubeus Hagrid, who was still a student, by a traveller from afar. It grew up in the cupboard, and Hagrid fed it crumbs. Aragog's instinct was to eat humans, but he never preyed on humans at Hogwarts for the sake of Hagrid. However, Hagrid and Aragog were captured by Tom Riddle, later Voldemort, who opened the chamber, when a monster from the chamber escaped and attacked a student. It is believed that Aragog was the murderer of the student. Under the protection of Hagrid, it was forced to flee to the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid was expelled under the slander of Tom Riddle. However, in the second year, at the insistence of Albus Dumbledore, who was only a professor of transfiguration at the time, he persuaded everyone to make Hagrid a gamekeeper. This persistence lasted for 50 years. Although Rubeus Hagrid had some complaints in his heart, he still persisted hard and did not complain, because Albus Dumbledore gave him a new chance. Otherwise, he would have to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Aragog lived in the Forbidden Forest, feeding on its creatures, and Hagrid became the groundskeeper at Hogwarts. They remained in touch, and Hagrid found Aragog a wife. They formed a thriving family and lived a peaceful life away from humans. According to Aragog, there is a bigger and more terrifying monster living in the castle, which is the nemesis of their spiders, and it often moves around in the school. Because of fear, Aragog didn't dare to wander around, and even begged Hagrid to take him out of the castle. However, Hagrid didn't get it, and it couldn't speak at the time. Perhaps, if it had left at the time, Hagrid would not have been misunderstood. Listening to Aragog telling the truth of the year, the three of Harry were extremely shocked in their hearts. They did not expect the truth to be like this. This was beyond their imagination, so Hagrid was misunderstood. When the three of Harry laughed at the information provided by Aragog, Hagrid pushed the door and walked in at the right time. Seeing that the three of Harry were also here, he couldn't help but feel a little curious, but he still called out to Kate Lyle, "Professor Kate, is there anything you can do with me? Hey, what is this, eight-eyed spider? Where did you find the little guy? Is it for me? If this giant eight-eyed spider is given to me, I will like it very much. Let me see if it's male or female. It would be great if it was a female. Some of my friends just need female spiders from outside." Hagrid looked at the acromantula on the table, full of curiosity and joy. Even extremely bold, he grabbed the acromantula, wanting to see the male and female of the acromantula. While listening to Hagrid's words, Kate Lyle watched Hagrid grab Aragog to check, with a smile on her face. The three of Harry looked at Hagrid suspiciously. Because he knew the identity of the acromantula, he was a little surprised that Hagrid didn't recognize him and felt amused. It turned out to be a male. That's really a pity. Hagrid put the acromantula on the table and said regretfully, "Rubeus, is this how you treat your friends?" Aragog finally couldn't help saying after hearing Hagrid's words, "You can talk." Hagrid was taken aback by Aragog's voice, because such a small acromander could not speak human words, but the acromander in front of him. Merlin's beard, why is this voice so familiar? Hagrid seemed to hear something, looked at the acromantula in disbelief and called, "Are you Aragog?" "Otherwise," Aragog said in great disappointment, "we have a familiar childhood. I still remember what you looked like when you were young, but you don't remember what I looked like, Rubeus." After hearing Aragog's words, Hagrid still couldn't believe it and said, "Why are you here? Why have you become so small?" Aragog looked at Kate Lyle and said, "Professor Kate is very interested in the truth of 50 years ago, and I have no way to refuse." Hearing this, Hagrid thought back to the past, and then said with a slightly depressed mood, "Well, this is an unpleasant past. It was a snake that killed the little girl back then, a huge snake, and it lived in the secret room of the castle." Aragog said, looking at Hagrid, "Are you finally willing to speak out?" Hagrid trembled all over, his emotions were a little nervous and broken, even the tone of the speech was a little trembling. Looking at Hagrid at this moment, Harry, Ronald, and Hermione felt astonished at first, and then understood something, and they were full of sympathy for Hagrid. Aragog looked at Hagrid at this time, hesitated for a moment, and then comforted. "Rubeus, I'm sorry, I should have said it earlier. But you are a good friend, I recognize. I don't want you to be killed by a giant snake. Anyone who sees it will be killed by it." Hearing Aragog's words, Hagrid touched the tears in his eyes, laughed and said, "Thank you, Aragog. I know what you said. You are here to protect me. However, that was in the past, and now I am very powerful. I also know that you have shown off in front of me more than once, but I am still worried about you and dare not tell you." Aragog looked at Hagrid with mixed feelings. Hagrid is the one who took care of her birth and growth, and founded a wife. He swore that he would never harm Hagrid, not even its descendants. It's the same, it doesn't want to tell Hagrid the truth, because it's afraid that Hagrid will die. But it is also the case. Hagrid has been charged with this crime for more than 50 years, which is a tormented time. Okay, let's stop here for your reminiscences. Next, we need to go to a place to remove this hidden danger hidden in the secret room. Otherwise, if accidents continue, Hogwarts will be forced to close. Kate Lyle grabbed the wand and sent Aglac back to the Forbidden Forest while walking outside. Seeing that Aragog was sent away by Kate Lyle, Hagrid was not disappointed, because he understood what Kate Lyle was going to do, but at the same time he asked very curiously, "Professor Kate, do you know where the Chamber of Secrets is?" "I didn't know at first, but now with the clues brought by Harry and the clues I know, then I should be able to determine where the Chamber of Secrets is." Kate Lyle stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Harry and the others with a lot of meaning laughed. "Do I need to find this? After all, I knew where the entrance to the secret room was from the very beginning." When Hagrid, Harry and the others heard this, they all showed surprise on their faces. A group of people came to the castle, went up the stairs and walked through the corridor. Suddenly, there were dense footsteps. The students from various colleges quickly left the classroom with panicked faces and walked towards their respective teaching buildings. This sudden scene made Harry and the others puzzled and had an ominous feeling. Seeing such a scene, Kate Lyle said thoughtfully, "Let's go, something dangerous must have happened." However, the most important thing is to find the secret room and get rid of the basilisk. Kate Lyle said something, and the four of Hagrid also felt the same reason, so they continued to follow Kate Lyle. After a while, Kate Lyle and the others came to the bathroom where Myrtle was. "Professor Kate." As soon as the five of Kate and Lyle entered, Myrtle floated out of a toilet room and shouted, "Professor Kate, it's great to have you here. Someone was attacked again." "Who was attacked?" Hermione asked curiously. Myrtle looked at Ronald and said, the little red-haired girl, Ginny Weasley, was taken away and locked in a secret room. On the wall outside there was a sentence: "Her bones will remain forever in the secret room." What? The expressions of the three of Harry changed instantly, especially Ronald, who was even paler, and his breathing became short of breath. Kate Lyle was slightly silent, feeling a little strange that the plot of the story had shifted again. And Ginny also had a long conversation with Tom Riddle. These conversations made Ginny deeply involved, but she didn't know it. As for why he escaped the detection of the crystal ball, maybe Tom Riddle, who was hiding on Ginny, knew about it a long time ago, so he didn't let Ginny take him to the restaurant. After all, Ginny had already been controlled by Tom Riddle to do many things before this, but he didn't expect that Tom Riddle still made a move, and he made a move ahead of time. He originally thought that if he took action at this time, it would be just right. The little girl Ginny would not be taken away, and Tom Riddle would not be taken away either, perhaps because the three of Harry asked Ginny about the notebook. Some are like being casted with the Imperious Curse, but it is more clever than the Imperious Curse, and it is a psychological suggestion. Thinking of this, Kate Lyle looked at the three of Harry. "Ginny will be fine, trust me." Kate Lyle's voice brought Harry and the others back to their senses and quickly found the backbone. "Professor Kate, is Ginny really okay?" Ronald asked anxiously. "What, don't you believe me?" Kate Lyle looked at Ronald and said. Ronald hesitated and said, "I'm just worried about Ginny's safety. I understand, trust me, Ginny will be fine with me here." Kate Lyle looked at the faucet in the sink and said, "Harry, look at this faucet and say, 'Turn it on' in Parseltongue." Hearing this, Harry looked at the faucet in astonishment. There were several small snakes carved on it, and he didn't understand what was so special about this faucet. Parseltongue, this is no secret to Ronald and the others. In Small World, Harry had demonstrated Parseltongue just to save their little dwarf friend. It's a pity that Rock's Earth Dragon disdained it and didn't give Harry any good looks. "It's a bad faucet, and it never came out," said Myrtle, floating over, looking at the faucet. "But it took your life here, Myrtle." Kate Lyle looked at Myrtle and said. When Myrtle heard this, she was silent and disappointed for a while. "I died here. I washed my hands here and here that day. I seemed to see something, then I felt my soul fly. Later, I realized that I was dead." Myrtle's voice sounded in the bathroom, and Harry and the others looked at Myrtle, full of sympathy and pity. Back then, Myrtle was killed here. Hagrid was also slandered by Tom Riddle for this. "Open," Harry hissed like a warning snake. In the expectant eyes of everyone, the faucet with the little snake engraved on it radiated light. The next moment, the faucet sank into the wash basin, and the wash basin was like a moving stage, converging towards the sides and revealing a channel with a diameter of 1 meter. "Is this the entrance to the secret room?" Looking at the passage, Ronald rushed forward excitedly. Ronald couldn't wait to go down to rescue Ginny, and he felt uncomfortable even if he was a minute late. "This hole is too small, how can I get in with my stature?" Hagrid looked at the entrance of the pipe, frowned and said, "Small." Kate Lyle's voice sounded, and Hagrid's huge body in the eyes of everyone quickly shrank, just like Harry's size, but stronger. Neville could be knocked down with a single punch in front of Hagrid at this moment. Let's go down together." Kate Lyle released the magic again, and Harry and the others flew into the pipeline uncontrollably, and Kate Lyle finally followed. Among the pipelines there are twists and turns, extending in all directions, forming a huge network. And the pipeline is very long and deep, and Harry and others feel that they have been sliding down for a long time. Flying out of the pipe, Harry and the others didn't hit the ground. Kate Lyle's magic wrapped them and landed safely. Hagrid, who landed on the ground, also changed back to its original appearance in an instant. The feeling just now was quite good. Hagrid moved his body and said with some joy. Kate Lyle laughed and said, "Since you like it, then I might as well keep you so small." Hearing this, Hagrid quickly said, "It's fine once or twice once in a while, but it's not a problem after a long time. After all, I am a giant, not a dwarf." Kate Lyle didn't say anything but looked around. The dark stone tunnel is wet, with pools of unknown depth on both sides. The candlelight lit all around, reflected on the water, swaying a little trance-like. As they walked, they stepped on the ground and made a clicking sound. It was a bone, and it was a mouse bone. Looking at these bones, the uneasiness in Ronald's heart became more and more intense. Now, Ronald only hoped that Ginny hadn't been eaten by a giant snake. Kate Lyle walked in the front, turned one turn after another, until at the end, a door blocked the way of Kate Lyle and others. "Is this the final entrance to the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry looked at the door and asked hesitantly. The door was carved with 2 intertwined snakes, and their eyes were set with huge, shining emeralds. The dazzling light gave people a special feeling, as if the two snakes had come to life and rushed towards them, scaring Harry and the three of them subconsciously, taking 2 steps back in fear, and Ronald also bumped into him. On Hagrid, Harry. Kate Lyle waved her wand, and a holy light swept over Harry and the others, making them immune to the magic of illusion, said. Harry understood what he needed to do, so he stepped forward and said in a low, hissing voice again, "Open." The 2 snakes separated, and the stone wall split from the middle, slowly disappearing on both sides. What caught everyone's eyes was a long, dimly lit room. Under the dim light, one can vaguely see the stone pillars on both sides and the front, all carved with big snakes, and on each snake there is an emerald of different sizes. Especially in front of them, under a ray of light on the stone wall, there is a huge giant snake statue, and staring at them, opened its mouth very fiercely, as if to swallow them invaders. At this moment, Harry and the others had the feeling of being surrounded by countless dense snakes, and their faces were a little pale. If it's 1 or 2, even if it's like the rock's earth dragon, they will challenge it without hesitation. But now, Harry took a deep breath and made himself stronger, because Ginny was still waiting for him to save her. Kate Lyle looked at the huge room in front of her eyes, looked at the stone pillars and walls, and waved her hand. White balls of light flew out, appeared in all directions, and illuminated the entire room. With the radiance of the holy light, the huge sculpture exuding a horrified aura in the room disappeared completely at this moment, and Harry and the others also relaxed a lot. Ginny. At this moment, Ronald found Ginny lying at the foot of a huge statue, and he rushed up excitedly. A boy who looked to be only about 16 years old stood on the head of a huge statue, and next to him was Ginny, who had passed out in a coma. A voice sounded and attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this scene, the 3 of Harry were extremely anxious, and Harry even cast a gale wind curse on Ronald, who was rushing forward. But the next moment, a black aura swept over Ginny and took Ginny away. "Sorry, she's my trophy now, you can't take her away." Harry and Hermione were also extremely excited and followed closely. However, when Ronald arrived, Ginny had disappeared. Tom Riddle. Harry looked at the person standing on the statue and said seriously. The person in front of him was naturally no stranger to Harry. However, now that Ginny was in the other party's hands, Harry was full of worries. "Release my sister quickly, or I won't be polite to you." Ronald stared at Tom Riddle and said angrily. It was a matter of his sister's safety, so Ronald had to worry. "Let her go." Tom Riddle smiled when he heard Ronald's words and said, "It doesn't really matter whether you let her go or not. She won't wake up." Ronald became angry when he heard Tom Riddle's words and said, "Shut up, she won't die." Full body binding curse. Ronald frantically waved his wand and pointed it at Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle took out a small wand and easily blocked Ronald's magic. What an impulsive young man. Tom Riddle smiled slightly and said, "Well, she's still alive, but she won't live for long. Her life is flowing into my body in a miraculous way, allowing me to be resurrected." Water prison curse. Hermione was startled by Tom Riddle's words, and without thinking about it, it was another spell. Unfortunately, Hermione's magic was blocked again. Tom Riddle immediately looked at Hermione with great interest and said, "You are Hermione Granger, right? Ginny and I have talked a lot about you, saying that you are very smart, but at the same time, she is also very good at nagging. She envies you, but she doesn't want to learn from you." Tom Riddle looked at Harry Potter, his eyes sparkled, and he said meaningfully, "However, compared to mentioning some things about you, the little girl Ginny mentioned more about Harry Potter. She likes you very much, but she's afraid that you won't be able to accept her." "What a poor little girl, you can't love her, but is it really okay for you to fall in love like this? Does your professor just ignore you? There are even more pitiful things. She believed in me and did a lot of bad things. She opened the Chamber of Secrets, strangled the rooster in the school, and scribbled scary words on the walls. And oh, she released the basilisk, attacked a lot of students, and killed a cat. She has done so many bad things. Do you really want to save her? She is a bad girl." Tom's voice was a bit bewitching, and he recounted everything that had happened in the past year. After Harry, Hermione, and Ronald heard the truth, their faces were pale and ugly, and their bodies were trembling. When the real truth was before them, they never thought that Ginny did all of this. "Thank you for teaching my students a good lesson and telling them an answer." Kate, Lyle, and Hagrid have been standing behind watching and listening to their conversation, and have no intention of making a move. But now Harry, the 3 little ones, had obviously been breached by Tom Riddle psychologically. Although this would also anger the 3 of Harry, the passing of life was still dangerous for Ginny. Secondly, Tom Riddle can appear here at this time, relying on the powerful magic power and Ginny's vitality. "You are Kate Lyle, right?" Ginny said that you are very powerful and created elemental magic, which is very amazing. I'm very curious, but I want to try it. Tom Riddle had noticed Kate Lyle a long time ago, and through the giant snake as his eyes, he also knew something about the school. But that's all, Kate Lyle's strength has reached that level, he doesn't know. Therefore, I am also full of curiosity about Kate Lyle's strength. Hagrid had a strange smile on his face when he heard Tom Riddle, and then he said flatly, Tom, I should call you that. You really counted the events 50 years ago, but if you want to challenge Professor Kate, I advise you not to do so. After all, your current life does not belong to you. Hearing what Hagrid said, Tom Riddle smiled a little and said, Long time no see, Rubeus. I didn't expect us to meet in this way. Speaking of which, I should thank you. After all, without you, I would not have been able to stay in school and get what I wanted. Hagrid's face was slightly ugly. He snorted coldly and said, That big snake is under your control. Where is it? Let it come out. I need to vent hard. If it didn't kill Myrtle back then, I will not suffer such grievances. Tom Riddle chuckled after hearing this, and then his face became a little silent. Harry, who was in the confrontation, suddenly felt something, raised his hand and cast a spell towards the distant pool, saying, The Wind Blade Curse. Crashing in the pool, a huge figure protruded out of the water, opened its mouth and jumped towards Harry, because Harry just shot at it. Go away. A voice sounded, and an angry Hagrid, running, rushed over with a spear and a shield in his hand, and slammed into the giant snake. The giant snake was focused on Harry, but it did not expect that its huge body was directly thrown out by Hagrid with the shield. Harry, leave this giant snake to me, get out of the way. Hagrid was very angry, especially this giant snake, which had gotten him expelled from school, and he had suffered a lot of stares over the past 50 years. The three of Harry came to their senses, quickly avoided and came to Kate Lyle's side. Professor Kate, please save Ginny, Harry begged hastily. Kate Lyle laughed and said, If you want to save Ginny, there are two ways. One is for me to do it, and the other is for you to do it. The three of Harry were a little puzzled when they heard what Kate Lyle said. Professor Kate, what do you mean? Harry asked hesitantly. The notebook is Voldemort's Horcrux. Kate Lyle reminded Harry. The three of Harry, Ronald and Hermione were a little shocked. They did not expect that Voldemort's Horcrux was always by their side. Harry was even more short of breath, and hurriedly took out his notebook, his hands trembling. To kill Voldemort, all of Voldemort's Horcruxes must be destroyed, otherwise Voldemort will continue to be reborn. Not being able to kill Voldemort also meant he would be constantly threatened by Voldemort and the Death Eaters. How do I destroy this notebook? Harry asked hastily. You can't do that. Tom Riddle yelled hastily when he heard Harry's words. Tom Riddle was a little scared. If the notebook was destroyed, he would really die, and his plan would fall through. He doesn't understand now why Kate Lyle knows that this notebook is a Horcrux he specially left behind. He hid it very well, and the person who got this notebook did not leave any traces here. Hagrid in the magic warrior state is extremely heroic, holding a shield and a spear. Like an invincible Spartan warrior, Kongwu is strong and very powerful. The thick shield blocked the giant snake's impact, and its tails sweep time and time again. Under Hagrid's swing, the long spear tore open the giant snake's skin time and time again. Even like a bullfight, one javelin after another was directly inserted into the giant snake's body. During these few minutes, Hagrid showed his wildness and strength as a giant, beating the giant snake to the ground. The ground shook again and again, because Hagrid directly grabbed the giant snake's tail and hit it against the ground and the wall, making Harry and the others extremely shocked and envious. Too wild, too domineering, so you are Hagrid. So much so that Harry ignored Tom Riddle's words and forgot to destroy the notebook. It's all you damn monster. If you hadn't killed Myrtle, I wouldn't have been fired back then. Yes, and damn Tom, damn Voldemort, you are the so-called heir of Slytherin. You are the one who opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and released the monster. You're done today. I'm going to pick you up and make barbecue. I'll give it to Aragog's descendants. They must like it very much. Hagrid shot, almost with all his strength. The spears in his hands changed one after another, and even the shield was smashed into several pieces by the giant snake. But this is not a problem for Hagrid, because the broken shield can continue to be replaced if it is lost. He does not lack magic power now, he just needs an object to vent. Listening to Hagrid's words, Harry and the others felt a little sympathetic. If the giant snake hadn't killed Myrtle, if Tom Riddle hadn't framed Hagrid, then Hagrid could have graduated from school normally and wouldn't have been wronged in his heart for more than 50 years. This is an extremely tormenting process. Boom. Because Hagrid didn't react in time, he was swept away by the snake's tail, hit the wall heavily, and fell into the unknown depth of water. The giant snake was very embarrassed by Hagrid and very angry, which it had never encountered before. The enraged giant snake did not enter the water immediately, but looked at Harry and the others, and its eyes turned blood red. Seeing this, Kate Lyle raised her hand and a holy light bloomed, which was extremely dazzling and stimulating, and said, "Close your eyes or you will be petrified." When the three of Harry heard this, they quickly closed their eyes, not daring to look at the giant snake. A giant snake in this state is very dangerous. Anyone stared at by red eyes will be instantly petrified. The strong holy light stimulated the giant snake, unable to open his eyes, and his ability could not be released. Harry and the others closed their eyes, and before they had time to comprehend anything, they heard the painful scream of the giant snake and the beautiful music rang in their ears. After the light dissipated, Harry and the others opened their eyes again, only to see a fiery red bird land on the giant snake's head. Its sharp claws and mouth kept moving towards the giant snake's eyes, launching attack. The serpent's eyes were blinded. Fox. Harry looked at the big bird and immediately recognized it as the phoenix in Professor Dumbledore's office. Is this the Sorting Hat? Harry suddenly noticed that there was something on his head, and when he took it off to look, he couldn't help being stunned. Is this hat Fox? At this moment, Hagrid, who was thrown into the water, jumped up with his hands on the edge of the pool, very fierce. Hagrid held a long spear and thrust it directly into the snake's jaw. Pooh! The nearly 2-meter-long sharp spear pierced through the hard head. The giant snake suffered a huge blow and twisted its body in horror and pain. With its strong and powerful tail, it swept wildly or beat the ground, making a roar. After the final dying struggle, there was no sound at all. Ha ha ha, I finally killed it. Hagrid looked at the dead giant snake and was extremely excited. For a moment, his eyes turned red. Subconsciously, Hagrid reached out to wipe it. Tom Riddle looked at the giant snake that was killed in this way, with an extremely embarrassing expression on his face. During the whole process, he didn't have a chance to make a move, and the giant snake was hit by a combination of punches, and it was directly defeated. Tom, you have no chance now. After Hagrid laughed, he stared at Tom Riddle and said in a deep voice, "Rubeus, you are really underestimated, but she's still in my hands." With a gloomy face, Tom Riddle grabbed Ginny Weasley, swept across the crowd and said, "Ginny." Ronald's face changed drastically, and he shouted excitedly, "You be ****D, let my sister go quickly." Meanwhile, Kate Lyle disappeared. Harry was taken aback for a moment, and then he was extremely happy. I saw Kate Lyle appearing next to Tom Riddle and said calmly, "The person I want to protect, you can't kill her just because of you now." Tom Riddle didn't see how Kate Lyle appeared by his side. Only when the sound sounded did he know that Kate Lyle had appeared by his side and stretched out her hand, taking Ginny away from him. Seeing that Ginny fell into the hands of Kate Lyle, Harry and the others were extremely excited. The heart that was lifted just now immediately relaxed. Tom Riddle turned his head with some difficulty, looked at Kate Lyle and said with difficulty, "How did you do it?" Kate Lyle smiled slightly when she heard the words and said, "How did you do it? I'm afraid you in your heyday would not know. After all, according to the division of the pyramid, you can only be on the 2nd level. For the people on the 1st level, you may have heard of the legend, but you have never seen it. No, at least you see me now." After the words fell, Kate Lyle returned to Harry and the others with Ginny in her arms, and handed Ginny to Hermione and Ronald. "Harry, I told you that the way to kill Voldemort is to destroy all his Horcruxes, so that he will never have a chance to turn around." Listening to Kate Lyle's words, Harry was slightly taken aback, took the notebook, nodded and said, "I understand, Professor Kate, but I don't know how to destroy the Horcrux." There are many ways to destroy the Horcrux, such as using more powerful alchemy to refine the Horcrux and kill the soul inside. For example, the Gryffindor Holy Sword or the fangs of this giant snake can also destroy this notebook. There is another way, and that is to use powerful force to completely purify the soul hidden in the notebook. Every time Kate Lyle said a word, Tom Riddle's body trembled a little, because what Kate Lyle said was correct. But now Kate Lyle has such strength, completely destroying the notebook will also destroy him. Tom Riddle, who was still in midair, disappeared in an instant. Harry gripped his fangs that were bigger than his fist and looked at the notebook with determination in his eyes. "Now, it's yours." Kate Lyle looked at Harry and said, "Destroy it and Ginny will wake up too." A ray of holy light flew out, and the fangs of the giant snake were cut off, and Kate Lyle took it over, purified it with the holy light, and handed one of the fangs to Harry. The fangs were inserted into the notebook, as if inserted into a flesh and blood body. The notebook was like a fountain, spurting out blood, and there was Tom Riddle's painful scream, "Pooh." Seeing this, Tom Riddle was extremely frightened and angry and flew towards Harry, trying to stop Harry from doing that. When Ronald and Hermione heard the words, they both looked at the fang in Harry's hand, looking forward to it. Do not. As the notebook was pierced by fangs, blood gushed out and made a sizzling sound. Voldemort's soul hidden in the notebook was completely wiped out. This event is also over. Ginny, you're awake. Hermione looked at Ginny, whose eyelashes were trembling, and shouted excitedly. Harry and Ronald looked at Ginny immediately after hearing that. Just at the right time, Ginny opened her eyes and gained control over her body. Harry, brother, Hermione, I. Ginny, who was awake, looked at Harry and the others and said anxiously, "No need, Ginny. We all know that Tom Riddle cast a spell on you and asked you to do all of this. We understand that Tom Riddle has been killed by us. The snake has been killed by Hagrid. At least for now, the threat to the school has been removed." Harry looked at Ginny and said comfortingly. Ginny looked at Harry pitifully, and finally she chose to accept this fact. "Ginny, don't be so nervous. Everything is fine. Because of you, I now have very precious and rare materials." Kate Lyle came to Ginny, stretched out her hand, and the holy light fell on Ginny and said with a smile. The holy light made Ginny relax her mood and fell asleep quickly. Ronald and Harry reached out their hands quickly and caught the sleeping Ginny. Kate Lyle said in a gentle tone, "At this time, Ginny needs to have a good sleep and experience a wonderful journey in her sleep, and when she wakes up, everything will become extremely pure. Troubled and sad, leave quickly." Harry and the others were slightly taken aback when they heard this, and they all understood. Hagrid walked over, took Ginny from Harry and the others, and said, "Let me do it, you are too short. Holding her like this is impossible for her to sleep comfortably." The three of Harry did not refuse. After all, Hagrid was indeed more suitable for the job than they were. Kate Lyle glanced at the secret room, then used magic to shrink the giant snake and took it away. A group of 6 returned to the bathroom. Myrtle looked at Harry and the others who came back, as well as the rescued Ginny, and exclaimed with some joy, "Oh my God, Ginny was rescued. That is really good." Ginny was rescued, and Ronald and the others were in a good mood, so they thanked Myrtle and left. Now, they couldn't wait to take Ginny to the hospital for a comprehensive examination to prevent any trouble. St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic and Magic. Although Kate Lyle had already checked Ginny's body, there was nothing wrong with it, and magic was used, but Madame Pomfrey was asked to conduct a comprehensive inspection. It was also at this time that when discussing how to rescue Ginny in a certain office, a group of professors who had already received the news rushed over. "Great, poor Miss Weasley is finally back." Professor McGonagall looked at Ginny, who was lying on the bed and passed out, with a worried but somewhat happy face. Snape glanced at Ginny, then at Kate Lyle and asked, I was a little frightened. I let her sleep, and when she woke up, nothing happened. Kate Lyle explained with a smile. Listening to Kate Lyle's words, Dumbledore showed a little smile on his face. "Harry, you guys stay here with Ginny. Let's go out to discuss some things." Dumbledore looked at Harry and said. Harry, Ronald, and Hermione nodded upon hearing this. The ins and outs of what happened today also need someone to explain. Undoubtedly, Kate Lyle has more say and is more authoritative. Kate Lyle, Dumbledore, and others came to a small meeting room. Kate Lyle told the whole incident, including Tom Riddle. "Albus, it's time for Hagrid to be free again, and those restrictions can no longer be imposed on Hagrid." Kate Lyle took a look, and Hagrid, who was a little at a loss, said to Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore laughed when he heard this, looked at Hagrid and said, "Hagrid, I have always believed in you." Hearing this, Hagrid had a grin on his face and said, "I know, I have always believed in Professor Dumbledore. I've been waiting for this day." Dumbledore nodded and said, "Don't worry, the matter has come to light. I will go to the Ministry of Magic to take care of your matter. Bring this on, this will be a stronger proof of Hagrid's innocence." Kate Lyle handed Dumbledore a crystal ball, laughing. Hagrid looked at the crystal ball, a little puzzled, because in his consciousness, Kate Lyle didn't take out the memory crystal ball to record anything. However, he can't say much about this matter. After all, what Kate Lyle has done, any place that feels magical should be. Dumbledore took the crystal ball without further questioning, since Kate Lyle gave it to him and said so. Obviously, there would be no unkindness towards Hagrid. "Okay, this is the end of the matter. Everyone, please comfort the students. This incident is over. Also celebrate, Hogwarts will not be closed." A few short words from Dumbledore in conclusion, let the professors go. Hagrid was extremely happy because he was finally able to get his justice cleared. When he left, he swayed like a rabbit, as if he was doing a jazz dance. Snape didn't leave immediately, leaving Dumbledore and Kate Lyle in the office. "Kate the Snake, leave some materials for me." Snape looked at Kate Lyle and said. Kate Lyle smiled slightly and said, "Yes, you can come over tonight." Snape got what he wanted, so he turned and left without pausing. Kate Lyle looked at Dumbledore, took out the sorting hat, handed it to him, and said with a smile, "Albus, you're fox and the sorting hat didn't help." Dumbledore took the sorting hat and didn't feel any regrets, saying, "I just want to let Harry know something, and tell him that great courage and justice can help him obtain the Holy Sword of Gryffindor." "Well, I kind of ignored your existence. I thought you'd keep your senses and let Harry get a better experience. It's not just me, Luna Jennifer, Luna Lovegood, these two little girls. When their strength reaches your level in the future, they can easily summon it into their hands." Kate Lyle laughed and raised her hand. The Holy Sword of Gryffindor, which was supposed to be hidden in a certain warehouse, appeared in her hand with a flash of holy light. "In addition, for those dirty guys hiding around Hogwarts, it's time for us to take action. If we don't teach them a heavy lesson, people will underestimate us at Hogwarts. By the way, regarding the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, I suggest that someone can be replaced. Lockhart is now obsessed with the creation of elemental magic, and he is no longer able to teach the students. It is as if it has become someone's personal property. The Holy Sword of Gryffindor, whenever it is so casual, can be easily summoned. Albus, for me, no matter where it hides, the divine light calls for it to come. It's a magical calling." Dumbledore looked at the Holy Sword in Kate Lyle's hand. His eyes widened, full of disbelief, and said, "Merlin's beard, why did you get Gryffindor's Holy Sword at this time?" The holy light in Kate Lyle's hand flickered, and the Holy Sword of Gryffindor also disappeared, which made Dumbledore's heart still so shocked that it was difficult to attach. After Ginny was caught and locked in the secret room, and she knew the danger in it and she might never get out, Professor McGonagall had already sent someone to contact Mrs. Weasley and Arthur. In fact, regardless of Ginny's situation, the school is obliged to tell Mrs. Weasley and Arthur, and there are Ronald, Percy, Fred and George, the Weasley children, in the school. So in the evening, Mrs. Weasley and Arthur arrived and saw Ginny in St. Mungo's hospital. Ginny woke up, but Madame Pomfrey suggested that Ginny stay in the hospital for an extra day so that she could observe the situation at any time. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were whispering, those things they didn't dare to say in their hearts, and now they were confiding with Mrs. Weasley, and they shed tears for a while. And on this night, Dumbledore, Kate Lyle, and Snape left Hogwarts and came to the forest outside Hogwarts. The location of Hogwarts is hidden in a special place. One side is still on the edge of a cliff, and the other 4 sides are surrounded by lush forests. In these places, many Death Eaters were hidden at this time. They secretly controlled the students, allowing those students who had been brainwashed to work for the Death Eaters to convey some information. They acted very secretly and carefully, but what they didn't know was that Dumbledore and Kate Lyle had been secretly observing all this. No matter how they hide it, it is useless. Kate Lyle, Dumbledore, and Snape separated in 3 directions and apparated towards the place they already knew. Kate Lyle came to a cave. He was located by the sea. If it wasn't for flying into the air or sitting by the sea, you wouldn't have noticed that there was a cave with a diameter of nearly 2 meters under the cliff. At this time in the cave, there were 6 people hiding in it, resting quietly, and several bonfires were lit separately, providing warmth and light. The figure of Kate Lyle slowly flew down from the cliff and entered the cave. As soon as she entered the cave, Kate Lyle stopped and looked up in surprise. On the stone wall above his head, there was a ruby-like crystal, shining with light, and then in different places, it was also shining with light one after another. The light was weak, but it was enough to alert the people inside the cave. This red crystal has been released with magic, and it will issue a warning to those who walk in and remind the people in the cave. Sure enough, the people resting in the cave woke up one after another and hid themselves. If it is one of their own, they will fly in directly instead of walking in and triggering the alarm. Kate Lyle shook her head. Since she has been discovered, there is nothing to say. Kate Lyle raised her hand. The wand was in his hand, glowing with dazzling white light, and it continued to extend towards the inside. The Death Eater hiding in the corner changed slightly when he saw the white light coming from him. Such a strong holy light, in the information they understand, only one person can do it. He is Kate Lyle, who created elemental magic. They hide here all-purpose, isn't it, for elemental magic? However, Kate Lyle is too powerful. With their strength, even if they join forces, they can't do anything to Kate Lyle. But now that Kate Lyle is here, this matter will naturally not be easy. Walker looked at Felix on the opposite side, making eye contact with a somewhat nervous expression. Felix nodded in understanding, then looked to the other side, conveying information to another person. The time is short, but the information to be expressed is conveyed quickly. Valk held out 5 fingers towards Felix, and Felix did the same. 5, 4, 3, 2, Avada Kedavra. As the countdown ended, the 6 people in the cave all attacked Kate Lyle, who came in from their hiding places. Kate Lyle was bathed in the holy light, and the protection formed by the holy light wrapped Kate Lyle in it. The attacks of Walker and others shot out from different directions. Their idea is to shoot from different directions at the same time. In this way, no matter how strong Kate Lyle is, there will always be a place that one party cannot defend. However, when their most powerful magic was directed at Kate Lyle, they were stunned. What shocked them even more was that the holy light on Kate Lyle directly blocked their magic, so that they couldn't kill Kate Lyle at all. Kate Lyle's strength was once again beyond their imagination. Therefore, at this moment, as if they had already trained well, they tacitly put away their magic, and at that moment they all used apparition to escape from here. Bang, bang, bang. The holy light appeared at the exit of the cave, and all 6 of Valk hit it, and they fell to the ground, feeling dizzy for a while. The extremely fast speed and strength made them almost lose half of their lives. Before the 6 Valkers could do anything, black arms appeared from the ground and dragged them in. At this time, the cave was shrouded in endless darkness, and Kate Lyle released dark elemental energy from her body. Curse punishment. The 6 Valkers were tightly fixed to the wall. Black arms pierced through their bodies, but they didn't really hurt their bodies. However, their souls suffered unprecedented torture at this time. The tragic voice echoed constantly in the cave. Until they were so weak that they couldn't make a sound, 6 small black figures flew out of their heads and fell into Kate Lyle's hands. This is all the memories of those 6 people. It is impossible to read a person's memory completely. For example, the method Kate Lyle used on them just now broke all their inner defenses, allowing Kate Lyle to easily obtain all the memories about them. After leaving the cave, Kate Lyle flew towards other places. It is not only the Death Eaters who are spying on the Hogwarts school, but also other forces. And for some people, some organizations, this is no different from the missiles of the Muggle world. But through some means, there are still some ways to make a person's sleeping memory wake up continuously and be read. Of course, with these 6 memories in hand, these 6 people also completely lost their breath. Kate Lyle waved her hand, and the energy of the dark element completely enveloped the 6 people. Then, in a short moment, the 6 people disappeared without a trace and left this world completely, just because the powerful destructive power displayed by elemental magic far exceeds that of traditional magic. So they want to remove this power and try to control him. Midnight, in Kate Lyle's bungalow, Dumbledore and Snape returned a few minutes after Kate Lyle returned. Snape's expression at this time was a little happy and comfortable, not as stern as usual. Seeing such a scene, Kate Lyle immediately understood why Snape laughed, so she asked with a smile, "After suppressing it for so long, it feels very happy to suddenly make such a move." Snape nodded, took a seat at random, and said, "These filthy rats are not as weak as I thought, but it's interesting that way. Kate, they've learned some elemental magic. Someone is teaching them elemental magic." After listening to Snape's words, Dumbledore agreed and said, 6 of the people I met have learned elemental magic. Although they have only mastered very basic ones, this is not a very good phenomenon. Kate Lyle was not too surprised when she heard this and said, "It's not impossible. They have learned it, so let's learn it. Elemental magic is in my plan, and it should have a place in the magical world. They have learned elemental magic, and they have learned it, but it is a pity that these people will not use elemental magic in a good place." Dumbledore and Snape groaned slightly upon hearing this, but said nothing more. After only staying for a moment, both Dumbledore and Snape left. Kate Lyle didn't think too much, and went to sleep after washing. The action tonight is because these guys have been working hard to infiltrate Hogwarts and learn elemental magic for more than half a year. If that's the only way Kate Lyle can pretend not to see it. After all, he has no control over what these students will do after graduation. What he does can only be a limited number of people, who are worthy of his help occasionally. Secondly, there are more people who are familiar with and exposed to elemental magic, and then spread it. But it's a pity that these guys tried to create a murder in the school, and Kate Lyle couldn't allow them to mess around. Next morning, in the auditorium of the restaurant, all the students gather here to eat, and almost all the professors are here. Dumbledore stepped out of his seat, looked at all the students and said, "Good morning, gentlemen and ladies." Dumbledore's opening remarks were somewhat formal, so all the students who were chatting over breakfast were somewhat puzzled, but some students who already knew some information immediately understood after their doubts. Harry was among the crowd, and his eyes met Kate Lyle. After seeing Kate Lyle nodding and smiling encouragingly, Harry understood a little bit and relaxed. "First of all, I need to tell you one thing. Just last night, a very big thing happened. Ginny Weasley of Gryffindor was captured and locked in a secret room. I know that for nearly a year, it has brought a lot of trouble and danger to everyone, and I have lived a life of trepidation, unable to concentrate on class. But now, this danger has been completely resolved. Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, and Hermione Granger of Gryffindor successfully found the secret room and experienced danger, killed the giant snake that brought us danger and trouble, and rescued Ginny Weasley. Their bravery and wisdom allowed me to see bright hope and growth, and it brought us safety. Therefore, I decided to reward these 3 brave heroes with 100 points each. Following Dumbledore's voice, almost all the students cheered. Without the threat from the Chamber of Secrets, they could play happily again. Of course, the students of Gryffindor were more happy. The 3 of Harry got 100 points each, equivalent to 300 points. This means that in the upcoming year-end score, they will be far behind the other 3 academies, which is undoubtedly something to be happy and excited about. All of a sudden, the seniors of Gryffindor came over one after another, greeted or hugged and thanked Harry and the 3 of them. The 3 of Harry were treated like heroes, and they were extremely excited. Even after a day passed, they were still in such excitement. Seeing their happy faces, Dumbledore didn't interrupt immediately, but waited for a long time before he pressed his hand and said, "The second thing is that the Quidditch match, which has been postponed for a long time because of the Chamber of Secrets, will resume tomorrow. And wish you all the best of luck." The cheers sounded again, and Harry, Wood, Angelina and others were even more excited. With the enhanced version of Nimbus 2001 series broomsticks and effective tactics, they couldn't wait to win this year's championship. Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and the captains of Ravenclaw's Quidditch teams looked at each other at this moment. Facing the secret weapon in the hands of the Gryffindor team, this made them feel great pressure, so in private, they felt that it was very necessary to unite to suppress Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall also had a smile on his face at this moment, subconsciously looking at Snape. In the last match, Gryffindor shaved Slytherin's head. Do you want to do it again this time? By the way, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw can also harvest a wave, right? Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall looked at Woodford and George, Katie, Alicia, Angelina and Harry Potter, and said secretly in his heart, "You guys have to perform well and try to make the other 2 colleges peel it all over again and take a good breath. Otherwise, even if this matter is resolved, the feedback from parents after the children's holiday will largely affect Hogwarts enrollment and teaching. Compared with the previous 2 surprises, the last surprise caused all the students, except the 7th grade, to explode with unprecedented enthusiasm and excitement." Dumbledore pressed his hands again, signaling the students to be quiet again, and said, "There is one last thing. In view of everyone's study progress and troubles experienced this school year, the school will make up for everyone's wishes, so I have decided here that, except for the graduation exam for 7th grade students, all students of other ages do not need to take the exam and can go directly to higher education. Gryffindor hadn't had a good reputation in the last year, either the last one or the second last one." Kate Lyle watched Dumbledore return to his table after announcing the 3 things, eating breakfast with a happy smile, and also smiled. For a moment, screams resounded throughout the restaurant. As a student, no one would be willing to take the final exam. This is the compensation that the school makes, as well as some means of comfort. At the same time, this also means that in the next short time, you can easily spend the end of the semester. The matter of the secret room was successfully resolved. Because the Daily Prophet followed up closely, many people's eyes were focused on Hogwarts. So immediately after the morning's announcement, Dumbledore went to the Ministry of Magic to meet Cornelius Fudge. Dumbledore freed Hagrid from the Ministry of Magic's restrictions on Hagrid, and he was truly free. Taking this opportunity, Dumbledore also joined Cornelius Fudge under the lights of the Daily Prophet and other daily newspapers to announce the school's affairs and let the children's parents know some Hogwarts skills. Of course, this is just to tell some people something. Returning to Dumbledore at Hogwarts during the lunch break, I came to the small bungalow. Professor Dumbledore, Harry, Ronald, Hermione and Neville were conducting experiments in the laboratory and looked at Dumbledore, who came in and shouted quickly. Kate Lyle glanced at Dumbledore and said with a smile, "Albus, why are you here?" Dumbledore smiled at the 3 of Harry and said to Kate Lyle just now, "Hagrid has returned to his free body and the school matter has also been settled. I'm just a little worried about the enrollment in the new school year." The 3 of Hermione were doing experiments, and when they heard Dumbledore's words, they all pricked up their ears. Should schools worry about enrolling students for the new school year? There's no need to worry about anything. If you want to come, just come back. The invitation letter we should send out should be sent out normally. Hogwarts School, not a little thing will affect the school that enrolls. Compared to the other two schools, our school is much better. Kate Lyle's eyes swept over the four of Harry, before looking at Dumbledore with a smile. The signboard of elemental magic can attract enough people eagerly to come in, but those who come in need to be carefully considered. Dumbledore smiled when he heard the words, and then came to Kate Lyle, watched Kate Lyle's potion refining, and said, "Kate, I'm really curious. Is there anything you don't know?" Kate Lyle glanced back at Dumbledore and said, "I don't know many things. First of all, I don't know how to have children." Dumbledore looked at Kate Lyle in astonishment. What was the answer? Can a man have children? Dumbledore wanted to laugh but didn't know how. Is there such a joke? Dumbledore, who couldn't say anything, looked at Kate Lyle for a while and left in a daze. The four of Harry looked at Dumbledore, going away in disbelief. Can we still talk like this? This should be a joke, and it's a normal joke. But what does Dumbledore's appearance mean? Can't take a joke. Until the end of studying and returning to the Gryffindor common room, the four of Harry were talking about this matter in low voices. "Harry, do you think Professor Kate is married?" Ronald couldn't help asking. Hermione, Neville, and Harry were all stunned. "Why do you ask that?" Harry asked in a puzzled manner. "Usually we all think that Professor Kate is a very easy-to-talk person and very easygoing, but just now he talked with Professor Dumbledore. Why do people think that Professor Kate is a kind of person who can't chat?" Ronald explained. Couldn't it be that Professor Kate was deliberately making fun of Dumbledore? Neville said, a little puzzled. "Do you think that joke is funny?" Ronald said, looking at Neville. Neville was taken aback for a moment, thought for a while and said, "It's so-so, men don't have children in the first place." Harry glanced at Hermione and asked her what she thought. Hermione said, "That doesn't mean anything. But I think with Professor Kate's handsomeness and strength, it is absolutely impossible for Professor Kate to lack women. At least, there are many people who like Professor Kate." Listening to Hermione's words, Harry nodded in agreement. As far as he knows among the schoolgirls, there are many who like Professor Kate Lyle. However, they are all underage students. At least for now it is impossible to take any practical action against Professor Kate Lyle. As for the women outside, this is not something they can get involved in. Okay, let's leave this matter as it is. Instead of worrying about Professor Kate, why don't we think about how we spend our holidays? Harry still didn't want to go back to his uncle's house, and they must be thinking that they shouldn't go back either. Just like at Christmas, when his uncle's family wrote himself a letter, thanking him for not going home for Christmas, Harry felt a little chilled. Therefore Harry, who is not short of money now, is thinking about how to use this opportunity to make his vacation more enjoyable and fulfilling. When Ronald heard Harry's words, he was immediately changed from the topic. Compared with busy studying, he now wants to eat delicious food and play fun. After all, the current Weasley family is not only famous, but also very rich. This is a very good proposal. I suggest going to Africa. There are famous pyramids, African sacrifices, and magical mummies. In addition, there is a good travel route here. We don't need much planning. We only need to spend money, just use the money to play," Ronald said excitedly. Finally, Ronald whispered mysteriously, "Besides, if possible, I am looking forward to taking a trip to the small world." Hermione and Harry heard Ronald's words, thought for a while, and seemed to have a try. "I won't go. Grandma may not let me go," Ronald said with some hesitation. "Neville, you can't do this. We have been worried for a year. At this time, we need to seize the opportunity to relax." Ronald stepped forward and put his arm around Neville's shoulders, saying, "In order to gather enough people and add some fun," Ronald said solemnly. "In addition, I heard that there are some rare herbs in Africa. We may be able to find those herbs there." Neville hesitated when he heard Ronald's words. Both Harry and Hermione knew what Ronald was up to, and while it didn't feel right, it seemed okay. In school, they spend almost all their time studying hard, and basically have no time for entertainment. Professor Kate also often said that learning should be relaxed, and you can really grasp this opportunity. "Neville, don't worry, we're going to relax, and at the same time, we'll help you find those herbs." Harry, Ronald, and Hermione looked at each other and smiled. "Besides, you don't need money at all now, so you don't care about that money, do you? In addition, we can also ask Jessie of Ravenclaw for help. She is Hannah's friend and the daughter of the tribal chief in Africa. If he is willing to help with her status, it will be more perfect." When Harry said this, Neville no longer hesitated, nodded seriously, and said, "Okay." Harry looked at Neville playfully and said with a smile, "The most important thing is, didn't you say you would take Hannah on a trip? This is a good opportunity. It's just that there is always something weird in my heart." Ronald glanced at Hermione quietly, and Hermione glanced at Harry covertly. With that said, Neville ran away. "I'm going to talk to Hannah right now. Malfoy Manor." Lucius Malfoy was sitting on the sofa with a glass of foreign wine in his hand, which should have been enjoying the food. However, at this time, he looked a little gloomy. Just now, an old Death Eater came to the door with his subordinates. There was a formula between them, and it was very unpleasant, and they moved their hands. Lucius Malfoy didn't take much advantage. The opponent was not only very strong, but also had more people than him. Narcissa Malfoy opened the door and walked in, looked at her gloomy husband sitting beside him, took the foreign wine glass from him and put it aside. The program they're working on for the school is pretty amazing. Narcissa Malfoy hesitated for a moment, then whispered. Lucius Malfoy looked up at Narcissa Malfoy, frowning, not knowing what to say. Although they disgusted them, Draco was also worried about you. If you hadn't pulled out, you might be one of the people who died in the forest. Narcissa Malfoy said another sentence, which made Lucius Malfoy, who had a gloomy face, relax a lot. Yes, despite being disgruntled and having greater friction with those people. But in fact, in private, if it wasn't for their missions, they would not have had any contact with each other, but they each managed their own 1-acre 3-point land. After all, they don't have a good relationship in private. Inside the Death Eaters organization, there are more than a dozen veteran figures, each of whom is doing their own business, running their own business, training elites and secretly attacking other lands. In the wizarding world, no day is quiet. In the streets of London that you can't see, there is a good chance that there is a battle going on. This battle may or may not involve muggles. But they don't care, because there will always be someone who will have to stand up and wipe their asterisk whether they want to or not. And their purpose is only to occupy the underground world, obtain greater benefits, resources, and rights. Thank you, I understand. This time I was saved by my son's favor. Lucius Malfoy stretched out his hand and put his arms around Narcissa Malfoy and said. Seeing Lucius Malfoy speak, Narcissa Malfoy smiled. He was afraid that this man and his family would do something special after going through this incident. After all, those people died, which has something to do with Lucius Malfoy, because the task fell on Lucius Malfoy, who made Lucius Malfoy one of the trustees of Hogwarts. Honey, do you think that one has a chance in front of Professor Kate Lyle? Narcissa Malfoy looked at Lucius Malfoy and said hesitantly. Lucius Malfoy was silent for a moment and said with some difficulty, I don't know, I once visited Professor Kate Lyle. He looks very young and gentle, but I can feel that he is very dangerous. It doesn't feel like Dumbledore. No one can deny that Dumbledore is one of the best white wizards in the entire wizarding world. Even when he was at his peak, he had to be extremely cautious when facing Dumbledore. But what makes people rest assured is that whatever Dumbledore does, he will plan and move within the rules. However, that Professor Kate is not so easy to talk. He is so powerful that he can almost ignore all the rules. Those guys from the Ministry of Magic were once ordered by a certain elder to expel Kate Lyle from Hogwarts School, and even took out an arrest warrant. But what happened? They were severely humiliated. In front of Professor Kate Lyle, more than a dozen people had no chance to resist at all, and their broomsticks were confiscated and could not be retrieved. It doesn't work if Cornelius Fudge stepped forward, and he is not afraid of the pressure of public opinion. I have a feeling that not only is he powerful, but there is a stronger force behind him. I mobilized my contacts and strength to search for the Lyle family, but the information I got was very limited, and there was only one very hidden family that I could match. Narcissa Malfoy listened to Lucius Malfoy's words quietly, while thinking again. First of all, this Kate Lyle is absolutely powerful. Secondly, there must be a powerful force behind him. If he opposes him, then the Malfoy family will bear the brunt. In the end, my son is now learning elemental magic with Kate Lyle, as well as the more advanced state of magic warrior state of elemental magic. The power of elemental magic and magic warriors moved Narcissa's heart and excited her. The honor of the family, the life of the relatives, and the future of the son, these three things are the most important to Narcissa Malfoy. And if one of these three had to be chosen, Narcissa Malfoy would choose her son's future. Honey, what do we need to do for the sake of the child? Narcissa Malfoy looked at Lucius Malfoy seriously and said heavily. Lucius Malfoy thought for a moment, looked at his wife, Narcissa Malfoy, and said, Honey, what do you mean? We should do something for our own children, like emulate Severus Snape. Narcissa Malfoy responded after a long silence. Hearing this, Lucius Malfoy was silent for a long time, and his face became more and more gloomy. Impossible, Lucius Malfoy said in a loud voice. Narcissa Malfoy was startled by Lucius Malfoy's sudden outburst, and she sat up. Narcissa Malfoy looked at Lucius Malfoy with a slightly pale face, and said in a deep voice, Why? Before Narcissa Malfoy married into the Malfoy family, her full name was Narcissa Black. She was a member of the Black family, She was not a weak and unknown person. Lucius Malfoy also knew that his voice was too loud, and that he had frightened his wife and made her unhappy, so the expression on his face also restrained a lot. "I'm sorry, honey, I was just a little anxious." Lucius Malfoy apologized. Narcissa Malfoy asked anxiously. Narcissa Malfoy's face turned pale immediately. She understood this truth, but she didn't know that the Malfoy family already had such a deep connection with the Death Eaters. Hearing this, Lucius Malfoy frowned, thought for a long time and said, "Maybe we can try, for our son, can't we? They will stick to us and won't let us leave easily. Once we do leave the organization, they will treat us like cakes and eat us up. What about Professor Kate Lyle? You go to him in private. If we can get support from him or the forces behind him, do we still have a chance?" Before Narcissa Malfoy finished speaking, Lucius Malfoy interrupted Narcissa and said in a deep voice, "We can pick ourselves out, but those people can't. Hoping for my protection." Kate Lyle wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. "Mr. Malfoy, don't you think what you said is very interesting? There are some things that Dumbledore doesn't say and Snape doesn't pick out. I can only say that you hide it very well, and at the same time, you are very hypocritical and shameless." Kate Lyle looked at Lucius Malfoy, without any euphemism in her words. This also caused Lucius Malfoy's complexion to change slightly. "The meaning of this is that he pointed at you and said that you are a Death Eater." Lucius Malfoy was silent for a moment, then remembered what his son Draco had said. "Does this still need to be hidden? The other party has already made it very clear." "Professor Kate, I've entered into it now, and I'm not allowed to get out easily," Lucius Malfoy said in a deep voice. Kate Lyle chuckled when she heard the words and said, "Stuck in it. Mr. Malfoy, you don't seem to know enough about yourself." Lucius Malfoy was sitting upright, staring at Kate Lyle. Even though he knew it was not a good word, he still said, "Professor Kate Lyle, please explain." Kate Lyle said lightly, "You graduated from Slytherin, your heart is full of wealth, power and ambition, and at the same time you also have luck and cleverness. Your lies allowed you to escape the sanctions of the Ministry of Magic, and your cleverness allowed you to walk among the Death Eaters. You still have a high place, and at the same time, your actions and plans are always full of surprises and loopholes. In addition, Voldemort's wealth is still hidden in the underground warehouse of Malfoy Manor. The meaning of the wealth in it is beyond your imagination, but it's a pity that you can't take it out openly, and you don't dare to do so." Lucius Malfoy didn't expect Kate Lyle to know so much about him. Many people don't know these things, and even if they do know, they only know vaguely. As firm as Kate Lyle, but one of the few. As imagined, Kate Lyle's wisdom and strength cannot be underestimated. "Professor Kate Lyle, the Malfoy family is willing to offer their wealth in exchange for your support." Lucius Malfoy stood up, bent over Kate Lyle and said respectfully, "Wealth? Do you think I lack wealth?" Kate Lyle looked at Lucius Malfoy with some playfulness and said. Lucius Malfoy raised his head, stood up straight, looked at Kate Lyle and said solemnly, "I don't know what makes Professor Kate Lyle like the Malfoy family. Just say it, as long as we can do it, we'll be satisfied as much as possible. I just hope that when our Malfoy family is in crisis, it can protect us and continue to nurture my son Draco." Kate Lyle looked at Lucius Malfoy, thought for a moment and said, "Are you sure?" "Very sure," Lucius Malfoy said in a deep voice. "In what capacity?" Kate Lyle's voice sounded again, and Lucius Malfoy was slightly taken aback. However, Lucius quickly reacted. Lucius Malfoy took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "As a father, as Draco's father, I beg Professor Kate Lyle to protect my child." After thinking about it, Kate Lyle smiled and said, "3 conditions." "Yes," Lucius Malfoy nodded without thinking. "Don't you ask what the conditions are?" Kate Lyle looked at Lucius Malfoy with some surprise and asked. "What Professor Kate needs us to do must be within the limit of what we can do, so I don't have anything to think about." Lucius Malfoy smiled and said confidently, "Although I am in the prime of life, I am deeply mired in the mud, which involves many things, and many things are beyond my control. But Draco, my son, his current growth and strength, let me see another hope. So, what I need to do now is to let him have an environment to grow up and even surpass me while protecting his safety." Kate Lyle didn't expect Lucius Malfoy to say such a thing. Because in Kate Lyle's initial consciousness, Lucius Malfoy is a cunning, insidious, and somewhat arrogant careerist. However, Lucius at this time is more like a father. In addition, in the eyes of Kate Lyle, this guy seems to be a little stable and out of his wits. In the later stage, Lucius was able to mix with the wind and water, and even mixed into the Ministry of Magic, serving as a spy for Voldemort. This ability is really not something everyone can do. Draco is a good genius, but his temper is a bit too persistent. Kate Lyle thought of Draco Malfoy's obsession with Harry Potter. and suddenly smiled. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. Lucius Malfoy didn't know why Kate Lyle suddenly laughed, and didn't know if there was any other meaning in the words. But what comforts him is that his goal has been achieved, so the two sat down and chatted for a long time. The dialogue is also very important, at least for Lucius Malfoy it does. This can be regarded as a certificate of honor, and it is also a proof of value. Facing someone who is stronger than you and has more rights can even give you glory and wealth, and can determine the existence of a person's life and death with one word. If a person wants to rise to the top, you are not smart enough. You have to show your value to let the superior need you. After all, you are just a little smart, but you can't bring benefits to the superiors, and the superiors will not give you the opportunity to climb up. The same is true. Some masters know everything and they are very proficient, and they know a lot of big characters, but they are not as good as a newcomer who has learned half a bottle of stuff, can specialize in research and flatters. If not, I will take the train the day after tomorrow and come to King's Cross Station to reunite with my parents. The holiday only lasted for these 2 days, and if parents came to pick them up in person, they left a day or two early. Lucius Malfoy glanced at his son and said with a smile, "I said something. I learned about your affairs in school, and by the way, I would like to ask about your future development direction." When night fell, Lucius Malfoy left the bungalow and took Draco Malfoy with him. When Draco Malfoy heard this, his face immediately revealed a look of expectation and said, "What did Professor Kate say?" Draco Malfoy had a smile on his face. For such an answer, he firmly believed that his father would not lie to him. "He said that you are a genius, and your future achievements will be higher than mine, and you will be much stronger." Lucius Malfoy smiled slightly. "Dad, have you been at Professor Kate Lyle's all day?" Draco Malfoy asked as Lucius Malfoy left, on vacation. All the students happily took their luggage and ran towards the train. "Harry, do you want to come to my house first?" Ronald knew that Harry didn't really want to go back to the Dursleys' house, so he offered to invite him. Harry carried his luggage, heard the words and said, "Professor Kate and I have an agreement to stay at Professor Kate's house for 3 days. When the time comes, we will set off together at the agreed place." Hermione was very surprised when she heard Harry's words and called out, "Harry, when did you decide?" "I went to see Professor Kate yesterday, and Professor Kate agreed," Harry explained with a smile. Ronald and Hermione looked at Kate Lyle with some envy. They all knew why Harry didn't want to go back to the Dursleys' house. At the same time, they also knew that they could learn a lot and go to interesting places at Professor Kate Lyle's house. In addition, Terry Street is in London, England. "Well, since you already have a place to live, I won't invite you." Ronald glanced at Ginny at the side and said to her with regret. Harry followed Ronald's gaze to Ginny. Ginny and Harry looked at each other and immediately lowered their heads. It's no secret what's written in the notebook. The same is true. Ronald, Fred and George will joke around her from time to time. Only Percy would warn Ronald and the others and scold them. Elementary school students should not fall in love early and so on. "Harry, are you going to our house to play? We have researched a lot of interesting things this year." Fred and George came happily running from a distance with a lot of luggage. They looked at Harry, and Fred even invited him. Not only is there fun, but also delicious food. This year's holiday, we don't need to be as bitter as before. Now that he has money, George is extremely happy. He glanced at Ginny, who was blushing, and said excitedly, "By the way, my mother and father, you are very welcome to visit our house. If you can, I also hope that you will always live in our house." Ginny's face turned redder. Hermione glanced at Harry, then at Ronald, and remained silent. "Thank you, I've made up my mind. I'll stay with Professor Kate Lyle for a few days." Harry explained, "When you're ready, we'll go for a walk." Upon hearing this, Fred said with some regret, "Okay, then wait for your good news." After a brief exchange, Harry bid farewell to Ronald, Hermione, Neville and others, and then came to the small bungalow. Kate Lyle looked at Harry, who came back, and said with a smile, "He's back." Harry nodded, pulled his suitcase and said with a smile, "I'm ready." Kate Lyle walked out of the bungalow, cast a spell, turned off the fireplace and protected the bungalow. During the holidays, although there will be professors and some staff guarding the school. However, for this small bungalow of my own, it is hard to guarantee that people with ulterior motives will sneak in here and do some unfriendly things. Kate Lyle came to Harry's side, stretched out her hand and said, "Come with me." In an instant, Harry and Kate Lyle flew out of Hogwarts and flew to Tris Street at an extremely fast speed. "Master, welcome home." When Kate Lyle and Harry came to the courtyard of the villa, Kate Weir, who had already noticed, came out of the villa and said respectfully, "Welcome as a guest, Mr. Potter." Kate well said again, looking at Harry at the side. Harry nodded and said with a smile, "It's my honor. Please take care of me, Mr. Butler." Kate Lyle laughed and entered the villa. Harry slept back in his original room, had lunch together, and studied in the laboratory in the afternoon. At night, Harry followed Kate Lyle, got into the car, and came to the bustling streets of London. "Harry, do you have any plans for yourself now?" In the cafe, looking at the rush of people outside the window, asked. Harry enjoyed such a rare and peaceful life close to the ordinary world. "I'm looking forward to and enjoying such a peaceful day, Mr. Kate." Harry looked outside and said. Kate Lyle fiddled with the coffee in the coffee cup, took a sip, then leaned back on the chair and said, "This kind of life is not as quiet as you imagine." "Why?" Harry asked curiously. "Because of life, money and supplies are needed. When these are met, they can live comfortably in this world." Kate Lyle tapped her finger on the table and said, "When these are satisfied, they will start yearning for rights and the satisfaction of various desires. However, it is often not money that supports these desires and rights to the top of the pyramid, but power. If you want to enjoy this kind of life, you must have enough strength to ensure that your life will not be disturbed by external forces, so that you can comfortably do what you like to do." Kate Lyle's words made Harry feel very familiar. Learning from Kate Lyle is so inspiring, not once or twice. Obviously, Professor Kate came to remind him again. Harry Jingguang wanted to make himself serious, but he couldn't help but put his face on his face and said helplessly, "Mr. Kate, I understand what you mean, but after studying in school for a year, this is a rare opportunity to relax. I'm devoted to potions. When I don't want to leave the laboratory, you let me relax and leave the laboratory to go to sleep. I still need to continue to improve my strength. When I continue to train, you will let me almost do it. Now, I want to take this opportunity to relax myself. Besides, we are not just taking a vacation, but taking a different adventure." Listening to Harry's complaints, Kate Lyle smiled and said, "Your complaints are really not small at all. I just want to tell you that if you want to grow independently, you must improve your strength as soon as possible. Draco won't be idle during this holiday. His parents have higher demands on him. I hope that after this holiday, you can still press Draco under your feet like before." Harry's eyes sparkled when he heard Kate Lyle's words. He and Draco have no grievances, but they are both geniuses. They don't like each other very much, and they both want to step on each other to stand higher and go further. "Mr. Kate, don't worry, I don't think I will lose to him," Harry said confidently. Lavin Hotel. This is a very famous hotel in London, England, because living, dining or holding events here is either rich or expensive. After all, staying here for one night is equivalent to half a year's living expenses for ordinary people. Harry looked very cute and funny in a little suit. Some people looked at Harry as if they were treating him like a girl. Harry followed Kate Lyle half a step behind, full of curiosity about the luxuriously decorated and magnificent hotel in front of him. The greeters standing at the door are very tall and handsome, and they are dressed in tuxedos, which sets off their aura. It seems that only this kind of aura can set off the specialness and extraordinariness of this hotel. Entering the hotel lobby, you can see some people. They are elegant and noble, their footsteps are not in a hurry, and their voices are controlled within a certain range, whispering, so the hotel seems much quieter. "Hello, Mr. Kate, Earl Russ has been waiting for you for a long time." A beautiful female receptionist came over, looked at Kate Lyle and smiled sweetly. Kate Lyle nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, please lead the way." Hearing this, the female receptionist made a gesture of invitation, turned slightly sideways, and said with a smile, "Mr. Kate, this way please." Harry followed Kate Lyle, walked into the elevator, glanced at the exquisitely dressed and beautiful woman, and took the elevator all the way up to the 21st floor. This is a semi-open-air party venue on the first floor. As soon as I got out of the elevator, there were two tall and beautiful women in sexy clothes, bowing and saying welcome words. At this time, in this banquet venue, there were already many people standing in twos and threes chatting with tall red wine glasses or foreign wine glasses. The arrival of Kate Lyle and Harry attracted many people's attention. Some people recognized Kate Lyle's identity, looked a little serious, and came to Kate Lyle, leaving their partner behind, and said, "Master Lyle, it is my honor to see you here," and shocked. Words like these rang in his ears one by one, making Harry a little surprised and shocked. Looking at the temperament, attire, and even age of these people, they are not ordinary people, but at this time, these people have great respect for Mr. Kate Lyle. Harry could clearly feel that these people had no hypocrisy towards Kate Lyle, but genuine surrender. Kate Lyle waved her hand and said with a gentle smile, "You don't have to be so polite. I'm a little surprised to see you here, but also very happy. It's been 3 years since we last met. Everyone smiled when they heard what Kate Lyle said. Yes, it's been 3 years. Since 3 years ago, under the management or guidance of Kate Lyle, they have grown further and become rich. But even so, they didn't dare to make any decisions in front of Kate Lyle, because Kate Lyle only needs one sentence to make their current wealth and status become nothing. After saying a few words, these people also left with interest and continued to communicate with other friends. After all, the banquet was not held for them. Professor Kate, who are they? Harry followed Kate Lyle to the side, took the juice Kate Lyle handed over, and couldn't help asking, "They are people who work for my family." Kate Lyle said with a smile, "They are all over the world, running various businesses, and I have money that I can't spend in my life. Maybe I can donate all of him overnight so that I can spend all the money," Kate Lyle said again. Harry understood what Kate Lyle was talking about, so he smiled. "You wouldn't do that, would you?" "Of course," Kate Lyle said with a smile. "After all, such a huge wealth is not mine alone. Earl Russ is an elderly, fat, middle-aged man. He is dressed in a suit unique to nobles, and has a temperament and aura of superiority that ordinary people do not have." Earl Lars looked at Kate Lyle, who was coming, and said with a smile, "Kate, you are finally here. I thought you would be busy and have no time to participate in my banquet. Uncle Lars' invitation, I don't dare not to come, otherwise someone will whisper in my ear," Kate Lyle said with a smile. Earl Lars laughed loudly after hearing this, which attracted the attention of many people. Although some expected what they were talking about at this time, they all kept a certain distance. Earl Lars is not such a talkative person. Not everyone can have a chat like this. "Kate, I haven't seen you in almost 2 years. If Thales hadn't always wanted to see you, and I also needed such a banquet to connect with some guys, it would be really difficult for me to see you." Earl Russ pulled Kate Lyle and said in a low voice. Speaking of this, Earl Russ just discovered that there is a little boy beside Kate Lyle. The little boy would never appear at the banquet, but he happened to appear here. "Kate, you brought him here." Earl Ruth stared at Harry Potter and said. Harry was a little nervous being watched by Earl Russ, but Kate Lyle patted his head, which made him react immediately and quickly introduced himself. "Hi, Mr. Earl Russ, I am Mr. Kate's student, Harry Potter." Harry Potter. The Potter family. Earl Lars was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, then frowned and said, "I haven't heard of it." When Harry heard this, a bit of embarrassment appeared on his face, and he didn't know how to answer for a while, so he looked at Kate Lyle. "In another world, you may have heard of it," Kate Lyle said with a slight smile. "But your father is a B*****D. He doesn't know how to run his own family. This is a master, but also very powerful. The Potter family is a very good family. In that world, it also has a higher status than the Malfoy family. Of course, this refers to the generation before your grandfather." Earl Lars was slightly taken aback, thinking, looked at Harry Potter, then stretched out his hand and touched Harry Potter's forehead. This also made Harry Potter's heart extremely shocked. Such a reaction speed made Harry startled, and even if he wanted to back up, his head was held down by a powerful force and he couldn't move. The speed was so fast that before Harry Potter had a chance to react, his head was grabbed and the hair on his forehead was brushed away. "So it was you, the boy who lived," Earl Lars said suddenly, seeing the scar on Harry's forehead. "Especially being targeted by Death Eaters and Voldemort, this is really pessimistic news." Earl Ruth's words made Harry Potter a little stunned. "Is your Potter family famous? And look at this powerful Earl Lars who seems to know his father very well." This made Harry Potter suddenly have an urge to know more about his family and his father. "Earl Russ, can I ask you some questions?" Harry Potter took a deep breath, looked at Earl Russ and asked. Earl Lars smiled and said, "Come with me, I'm still somewhat interested in a little guy like you, so let me tell you about your Potter family." Harry Potter did not follow immediately, but looked at Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle touched Harry Potter's head and said with a smile, "Go ahead, he is actually quite familiar with your father." Kate Lyle immediately said with a smirk, "To be more precise, your father was tricked by Earl Wrath when he was a child, and was finally taken back by your grandfather." Harry Potter was stunned for a moment when he heard this. But soon, Harry Potter was full of curiosity and anticipation about Earl Ruth's father and family. Harry Potter left with Earl Russ, and Kate Lyle walked aside with a glass of wine. The reason for this is because the other party has been waiting for a while. Lily Thales. "I haven't seen you for many years. I heard that you have opened an amazing company in this world." Kate Lyle looked at the woman with blonde hair, devil figure, tall and sexy, angelic face, and a red dress, and smiled. Lily Thales looked at Kate Lyle, who was coming, stepped forward, stretched out her hand, hugged Kate Lyle, performed a face-to-face etiquette, and finally kissed Kate Lyle's lips. blue eyes looking at Kate Lyle, very affectionate. Just a moment later, the affectionate gaze became a little more mischievous. It's still the same familiar smell, Kate. Don't you have a girlfriend yet? My sister has been waiting for you for a long time. Don't you plan to accept me? The soft jade lips are a bit sweet. The gentle voice makes people a little bit intoxicated, but also reveals a bit of enthusiasm. It's just that the connotation expressed in these words is very unrestrained. I'm trying to find out about you. I'm also expecting you to come to me. Without this banquet, do you plan to never see me for the rest of your life? Lily Thales' voice seemed a bit resentful again, as if she was the jealous wife of a man who hadn't banged for a long time. Kate Lyle looked at Lily Thales in front of her, raised the red wine glass in her hand, touched the other's glass, and said with a smile, "Really, why don't I understand it this way? Lily, I know that the prince chasing you, the rich young master, is lined up on the streets of New York. Every day from morning to night, whether it's in your company or outside your villa, they can't wait to have a chance encounter with you." After speaking, Kate Lyle smiled and drank the red wine in the glass. Listening to Kate Lyle's words, Lily Thales was not angry and even showed a joyful smile. She stretched out her hand, hooked Kate Lyle directly, and stuck it forward with a slight force on her arm, making Kate Lyle lean on her side, and said in his ear, "So you have been paying attention to me, haven't you, my Kate?" Kate Lyle looked away from the charming Snow White and Gully and took Lily Thales' hand and said with a smile, "I follow a lot of people, and there are a lot of people who follow me. I am not yours." Lily Thales frowned slightly and then said lightly, "They are looking at your family, but I am looking at you. Maybe I can kill them, so you are mine." Kate Lyle raised her hand and raised her wine glass. The waitress serving in the venue came over with a few glasses of red wine and replaced Kate Lyle with another glass. Kate Lyle smelled the aroma of the wine in the glass and said, "Lily, I know you are amazing, but they are not simple. If you don't want me to see you being kept in a cage as a pet, you can try to see it." Kate Lyle paused, looked at Lily Thales, and said with a smile, "You are not strong enough to want to be my woman for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Lily Thales made a sudden move and grabbed Kate Lyle's neck. The speed was very fast, and at this moment, flames flickered in Lily Thales' palm, but soon it was caught by Kate Lyle. The flames dissipated, but at this moment, the waterlines-like strands of hair invaded Lily Thales' body densely along the arms, wrapping her up through the clothes. At this moment, Lily Thales shuddered. The cold feeling was a little irritating. Subconsciously, Lily Thales was going to release flames to drive away the coolness and destroy the waterline. This is not suitable for fighting. Kate Lyle pulled her hand and whispered in Lily Thales' ear. Lily Thales heard the words, but took advantage of the trend, lay on Kate Lyle's chest and said, "Then go to my room to fight." Kate Lyle let go, took 2 steps back. Lily Thales still maintained that posture, did not fall down, but did not continue to maintain it. "Forget it, I'm afraid that if I go, I won't be able to get out. You women's calculations, you want to tie me together forever. I bet if I go, the news will get around and you'll be in big trouble." Kate Lyle smiled at Lily Thales. "Even now, nothing good will happen to you." Lily Thales heard the words. Shaking the red wine glass, looking at the shaking red wine, exuding bright colors under the light, releasing the fragrance of grapes, while shaking, walking graceful catwalks, and came to Kate Lyle again, leaning his left hand on his shoulder, he smiled, and said, "So what if they know? Can they fly over immediately now? They can't, but I can spend the night with you. Even if they fly over tomorrow, will I be afraid of them? The title of which is not given by those men for nothing." Kate Lyle drank some wine and glanced at Lily Thales. Kate Lyle knows the identity and strength of the opponent. In the wizarding world, there are many families like Malfoy on the surface, but there are more big families in the dark. In front of these families, the Malfoy family is like ants and elephants, no different from ordinary people. Because of these families, their development is not only in the magical world, but also in this world. Whether in terms of money, connections, or power, they all have great energy. There is a super family Lyle family behind Kate Lyle. There is also a super family Thales family behind Lily Thales, and even those women have a super family behind them. They are all over the world. They are princesses and young ladies. Different people have different circles. It's like the circle of gods. They are all gods, and there will be no mortals. Kate Lyle, who stands at the top of the pyramid, has such a special circle. Lily Thales wanted to kill them, but she couldn't do it, so she could only talk about it. After all, there are many interests involved, but fair competition is another matter. The contest between super families will keep their promises. But if a super family is with a small family or even ordinary people, such a promise may be a joke, but it is enough to push the other party into the abyss. Naturally, Kate Lyle was not with Lily Thales and left with Harry Potter after the banquet. Lily Thales didn't force her to follow Kate Lyle because she was going to be busy grabbing men from certain women next. Harry got into the car, fastened his seat belt, looked at Kate Lyle who was driving beside him, and said hesitantly, "Mr. Kate, is there a child in the house where my father lives? The speed of the car is not very fast, but it can also blow a cool breeze, which makes this somewhat hot summer more enjoyable. I don't know." Kate Lyle heard the words, thought for a while and said, "Maybe still, Dumbledore still takes good care of your parents. There is another person, he should be able to protect your home very well." Harry Potter was a little happy when he heard that, but also a little surprised and said, "Who is that person?" Kate Lyle smiled and said, "This person, I can't tell you yet, but I can tell you one thing." "What's the matter?" Harry asked again. "That person has been paying attention to you silently, but he can't let go of his face and talk to you. I hope that one day after recognizing who this person is, he can treat him well." Kate Lyle thought for a while, or reminded. Hearing this, Harry was thoughtful. Listening to Kate Lyle's words made him feel a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. "What else did Earl Russ tell you?" Kate asked with a smile. "Talked a lot about my grandfather and father." Harry heard the words, remembering what Earl Russ said about his parents. A smile appeared on his face and said, "It's very interesting. I didn't expect my father to be so naughty. It feels like what happened to him at Hogwarts is a bit like Draco Malfoy. However, he is also very powerful. According to Earl Russ, he is still a powerful aura." Along the way, Harry told him all the news he heard from Earl Russ without concealing it. At this moment, Harry looked very happy. He had no parents since he was a child, and the Dursleys, Dudley and others were his only relatives in this world. However, they did not bring him the affection that his relatives should have, nor did they receive the care he deserved. Even more, they didn't hear much about their parents. If there is, it is all unfriendly words. Therefore, it was a different feeling for him to hear about his parents, about his grandfather, and about the Potter family from Earl Lars. "Do you need to go to the amusement park?" The vehicle came outside an amusement park. Kate Lyle stopped the car, looked at the playground where many children still went to play even in the dark, and asked with a smile. Harry looked at those families with children in 2s and 3s, or families who were leading them to play. Although he was a little envious, he still shook his head and said, "No, I've grown up." Kate Lyle glanced at Harry and said with a smile, "There is still more than a month to go before his 13th birthday. It's his birthday, and he's still far away from his 18th birthday." Harry was a little stunned when he heard Kate Lyle's words. "Let's go, I haven't come to play before, just to experience it together." Kate Lyle drove the car to a place where it could be parked, turned off the engine, and said. Harry was a little taken aback, but he got out of the car happily. There are not many exciting entertainment items in the current playground, but for Harry, who has never been to an amusement park, even after experiencing the battle in the small world, he is still full of expectations for such playground items. "You don't need to worry about time or money, whether it's fun or not." Kate Lyle took Harry to play almost all the items. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Kate Lyle took Harry to eat barbecue in an open-air barbecue restaurant. It took a lot of time to find this open-air barbecue restaurant. After all, in London, England, there will be almost no business at such a late hour. Those who come here to eat barbecue are from nearby people, and most of them are regular customers, such as Harry and Kate Lyle, who come here by car, which can be regarded as the ranks of the rich. In particular, the dresses of Kate Lyle and others aroused their interest even more, because rich people like this rarely come to their place to eat barbecue. There were 3 children in the kebab shop, plus the son of the owner of the kebab shop. The 5 of Harry sat together and chatted, talking a lot about their school affairs. Harry was very interested in school life in this world, so listened to them more. Kate Lyle generously booked the barbecue restaurant, allowing everyone to drink and eat meat, and some nearby families who heard the news also joined in. The singing and dancing were full of laughter and laughter. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the morning that Kate Lyle and Harry returned home. "Mr. Potter, I've prepared hot water for you. You can wash up anytime." Kate Weiss looked at Harry and smiled. When Harry heard this, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Housekeeper. I'm going to wash up now." After a while, the two came to the study. After Kate Lyle sat down, Kate Weiss took out a letter from her arms, handed it to Kate Lyle and said, "This afternoon, a little girl handed it over to you. A letter." Harry left with a smile. Kate Weiss saw Harry go up, just looked at Kate Lyle, said, "Master." Kate Lyle nodded, headed towards the study and said, "Go to the study and talk." This is a black envelope with a skull and a sword printed on it, which looks a bit like the pirate flag in Pirates of the Caribbean. A green skull also flew out immediately. I made a special investigation. The person who sent this letter should be from the shady organization. Kate Lyle didn't open the envelope immediately, and he felt the power of magic on the envelope. Snapped. Kate snapped her fingers, magic poured in, and the letter burned. The green skull, which is a little big and surrounded by flames, looks a little dangerous. However, the skull did not attack Kate Lyle, and even if it did, it is impossible to hurt Kate Lyle. Kate Weiss glanced at the green skull. Except for being a little careful, she didn't destroy the skull. Obviously, this is a skull used to convey information. The skull floated in the air, and the green flame, except for being exuberant at the beginning, now looks very calm. The skull looked at Kate Lyle and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Kate Lyle, it is very difficult to meet you." Kate Lyle laughed when she heard the words and said, "Who are you? I'm sorry, I couldn't report my name." Hearing this, Q2 said with a bit of elegance in his tone, "Q, just like what you see now. If it's just like this, then I can only make it disappear from my eyes now," Kate Lyle said lightly. As he said that, Kate Lyle did not see any movement, but the green skull began to deform, as if it was about to collapse. "I'm sorry, because of some rules, I can't tell you clearly, but we are members of the shady organization, Mr. Kate Lyle. I think you should be clear about this. After all, those guys are under your control, but unfortunately, some of their abnormalities have attracted our attention. I think we should be able to have a good talk now." The skull seemed a little nervous and hasty, for fear that Kate Lyle would really crush it, and then he would miss the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Kate Lyle smiled and said, "Now you know how to be afraid." The skull remained silent without answering or refuting. In this state, it is only sending messages. Otherwise, when I saw Kate Lyle in person, I wanted to compare them. "Mr. Kate Lyle, how about we make a deal?" The skull looked at Kate Lyle and said, "What deal?" Kate Lyle said flatly, "These guys, hiding their heads and showing their tails, basically do not appear in front of others, but they are revealed for the sake of elemental magic. It is obvious what they are planning. Secondly, before this, people from the shady organization tried to break in many times to steal notes about elemental magic, cultivation methods, and so on. Mr. Kate Lyle trained a group of elemental magic fighters for us. Whether in the wizarding world or in the muggle world, we will give you a huge fortune and let you join our shady organization, with the same status as us, with privilege and status. Money, rights, women, status, whatever you want, we can give you. Even if you want to become the king of a country, we can help you operate it." The voice of the skull sounded in the study, and the words also had some bewitching power. However, this is nothing in front of Kate Lyle. Money, rights, women, status, etc. He doesn't lack any of these four, and he doesn't need others to give them. He can get them himself. Kate Lyle showed a little smile on her face and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in what you said. Also, don't send people over to take pictures one by one. Don't doubt whether my officials have the ability." Hearing Kate Lyle's words, the skull was a little upset. Before he could even open his mouth to refute anything, Kate Lyle just waved his hand, and it collapsed into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. "If they come back, you can figure it out, Weiss." Kate Lyle got up, looked at Kate Weiss and said, "Yes, master," Kate Weiss said respectfully. In a certain hotel in London, England, a man codenamed Skull sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression. Opposite him, there were two other people. They were wearing black robes and could not see their faces. And in front of them, there was this small brazier, with green flames dotted on the brazier, dissipating. Just now they were talking to Kate Lyle through this medium in the form of a skull. "I really don't know what is good or bad." A cold voice sounded in the room. The other two were silent and did not speak, or in other words, they did not have much confidence in front of this skull. "Follow the plan." After a while, the voice of the skull sounded again. "Yes," the two men in black robes responded, got up and left. Ding, ding, ding. In the hall, the phone on the table made a crisp sound. Kate Weiss came over, picked up the phone and said, "This is Lyle's house, who can I find?" "But Louise, I'm Ronald Weasley. May I ask if Harry Potter is still at Mr. Kate Lyle's house?" Ronald Weasley's voice came from the other end of the phone, but it was a bit loud. Hearing this, Kate Weiss smiled and said, "Mr. Potter just woke up to wash up. Please wait a moment, I will inform Mr. Potter." Upon hearing this, Ronald quickly said, "That's really great." Kate Weiss put down the phone, came to the bathroom and said to Harry, who came out, "Mr. Potter, your good friend Mr. Ronald Weasley is calling you." Upon hearing this, Harry Potter hurriedly ran away and said happily, "Thank you, Mr. Housekeeper." Harry came to the lobby on the first floor, picked up the phone and called impatiently, "Ronald." "Ha ha ha, Harry, are you surprised or not?" Ronald's excited voice came out of the microphone. Harry was frightened by Ronald's voice and quickly moved the microphone away. The voice was really too loud. "Ronald, I can hear you, but can you please speak softly? My ears are going deaf." Weasley's house. Surrounding Ronald in front of the phone, he looked very embarrassed, and beside him there were Fred, George and Ginny, and they all smiled. "Okay, is this voice okay?" Ronald asked as usual. "Okay, Ronald," Harry responded. Ronald listened with a hazy smile on his face and said, "Harry, are you ready?" Kate Lyle naturally agreed. At noon, while dining with Kate Lyle, Harry came up with his idea, going to the Weasleys tomorrow. "We're going to travel to Egypt the day after tomorrow. My brother Bill is working as a healer at the Gringotts Bank over there. We decided to stop by and see him." After chatting for more than an hour, Harry just hung up the phone and was full of anticipation for the upcoming tour. After taking Harry out to see some people and things in the afternoon, Harry went to the Weasleys' house through the fireplace the next day. Harry couldn't help laughing when he heard Ronald's voice, which kept ringing in his ears, and said something interesting. Fred and George would also interject a few words from time to time, while Ginny was a little shy and couldn't say a few words. "Did you know? My mother already bought you a plane ticket to Egypt." Harry Potter came to the Weasleys' house and received a warm welcome. Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically prepared sumptuous lunch and dinner for Harry, as well as a clean room. Although it was not the first time to be a guest at the Weasleys' house, Mrs. Weasley's enthusiasm and the friendliness of Ronald and others made Harry feel the warmth of home. "Harry, this is the dress my mother prepared for you. You can see if it fits you." In the evening, before taking a bath, Ginny walked over with a suit of clothes, and with a smile on her face, she handed it to Harry and said, "This is a grey formal suit. The quality and feel are very good." Although Kate Lyle has also prepared a lot of clothes for Harry, and the price is not cheap, and it is not comparable to the formal dress in front of him, but she still likes it. Because Mrs. Weasley took care of him without any hypocrisy and was very sincere. At the same time, Harry respected and treated Mrs. Weasley as his own mother. "Thank you, I like it very much, and I will wear it to travel." Harry accepted the clothes and smiled. Ginny listened to Harry's words, the light in her eyes twinkled, and the smile on her face was also very sweet. "Although this dress was bought by my mother, she picked out this dress." On the second day, Harry and the Weasley family flew for several hours, landed at the airport in Egypt, and joined Hermione, Neville, and Hannah. When everyone met together, they happily discussed and planned the next itinerary. When Harry and others went on a trip, Kate Lyle's house also had a visitor, Quirrell Quirrell. "Quillinas, I haven't seen you for a year. You have become darker, but you have also become much stronger." Kate Lyle looked at Quillinas Quirrell, who was not wearing a headscarf and had grown hair, and looked much more handsome, and laughed. When Quillinas Quirrell heard this, he laughed and said, "I went to United States, and a lot of things happened there. If I hadn't been delayed there, I would have planned to go to Brazil, but unfortunately, my plan was delayed. Even so, I still secretly investigated the shady organization according to Mr. Cate's intention. There is not much information in the investigation. I hope it will be useful to Mr. Cate." Quillinas Quirrell handed Kate Lyle a notebook of information he'd scoured from city to city during nearly a year in the United States. Of course, Kate Lyle also helped him. Quillinas is well aware that if it weren't for the power behind Kate Lyle to help him triumph, he might have been left in the United States. Kate Lyle took the notebook and looked at it seriously. About half an hour later, Kate Lyle read all the information in the notebook before returning the notebook to Quillinas. Kate Lyle looked at Quillinas, thought about it and said, "Are they going to start a war between the magic world and the humans in this world?" Quillinas nodded cautiously and said, "They are secretly accumulating power, and according to the information I have investigated, they have secretly planned several small countries, trying to use this as a springboard to set off a wave that will spread to the entire world. War. However, in a short time, they won't make any moves. At least they won't do so until they have accumulated enough strength. The development of science and technology in today's world has enabled every country and the military of the local government to have a powerful force. Once a war breaks out, it is uncertain who will win and who will lose. But even so, I don't want a war to start, because it means huge losses and casualties." Kate Lyle smiled when she heard what Quillinas said, and said, "They may start a war, but they will be suppressed in the shortest possible time. You don't need to worry about that." Kate Lyle paused for a moment, and then said, "I called you here this time because I am interested in the place you mentioned. I want to invite you to accompany me because I have time. After all, I have never been there. And you know it better than I do." When Quillinas Quirrell heard this, he smiled and said, "It's my honor, Mr. Cate. In the afternoon after dinner, some simple preparations were made and Kate Lyle and Quirrell left together. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, England. Lucius Malfoy, because of your restraint, our plan failed. You must cooperate with us in this matter. Draco was favored like Harry Potter in front of Kate Lyle and taught elemental magic, becoming an elemental magic warrior. Now you have 2 months. I need Draco to practice. Use the method he learned to train a group of elemental magic warriors. In the Malfoy Manor, 6 men in black robes stood apart and stared at Lucius Malfoy's family. One of them said in a deep voice. Lucius Malfoy stood in front with a calm expression, guarding his wife Narcissa and son Draco behind him, looked at the person who just spoke and said, Eugene, haven't you already kidnapped some Hogwarts students? And took away the textbooks? Did you train elemental magicians? Hearing what Lucius Malfoy said, Eugene admitted generously, yes, we did kidnap some students and used them for us, but we still lack an elemental magic warrior. Draco got the true biography of Kate Lyle, and he learned more than anyone else could. Although Lucius Malfoy knew very well that these people would follow his son sooner or later, he never expected that they would come so soon. Narcissa was very worried that these people would attack suddenly, so she stood in front of Draco and protected her son again. Draco Malfoy was moved, but also worried about his parents. Lucius Malfoy is making a difficult choice at this time. If he refuses, it will be very detrimental to his future actions, and he will be considered to have betrayed Voldemort. This is a very dangerous thing. I can help you train, but I can't guarantee it will work. Lucius, you should learn from your child and be as self-aware as he is. Draco Malfoy's eyes were very firm, and he said, they dare not hurt me, and they can't do anything to me. Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy turned their heads in shock and looked at their son. Eugene laughed when he heard Draco Malfoy's words and said, what a smart and funny kid. Draco, don't worry, as long as you train them well and teach them elemental magic, once the holiday is over, you can still return to your normal life. Draco Malfoy stood up and said in a deep voice, everyone's talent is somewhat different. Not everyone can become an elemental magic warrior. Eugene wanted to take Draco away immediately, but he didn't want to push too hard, so he nodded in agreement. Draco Malfoy was silent for a moment and said lightly, I can't leave you now, I want to be with my parents today, on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, the corner of the sea in Poseidon. And under the seabed of this corner of the sea, there is another named Atlantis. This is a city under the sea, a country that has been sunk by a huge force, and it is also the capital. This is a highly advanced ancient civilization that once existed. It should have had lofty mountains, lush plains, and rich mineral resources, but all of these were said to have been sunk into the bottom of the sea because of the gods. Poseidon, the god of the sea in ancient Greek mythology, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. Although I am very sure that these gods cannot exist in this world, the ancient civilization was very sure and affirmed the existence of gods. After seeing those sculptures and some words carved on the stone, I couldn't help but think this should be true. Especially the existence of the guide key makes me have to believe in this fact. Quilinus Quirrell took out a piece of diving equipment and stood on the cliff, looking at the raging waves below, with some excitement in his tone. Kate Lyle glanced at the wave in front of him, then at the diving equipment that Quirrell took out and said, we don't need these, we just go straight down. When Quilinus Quirrell heard this, he was stunned and stopped even taking the diving equipment. Professor Kate, the current below here is very strong and deep. If we don't have diving equipment, we can't stay here for too long, Quilinus Quirrell quickly explained. Kate Lyle handed a light blue ring to Quirrell and said with a smile, no need, this is for you, as long as you put magic power into it, you can move freely under the seabed within an hour. When the time is coming, if you want to stay on the bottom of the sea, just continue to pour magic power into it. Quilinus Quirrell took the ring curiously, looked at it for a while and said, is this an alchemy item? Yes. Kate Lyle nodded, took out a ring, put it on her hand, and smiled. Quilinus Quirrell poured magic power into the ring, and a faintly flickering light was released from the ring, followed by a light blue-like curtain that enveloped him. Before Quilinus Quirrell could react, Kate Lyle had used magic to bring him directly down the cliff. The two entered the water, and in the turbulent current, Quirrell miraculously discovered that the light curtain isolated the seawater, but did not isolate the air. As if flying in the air, following his thoughts, he quickly flew in one direction. The speed is fast, and there is no need to worry about water flow and breathing problems, and as it goes deeper, the sense of oppression disappears completely. The further you go down, the stronger the pressure you will bear, and the longer you stay, the faster the consumption of magic power in the ring. The good news is that each charge of the ring does not consume a lot of energy. With your magic power savings, it is no problem to stay under the sea for a whole day. Kate Lyle's voice rang in his ears, which startled Quilina's Quirrell even more. He didn't expect that in such an environment he could still communicate. After all, talking on the bottom of the sea is inaudible due to the isolation and velocity of the water flow, relying on the human ear. Mr. Kate, you are really amazing. Such miraculous things can be refined. Quilina's Quirrell exclaimed a little excitedly. Then I'll give it to you, Quilinus. Kate Lyle didn't have much pity for the ring, so she turned around and gave it to Quilina's Quirrell. Quilina's was even more happy when he heard this. I am very interested in some magical animals in the underwater world, or magical herbs, or even the magical underwater world. It's just because he can't stay underwater for a long time, and he will face various problems and dangers, so he basically maintains yearning and curiosity about the underwater world, but he dare not step into it easily. It was Atlantis who discovered this corner of the sea at the beginning, but spent a lot of time investigating the secrets in it. Kate Lyle took out the trident, and sure enough, as Quilina's said, it has the effect of guiding. It didn't take long as it went deeper. Kate Lyle came to the Atlantis civilization that Quilina said. This is a huge city, and it looks very old, with groups of fish swimming in the water. Many buildings have collapsed and occasionally complete, relatively large and thick buildings can be seen, but that's all it seems. Maybe if there is any force hitting here, it should collapse. In addition, many statues can be seen, and most of the mythological characters are carved on these statues. Mr. Kate, according to the information I have investigated, this person is the legendary Poseidon. Quilina's Quirrell came to a stone, looked at the bearded statue holding a trident and showing a strong chest, and said, Poseidon, the god of the sea, is worshipped by the Atlantean civilization. Under this underground palace, there are many legends about gods recorded, as if all of these have existed before. Listening to Quirrell's words, Kate Lyle landed next to the statue, stretched out her hand and stroked the statue. Huge magic power surged towards the surroundings in an instant. The huge magic power even shocked Quirrell, who was almost thrown away, and the sea area seemed to be cleaned once again, rolling up the waves and sweeping towards the center of the sea. The holy light shrouded the statue and was erected. Then, under the inconceivable gaze of Quilina's, the holy light spread, and the shattered underwater city in front of him seemed to have returned to its prosperous period. This is no longer an underwater world, but a prosperous country. It is not as busy as it is now, but it has a bustling downtown and patrolling troops. Not only that, but you can also see children playing with innocent smiles. The beautiful and moving girl, under the tulle, shows her graceful figure while singing and dancing. The rapid transformation of the picture is still in the memory, which is extremely clear. War has devastated the country, men fighting to defend their country and their families, while children and women, in panic, seek refuge. Huge power is unleashed in the sky above Atlantis, and characters that cannot be peeped are fighting fiercely. I don't know how long it took, but the kingdom was shaking and began to sink rapidly. The seawater flooded back, and a tsunami hundreds of meters high submerged the country in an instant. The people of Atlantis, no matter how belligerent they were and how many enemies they defeated, now they look extremely small and weak in front of this tsunami that collapsed. Quilina's Quirrell was shocked inside. He didn't know how Kate did it. However, the picture just shown is really shocking, so much so that Quilina's Quirrell now believes in the existence of gods. Mr. Kate, how did you do it just now? Quilina's Quirrell couldn't help asking. If he held back, he felt like he would go crazy. This kind of thing is more shocking than those so-called movies. Kate Lyle thought for a while and said with a smile, This is a special kind of magic among elemental magic. It involves time and space. You won't understand it when you talk about it. However, the scene I just saw is real. Quilina's Quirrell looked at the statue with some puzzlement and asked, Mr. Kate, was the scene just recorded by this statue? Kate Lyle nodded, looked at the statue and said, Not bad. Poseidon, as the god of the sea, has been enshrined. For countless years, a thing called wish power has been attached to it with the worship of believers, thus possessing special abilities and witnessing the historical progress. Growing up, of course, there is another premise, that is, this statue is not an ordinary statue, but a huge alchemy item. Quilina's Quirrell was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, and then he rang out. Most of the enshrined utensils, statues, or certain objects he had seen seemed to have special powers. Quilina's Quirrell recounted all the things he saw and said, Mr. Kate, these things have a certain power. Is it because of the power of will? Kate Lyle smiled and said, Yes, but those objects are endowed with power, but compared with the cross in the church, they are much weaker. Because the cross is not only enshrined, but also powerful priests gather the strength of believers, collect the power of vows, and strengthen the power of the cross. But the cross is still too weak compared to the power carried by this statue. The power in this statue has been consumed and eroded over countless years, but it still maintains a certain amount of energy. But it's a pity that after I released it, it is now just an ordinary statue. Quilinus Quirrell was shocked again after hearing Kate Lyle's words, and said, "It can make the statue have energy after countless years. Who can have such a means? Is it a god?" Kate Lyle looked at Quilinus Quirrell and said playfully, "Do you believe in the existence of gods? I didn't believe it before, but now I think I can believe it." Quilinus Quirrell said without any hesitation. Kate Lyle smiled and said, "I believe it too." Quilinus Quirrell looked at Kate Lyle in shock, a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a powerful existence as Kate Lyle would actually believe in the existence of gods. However, if you think about it carefully, it is not impossible. Although I find it unbelievable, in fact, the existence of gods is equivalent to the protector of the world. They are secretly watching the world and will not easily appear in front of others. Maybe he will appear in front of everyone, and we really don't know his existence at all. The existence of the magic world has many magical legends. The existence of these legends is not necessarily absurd remarks. Kate Lyle shot while talking, and the messy stones or buildings were quickly transferred out. Without much time, a palace that looked much better and cleaner was sorted out. At the same time, a hole appeared in front of the two of them. Is this another entrance to the palace? Quilinus Quirrell looked at the hole and said expectantly. On the way here, even though he had already said that he had found the entrance, it was not at this place, but another entrance with some twists and turns. But he didn't expect that Kate Lyle would find such an entrance directly. I don't know either, I just feel that something is different here. Let's go, I'm still very curious about the Atlantean civilization. Kate Lyle walked ahead, a ball of light appeared in her hand, illuminating the road ahead, and Quirrell followed closely behind. For Kate Lyle, there's little danger here. At least, Kate Lyle didn't perceive any powerful life forms. To be more precise, this is a magical place that records historical civilization, which can help him understand the legends of the gods. In a quiet and deep mountain castle in England, Draco Malfoy had been here with Eugene for a few days. During this time, Draco Malfoy was not hiding anything, but was really teaching these Death Eaters brainwashed by Eugene the elemental magic. The existence of these people is too weak for Draco Malfoy, but even so, Draco didn't show it. When it was time to teach, he was still teaching hard. In this way, Eugene was very satisfied, and praised Draco as a good Death Eater, at least a lot more reliable than his father. Of course, Eugene was so satisfied because some of these people had already shown some good talents in elemental magic. I thought that a proud person like you would be arrogant and perfunctory, but I didn't expect that you would be so serious. I'm very curious if Professor Kate knows that you are a Death Eater, and your family is also a Death Eater, how wonderful his expression will be. After all, you are one of the students he worked so hard to cultivate. Under the black robe, a short figure sat on the fence on the second floor, looked at Draco Malfoy walking by, and said with a smile. Hearing this, Ella Easton stretched out her hands, rolled up her sleeves, and said with a smile, "I don't have the symbol of a Death Eater." Draco Malfoy glanced at the two of them, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said with a disdainful smile, "Want to fight?" Of course, what shocked Draco Malfoy even more was Ella Easton's strength. She didn't look like a freshman at all. Especially behind the incidents of students being attacked and spoofing last year, it is not only the reason of the secret room and the giant snake, but also Ella Easton and others are behind the scenes. If there is, you can't be here now. Draco Malfoy was surrounded by lightning, soaring into the air in an instant, standing on the fence, looking down at Ella Easton. For Ella Easton, Draco Malfoy has always been skeptical. He didn't like the feeling of being corrupted, especially when the other party was someone other than Harry Potter. At the same time, two figures quickly appeared on both sides of Draco Malfoy as Draco Malfoy showed his attacking posture. Draco Malfoy looked up at the other party, frowned, and said lightly, "Ella Easton, you are indeed a Death Eater. 1-3, what kind of experience is this?" Draco Malfoy didn't know what to say, but now he was very excited. Ella Easton's strength is very strong, at least that Gygor, in front of Ella Easton, doesn't have much chance to resist at all. The power of dark elemental magic deserves to be one of the rarest elemental magics. The burst of power almost made Draco Malfoy suffer a lot several times. In addition to Ella Easton, there are two other people, a fire elemental magician and a water elemental magician. The cooperation between the two is particularly tacit. At this time, a fierce battle also attracted the attention of the top Death Eaters, including Eugene, but none of them stopped Draco from fighting, but watched with interest. Such destructive power is indeed remarkable. As long as these people grow up, the time for us to unify the magical world will come. Eugene looked at it for a long time, nodded and smiled in satisfaction. It was hard for Eugene to be dissatisfied with the battle in front of him. Of course, what they envied even more was Draco's existence as an elemental magic warrior, because Draco in this state is a threat to traditional magicians and even elemental magicians. His speed and strength can make them lose their wands and become corpses if they are not careful. The surrounding vegetation and walls were almost destroyed because of the battle between Draco Malfoy and Ella Easton. Letting the three of Draco Malfoy and Ella Easton continue to fight is of little significance. Eugene came out at this time, glanced at the four of them and said, "You four brats, enough is enough. Otherwise, I will let you know the despair of becoming a hamster and throwing it into the snake's nest." Eugene doesn't like to say friendly words. As long as it can achieve the most desired purpose, he prefers to threaten the weak with a punch. Eugene came forward. After Draco Malfoy repelled Ella Easton, he stood on the railing on the second floor, looked at Ella Elton on the first floor and said, "If you want to continue to fight, I will accompany you at any time, but now I am not interested." After finishing speaking, Draco Malfoy jumped off the fence, turned and left, leaving Eugene and the others with a lonely back. In fact, Draco Malfoy raised his eyebrows at this time, with a somewhat heavy expression. Over the past few days, he found many students who were arrested and asked to train Death Eaters. But what gave him a headache was that he didn't know where this place was, and he didn't know who these people were being trained. Each of them wears a mask, and look at their height, development and voice. There are children, adults, and even older people. Obviously, Eugene didn't want them to know the identities of these trainees. After all, these people are the strength Eugene trained for himself. How do I get the message out? Draco Malfoy felt a little anxious in his heart. He promised to help Eugene train those Death Eaters, just to know where this base is, how many alumni were captured, and who became Death Eaters. On the other side, after being stopped by Eugene from fighting, Ella Easton followed Eugene to a place similar to a meeting room. Here, Ella Easton took a seat at random and showed no respect to Eugene. Eugene was not angry about this either, as if such treatment was a matter of course. Except for the two of them, no one knew what Eugene and Ella Easton were talking about. About half an hour or so later, Eugene pushed the door and walked out with an ugly face. "Dobby, since you like acting so much, now is your chance." Lucius Malfoy sat at his desk, looked at Dobby who opened the door and walked in, and said in a stern tone. Facing Lucius' gloomy gaze, Dobby was a little scared. As a house elf, in the face of his master's beating and scolding, he couldn't fight back at all. Unless he got a reward from the master. Despite being afraid, Dobby still said nervously, "Master, is there anything Dobby can do for you?" Lucius Malfoy threw out a letter and said, "Go to Professor Kate Lyle and pass this letter to him. I allow you to use magic while performing this task." Dobby caught the flying envelope. Although he didn't know what was written inside, the owner was looking for Professor Kate Lyle, which made Dobby slightly relieved. That is a magical existence. Sending things to this existence is not a bad thing. However, there is also a powerful wizard in this family, which is very dangerous. "Yes, master." Dobby couldn't ask why, or he would be beaten severely. However, being able to move freely outside made Dobby extremely happy. With little movement, Dobby disappeared into the study. Lucius Malfoy watched Dobby leave, no longer maintaining that serious and indifferent appearance. His current life is not very easy. Eugene took Draco away, which also meant that his child was manipulated by Eugene, so he couldn't do anything dangerous. Not only that, in Malfoy Manor, both he and Narcissa were monitored by the other party for 24 hours, which made Draco Malfoy very angry. The veteran, who is also a Death Eater, his status is not low, and he also has his own power. Of course, this power has always been very hidden. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lucius Malfoy didn't want to expose it. This was a power that belonged exclusively to the Malfoy family. The school's actions have challenged his reputation and status among the Death Eaters. This time, Eugene dared to send someone to monitor him, because Eugene united with several other elders. Otherwise, it would be a very troublesome and dangerous thing to let those monitoring him know that Dobby was missing. For the sake of his own children, and to make Eugene and the others suffer greater losses, after struggling for a long time, Lucius Malfoy chose to secretly report to Kate Lyle. As long as Kate Lyle makes a move, then those people will be finished. Lucius Malfoy stood up, looked out the window, and said with a gloomy expression, "But now, what worries Lucius Malfoy is whether Dobby can deliver the letter to Kate Lyle as soon as possible. Dobby, I hope you don't disappoint me." Although the students of Hogwarts are on holiday and are not under the jurisdiction of the school, they are students of Hogwarts School after all, and these students still teach elemental magic. Lucius Malfoy firmly believed that Kate Lyle would definitely rescue those poor children. "Otherwise, I would lose control of my wand and aim it at you. Cape of the Sea." Kate Lyle and Quirrell flew out of the sea. They have been here for 3 days. During these 3 days, apart from coming out to rest, they almost all checked the historical civilization in the Atlantis civilization on the bottom of the sea. With the engraving and reading, the biggest information left to Kate Lyle and others is the existence of gods, and the second is about the development of Atlantis. The beginning and peak of development are recorded, but there is no way to record their demise. Therefore, there is no direct evidence to prove whether the gods caused the decline of Atlantis civilization. However, in today's era of technological civilization, perhaps they would choose to believe in the existence of magic instead of the existence of gods. Of course, to some extent, gods may be extremely powerful magicians. I didn't expect that the harvest this time would be so rich. Under this, there are so many miraculous records of historical civilization. Quilinus Quirrell was extremely shocked and full of gains in the past few days. At this time, there are many engraved records of historical civilization hidden in his traceless stretch bag. It is indeed a huge harvest, but these things cannot be made public. Kate Lyle took Professor Quirrell back to the cliff and said, looking at the still rough waves in front of him. Quilinus Quirrell nodded, but the legends about Atlantis civilization and gods could not be passed on, at least not without them to pass. Kate Lyle and Quirrell did not stay long and left quickly. When Kate Lyle returned to the villa in Quirrell, Kate Weiss immediately walked over and said, "Master, a house elf is waiting for you in the hall." House elf? Kate Lyle was a little surprised. What family of house elves is this? Before Kate Lyle and Quirrell went in, Dobby appeared in front of Kate Lyle very quickly. "Mr. Kate Lyle, this is my master. I must deliver this letter to you." Dobby looked at Kate Lyle, who appeared, and excitedly handed the envelope to the past. "Dobby, did something happen?" Kate Lyle recognized Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoy family, immediately. Dobby thought for a while and said, "The Death Eaters took Draco away. Maybe my master is in the envelope," and told Mr. Kate what happened. Quilinus Quirrell was a little surprised when he heard Dobby's words. He is familiar with the child Draco Malfoy. He is a proud and gifted student, Thunder Element magician, Thunder Element magic warrior. In addition, the connection between the Malfoy family and the Death Eaters is very deep. Quilinus Quirrell, who had been in contact with Lucius Malfoy at school, knew this very well. Kate Lyle looked at the envelope and opened it calmly. The content inside was not much different from what Dobby said. There are so many of them, and some of them are beyond Kate Lyle's expectation. This matter must be cautious. Fortunately, Lucius Malfoy investigated the place where Eugene secretly trained magicians. Whether it was sincere or not, at least what Lucius Malfoy did at this time reflected his value. "How long have you been out?" Kate Lyle looked at Dobby and asked. Dobby stretched out 3 fingers and said, "It's been 3 hours. Are there any troubles on the way?" Kate Lyle asked again. "No, I was very fast and they didn't notice that I left Malfoy Manor." Dobby responded again, "You're so smart, Dobby." Kate Lyle praised Dobby and laughed. "You should go back now, otherwise your master's life will be in danger." Dobby's answer proved that this little guy, although he was a little naive sometimes, was very cautious. Dobby had been out long enough, although he was a bit reluctant to go back. Especially after leaving Malfoy Manor, he didn't come here immediately, but played outside for a while. Dobby left before Quilinus Quirrell said, "Mr. Kate, do you need my help?" Hearing this, Kate Lyle thought for a while and said, "All right, just help me secretly intercept the Death Eaters who are about to escape. This matter still requires Dumbledore to come forward. In the meantime, you should hide your identity. If your identity is exposed and Death Eaters take revenge, it will be too dangerous for you to walk outside." When Quilinus Quirrell heard this, he smiled happily and said, "Thank you, Mr. Kate, for your concern, but I believe I can deal with those Death Eaters." Kate Lyle smiled and said to Kate Weiss, "Wes, look after the house, I need to go out." "Yes, master," Kate Weiss bowed in response. Kate Lyle took Quilinus Quirrell directly into the fireplace and flew to the small bungalow at Hogwarts. The fireplace in the small bungalow closed other networks and left only one channel. This is the passage leading to the house in Tree Street. Kate Lyle didn't know if Dumbledore was at school or if there was a function to turn off the fireplace, so she could only go to the small bungalow first. Dumbledore would spend more time at school with other staff if nothing happened. Walking out of the small bungalow, Quirrell looked at the surrounding scene, feeling somewhat nostalgic. But it is a pity that what happened last year, even though he was controlled and made a mistake, it is impossible for him to continue to stay in Hogwarts School, Dumbledore's office. At this moment, Dumbledore looked at the envelope in front of him, as well as related reports, and frowned tightly. At the right time, Kate Lyle walked into it with Quilinus Quirrell. Dumbledore was a little surprised and said, "It's a familiar face, Quilinus. You are much more handsome now than you were before. Did you come here specially to see me?" When Quilinus Quirrell heard this, he smiled and said, "Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your generosity and giving me the opportunity to regain my life." "It's thanks to Professor Kate, who really gave you a new life." Dumbledore didn't take the credit and said with a smile. Kate Lyle laughed and said, "Albus, you are right, we are here to find you. I think you've got some news." Kate Lyle pointed to the newspapers and envelopes on the table, which contained reports about the disappearance of students, as well as distress letters asking for help in finding the children. Dumbledore nodded and said with some seriousness, "Although I had some expectations, I didn't expect that it would be so fast and so many people would be taken away. I've informed Severus, who is secretly investigating the matter." Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle said, "Get Severus back, I already know where they were taken." When Dumbledore heard this, his spirit was shaken and he quickly said, "Are you sure?" Kate Lyle looked at Dumbledore and said seriously, "I won't make a joke about this matter." "Fox, you go." Dumbledore turned around quickly, took a piece of brown paper, wrote a few words and let Fox take it away. "Severus is back. Professor McGonagall is back too. Hagrid heartily also participated in the battle. Professor Flitwick is excited to regain the glory of becoming the dueling king. This castle is where Eugene, a veteran of the Death Eaters, is located. Draco Malfoy, as an eyeliner, passed the information to his father and found me. However, it is still uncertain how many people there are among the opponents. Our actions must be sufficiently secretive. At the same time, in order to prevent Death Eaters from escaping, we also need enough manpower. The news that Kate Lyle will get," said it briefly and carefully. Dumbledore was silent for a while and said, "I need to contact Cornelius Fudge about this matter. The Ministry of Magic has a very important responsibility for this matter. Professor Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic is not entirely trustworthy," Quilinus Quirrell reminded. Kate Lyle nodded. When the School of Elemental Magic started, some guys from the Ministry of Magic couldn't wait to come out and trouble him. However, the Ministry of Magic has to come forward in this matter, otherwise, despite the unknown number of opponents, they cannot be underestimated. After all, there were nearly 20 students who disappeared at this time. I don't know if there are other students among them. The school's inquiries and investigations couldn't be investigated in time. After all, the time left for them was still a bit short. Dumbledore thought for a moment and said, "Although Fudge's authority in the Ministry of Magic has been challenged and he has made some stupid actions, his heart is still kind. I think he'll see what we're thinking." After making his decision, Dumbledore left immediately. He must act as soon as possible and then rescue the controlled children. In the corridor, Severus looked at Kate Lyle and asked, "Is that Lucius Malfoy?" Severus understood what kind of people the Malfoy family was like. Draco was very impulsive as a young man. Perhaps he had such wisdom, but more often than not, he still thought about how to completely defeat the other party by himself. As for Lucius Malfoy, this old guy is a little sinister and sloppy, but his love for his children is absolute. Yes, he is a wise man. Kate Lyle didn't deny it. Severus knew the Malfoys quite well. To be more precise, Narcissa would still take the initiative to contact Severus for the sake of her child. Severus nodded after hearing Kate Lyle's words. He could probably understand what Kate Lyle meant. Not long after Dumbledore went to the Ministry of Magic, he sent a message back and asked Kate Lyle to act. And he acted with the Ministry of Magic. However, Dumbledore also played a sloppy eye, let Kate Lyle and others act first, and rushed to the castle to investigate the situation. After all, the Ministry of Magic has gathered a lot of auras this time. Who knows if there will be spies from the Death Eaters? Despite Cornelius Fudge's insistence that nothing would be wrong, Dumbledore had to be careful. After Kate Lyle received the news, she summoned everyone to speak, and they all used apparition to leave. Using teleportation magic, the movement may be a bit loud, so Kate Lyle also has to be careful. Emtan's castle, in the castle deep in the forest. If you have not been here, no one will know that there will be a castle here. Even if he didn't come to the castle or stood on the void to watch, it would be difficult to find his existence. Because around the castle, there are magical trees tens of meters high, enclosing the castle. Kate Lyle and the others all appeared 1 kilometer away from the castle, standing on top of a tree, looking at the castle in front of them. Is this the secret base of the Death Eater, Eugene? Hagrid was so big that he had to stand on a thick branch. Even so, the branch he was standing on was a bit wobbly. Yes, if there is no problem, we are going to do it. Quilinus Quirrell felt that he could smell the breath of Death Eaters, so he responded, Severus, you and I go in first. Kate Lyle looked at Severus and said, find where the students are and understand the situation inside. If necessary, you can do it directly. Snape nodded, saying he had no comment. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, you and Hagrid, be careful. We will act later, okay? Kate Lyle looked at Professor McGonagall and the others again and said, no problem, you have to be careful. Professor McGonagall believed in Kate Lyle's strength and nodded. I have no problem, Professor Kate. Flitwick said expectantly, I have no objection. Hagrid was well aware of his size, and breaking in easily would cause unnecessary trouble. Quilinas, you have to be careful. There are people out there who slip through the net. You don't need to be polite at all. Kate Lyle said again. Quilinas nodded, took out a mask, put it on his face and said with a smile, Professor Kate, don't worry, I know how to do it. Professor McGonagall and the others glanced at Quilinus Quirrell, but said nothing. They could clearly feel that Quilinus Quirrell was no longer the Quilinus Quirrell at this time. Kate Lyle and Snape looked at each other and disappeared in the next instant. Kate and Lyle naturally sneaked into the castle in stealth, and Professor McGonagall and others also took action. Even though they entered the castle later, they also had to get rid of some eyeliners on the outside. At least, when Dumbledore arrived with the Ministry of Magic Auras, there would be no further trouble. Kate Lyle and Snape parted ways, and Kate Lyle walked in directly from the balcony of a room. This is one of the few two balconies. The gate of this castle is closed, and although there are windows in other places, they cannot be opened. The Death Eaters will not let those students leave here. Kate Lyle entered the room and took a look. It was neatly tidied up. In one corner of the room, there were two long bookshelves with many books on them. Kate Lyle didn't look at it, but simply looked around and left the room directly. What Kate Lyle didn't expect was that there was a Death Eater guarding the door. When the other party was still a little confused about why the door was opened, Kate Lyle didn't hide her identity and shot instantly, turning the other party into a little mouse and putting him in a bag. These Death Eaters should be killed, but not now. Secondly, it may be of some value, so let it be handed over to the Ministry of Magic.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.